Have you ever wondered whether the billion-dollar artifice of the media and of the advertising conglomerates has any lasting negative effect on your mind and behavior? Or whether the young are particularly affected by the all-pervasive presence of ads? Is it rational to expect large ad corporations to jeopardize their vast monopolies by becoming more responsible in the future? And can Madison Avenue agencies and other hidden persuaders ever be held accountable if it is discovered and proven that the glamorous creations of their industry do indeed have lasting negative effects on our minds and behavior? Is the new designer disease of our age affluenza? And is the consumer the consumed in these times of excess and chronic commercialism? And can there be positive psychological, spiritual, or social advancement in a symbol-illiterate culture more and more dependent on image, brand logos, and chimeras of the perfect happy life based on chronic competitiveness, material affluence, and technical proficiency? Additionally, is there a connection between the rising levels of crime, substance abuse, and psychological dysfunction and emotional disassociation and the subversive use of power images and words in our culture? The Athenian philosophers Socrates and Plato emphatically warned their societies of the consequences to both evolution and truth if the artists, quote unquote, were unrestricted in their influence over the conscious and unconscious drives of mankind. Was their counsel born from a desire for totalitarianism, as some have alleged, or from a truly vital social conscience, aware of the existence, even then, of the subversive elements which seek to manipulate thought through that which appears innocent and necessary? Thought is creative, but as the dark passages of history reveal, thought can also be created. Do we really own our own thoughts and really think for ourselves? History has shown time and time again that if we do not own our own minds, someone else will. Join me now for an exploration into the world of the hidden persuaders, a reconnaissance mission into the camps of the psychic dictators whose subtle and ingenious weaponry wins them ground daily in a veritable war, not only for the money, but for the minds of men. For years they've been studying you. The time has come for you to study them. There is an old Kabbalistic adage which says, "If thou wilt know the invisible, open wide thine eyes on the visible." In this presentation, I will be attempting to persuade you, my passively viewing audience, how your life can be better, happier, and richer once you know what goes on behind the scenes of a business which makes its profits from changing the way you think and act. For quite some time, I have had a problem with what these media giants are doing. And yet, here I am, ostensibly engaging in something very similar to that which I have a quandary about, namely persuading other people I have never met to change their life in some way. I make this point now just to highlight how much of what passes for human interaction can in fact be interpreted as persuasion. The mystics rightly state that all forms of influence are immoral, and this was a point beautifully brought out by Oscar Wilde in his masterpiece, The Picture of Dorian Gray, his fine tale of a man who lost his soul because of not being able to think and act for himself. Indeed, I am involved in persuasion at this moment, but I am far from hidden. I use no devices or techniques other than those of simple body language and words, the weapons which we have natural defenses against, and for which our instinct and intuition are usually adequate protectors. Once we examine the nature of the transactions which exist between ourselves and the hidden persuaders, we find that the latter invariably receives something from us in order to get their foot inside the door of our minds. We enter into some kind of contract with the deceiver, and therefore it is we who are personally responsible for what happens to us. It is something that we want or that we need, which leaves us open to being influenced. And we are responsible for our needs and wants, but this responsibility wanes when we allow others to make our decisions for us, or when we relinquish our will and have our destinies shaped by others who presume to know what is best for us. The entity who seeks to change another has no power whatsoever unless it is made into an authority by our complicity and self-neglect. The power of any malign authority comes from its ability to covertly remove something that is needed and then convince the impoverished that they can regain what is missing through a certain set of preordained actions or allegiances, which in fact do not lead to actual fulfillment and restitution, but to further impoverishment and disempowerment. When a salesman comes to our door or approaches us in the street with something to sell, we can stop and browse their offerings, or we can simply say, "No thanks, I don't need this today." In doing so, we are exercising our authority and preserving our resources. If the product is, however, enticing and something we truly need, we enter into a transaction and an amicable exchange is made. There is certainly nothing pernicious in this. If the thing we purchase later turns out to be useless or hazardous, it is we who are solely responsible. We are not responsible for what the salesman does with our money after we are gone, and he is not responsible for what we do with his product when we go home. However, what if that street salesman has first entered into our house in secret to steal something that we own, and then appears later as if by magic with a cheap replica of the very thing he removed in order to sell it back to us? This would not only be criminal and immoral, but would, if continued through time, slowly impoverish us, since we would constantly be paying for mere copies of things which were ours to begin with. Traditionally, in order to prevent such material loss, we get ourselves an insurance policy, so that if something we do own goes missing, we are financially recompensed. But what kind of insurance do we take out to preserve our sanity and our freedom of choice? Now, it is my belief that the doors and windows of our mental houses have been left wide open for long enough. And by being so open, we have allowed all manner of derelict ideas, notions, and influences to enter. These vagrants may come in the night, so to speak, but they soon take up permanent residence to rule the roost. Having spent some time teaching communication and symbolism to the young, I have had the privilege to witness dramatic change taking place within the minds of children who, after becoming symbol literate, would go on to daily astound their own parents with their newfound erudition and passion for life. Indeed, it is quite amazing to see what happens to the psyche of a once jaded adolescent, that so-called problem child, when he or she hears, or has it confirmed, that there is nothing whatsoever wrong with them, but that there is, on the contrary, everything wrong with a status quo which pollutes their imagination, inhibits their natural expression, and, via its repressive prohibitions or artificially exaggerated permissiveness, serves to bring forth from within them the worst kind of death wish, the most loathsome and barbaric of thoughts and actions. That a psychic dictatorship may be generated from behind public corporations is a rather fugitive concept for the minds of those who have not as yet opened their eyes upon the visible, and who cannot accept the truth of psychic hypnosis because they happen themselves to be the ones under it. But the observer who has trained themselves in the art of seeing and in pattern recognition understands that, as in times past, this psychic sorcery involves the conscious subversion and public purveyance of words, images, numbers, colors, rhythms, and symbols, which are then directed via the ubiquitous media oracles towards the limbic areas of the human brain. The constant exposure to and ingestion of such processed content serves to undermine our healthy drives. It subverts the natural moral sensibility and ultimately arrests our spiritual maturation. I, for one, am totally convinced that the spiritual vacuity and moral degradation of our present age can be traced to this particular form of psychic tyranny.
If you've been watching this series carefully, you will have heard me say many times that by being in the 21st century, we're in a period for solution think, to find grassroots solutions to the myriad ways in which our behavior and our thought processes are being controlled and subverted and even manipulated. We understand from studying anthropology that there are two basic ways in which we can affect the behavior of any animal or any species. We know that there's the direct approach. We do that when we train our own animals, the one-on-one and carrot and stick approach. And human beings, after sitting under the fluorescent lights in a school for over 18 years, we can describe that as the one-on-one behavioral conditioning approach. And it works. It changes the way we think. As soon as we come out of the womb, we're subjected to a form of indoctrination, which we laughingly call graduation. And in this show and this series, we're hoping to chip away a little bit at some of these ways in which our behavior is affected, and to help you, provide you with the tools and the empowerment also to realize what it means again to be human as opposed to an automaton, a robot. This system of control, as we know, operates in two ways. The direct means one-on-one, but there's also other ways that can be employed. You can work outside the conscious awareness of the species that you're trying to control. You can work outside their peripheral vision. We understand that a species, an animal, can have its behavior affected almost permanently by the change of its habitat in very gradual and subtle ways over time. But nevertheless, its behavior will be permanently changed and affected. And so it goes on in the human domain. We may recognize the direct form of control and be able to point to it and say, yes, this law or this trade agreement or this political decision is affecting our lives very directly. But you see, the human race may not be that aware of these other more elusive methods of control. And the subject of this program goes into yet one more of these pernicious methods of control, the subversive use of sacred symbolism in the media. It's not a new story. It's been going on for a long time, and we need to become savvy as to how it works and how our behavior and our thoughts may be being controlled. Now, many writers in America, in this country, have lamented this and have researched deeply how behavior and how the media specifically affects behavior and thought patterns and interests and fashions and all sorts of things. And we'll have to salute the efforts of these fine writers, and we'll be sharing a lot of their work during this program. But the object of this program is again to go deeper, go into more depth, spend a little bit more time, because there's somebody out there, there's forces out there who've been studying you for many an age. And it's absolutely imperative that we now begin to study them. Know thine enemy, the Bible says. Yes, know thine enemy, but also know the tools that they're using to get what they want. We understand, if you look up in the dictionary, there's a term called iatrogenic. Those who've been the victims of malpractice, say in a hospital, or from a dentist, or from any professional in the medical business, understand that term, iatrogenic. It means sickness or disease that is brought on by the malicious action of a physician or of a monopoly. Well, we understand that in the context of the medical world. Why do we not understand it in the context of the media world or even the political domain? There is an action that is legally reprehensible and illegal, in fact, the causing of sickness or disease from an institution or a political edifice on the human race. We need to be very aware that this sickness, this particular form of disease, affects the children of the world very strongly. And we realize that there's a lot of delinquency and crime and addiction happening among the children. So if we can get to only one set of solutions in this forthcoming decade, we should focus on the young, because the young are our future. And they know that they are being preyed upon, but they can't exactly put their finger on what it is. And I've had a great deal of success in teaching and learning from children using the information that this program specifically will share with you. And children are all too eager to tell us what is wrong with society and what is wrong with the world. They have a lot to say, a great deal of wisdom, because by being young, they're actually closer to the universal wisdom, closer to the source than, say, an adult is. But there's also those forces out there who are desperate to prevent them from speaking their minds, from saying or relating the wisdom that might take culture up to its next level. And they'd rather infect the mind of the world's children, especially in the West, with all kinds of filth and degeneracy and poison to prevent them from actually relating to us their wisdom. And one of the henchmen or engineers of this kind of control was Aldous Huxley. In his own words, in his book, The Devil's Illusion, he says, "Never before have so few been in a position to make fools, maniacs, or criminals of so many." So through this series, you will have seen that we eloquently inform you that there is various conspiracies operating in the world and have been for some time. We've also put before you the evidence from the horse's mouth that this action is taking place in the world. And again, as in this program, we hope to share with you some very grassroots solutions to empower you to realize that you're not helpless and that we are in an age in which we can turn these situations around. The student of the media, J.A.C. Brown, in his book Techniques of Persuasion, he has something very interesting to say. He says that some authorities take the view that we are all virtually at the mercy of the mass media and baleful methods of group stimulation, whilst others have suggested that brainwashing and similar techniques available to the modern mind manipulator are not only well nigh irresistible, but lead to real and permanent changes in political or religious outlook. If such beliefs are well-founded, the outlook for civilization as we know it is not pleasant to contemplate. So again, many researchers, many scholars aware of how the media specifically operates. But the media has a history. These kinds of machinations that they're using are not new. They just didn't invent it on Madison Avenue. There's an occult underlying history that is very important for us in the modern world to understand. It's not just something coming down from profit-making corporations. Do we own our own thoughts? We had better own them, because if we don't, then somebody else will. Somebody else will own our own thoughts. They're the most precious thing to us. If our thoughts, if our interior world is not sovereign, how can we ever hope to have sovereignty or any kind of stability or security in an external dimension, in a social context? Okay. Meaning corporate advertisers and television producers and artistic directors purveying their business, that there's something very sinister going on. Gerrymander, Jean Baudrillard, the great French philosopher, has spoken about the objectification of human beings, that we are now in such a literally a plastic world, a world of super malls and artificiality, that eventually that's going to impact our nature, our organic, natural relationship with the world might become very artificial because we are surrounded by objects. Might not man also become an object? Brian Wilson Keyes has specifically analyzed the whole subliminal aspect of this, relating to the intelligence of the unconscious mind. Van Packard was one of the very first in the American context back in the 50s, in his book The Hidden Persuaders and the Waste Makers, to first put his finger on the fact that there was tremendous movement, subversive movement in the realm of advertising. And more recently we have Gene Kilborn and Douglas Rushkoff. But of course, when somebody brings up any controversial or fringe subject matter like this, we tend to immediately think, what's the motive? Who is this guy? What's the point? Is he left? Is he right? Is he up? Is he down? Is he insane? What's the point of this critique? What side does he stand on? If he's pointing fingers, from what platform is he pointing the fingers, and who is he pointing it at? This is a normal way that the ego censors truth. It's very important in my work to realize the resistance factor, especially in the work that I do. The resistance factor that will arise naturally and organically. It's part of the skeptical apparatus. However, it can be a little bit inhibiting. It can actually be preventing you from actually realizing truth, but I'm very aware of that. So in the early stages, before we even begin this most controversial of subjects, let me make it very clear that I am not in any way partisan. My interest is purely in the good of humanity. Again, to slowly chip away at the weight and the miasma that surrounds the thinking pattern and the rational process. Man is the rational animal. He is the one who can understand that his thinking may be manipulated. He is the one who can think about thought. And he's the one who can also change the status quo. He can move mountains in a very productive way. It's said that a small light a small match can light up a room full of darkness, but the same amount of darkness cannot extinguish a room full of light. Human beings have a remarkable capacity to heal wounds and change things for the better. And that is my agenda. So in the outset, my motivation is put clearly by Naomi Klein in her book No Logo. She says that NBC aired an investigation of Mattel and Disney just days before Christmas 1996. With the help of hidden cameras, the reporter showed that children in Indonesia and China were working in virtual slavery so that children in America can put frilly dresses on America's favorite doll. She goes on to say that in February 1999, a new report revealed that workers sewing Disney clothes in several Chinese factories were earning as little as 13 cents an hour and were forced to put in hours of overtime. ABC's 2020 program brought back footage of young women locked inside sweatshop factories sewing The Gap, Tommy Hilfiger, and Ralph Lauren. From the National Labor Committee's Toys of Misery report, they say that when you go into a Walmart or a Toys R Us store to purchase Harry Potter or Disney Monsters Incorporated, or Mattel's Barbie, Sesame Street, or Hasbro's Star Wars or Pokemon, do you ever think of the young women in China forced to work 16 hours a day from 8 a.m. to 12 midnight, 7 days a week, 30 days a month for months on end, for wages of 17 cents an hour? Workers forced to work overtime but cheated of their pay? Do you ever imagine women working all day long in 104-degree temperatures, handling toxic glues, paints, and solvents? Women fainting, nauseous, sick to their stomachs? Women housed 16 to a dorm room and trying to get by on 4 hours of sleep a night? Workers whose bodies ache, who are exhausted from racing through the same operations 3,000 times a day, day in and day out? Women who are fired when they get sick? Workers who have no rights, and who, if they try to defend their most basic internationally recognized human and worker rights, will be immediately fired and blacklisted? Workers who are worn out and used up by the time they reach 30 or 35 years of age and are removed to be replaced with another crop of young teenagers? No, of course we don't think of those things. But as I've showed in other programs in this series, we might start to think about it because what the governments of the West do in the foreign context, they're very soon turn around, as history will show you, and start doing in the domestic front. Some of these statements are actually not too far away from us, and many in this country, in America and in England, already suffer in a similar, maybe not as an extreme way, but in a similar way. Naomi Klein says that all 50,000 workers at the Yuyan factory in China would have to work for 19 years to earn what Nike spends on advertising in 1 year. Walmart's annual sales are worth 120 times more than Hayati's entire annual budget. Disney CEO Michael Eisner earns $9,800 an hour, while a Haitian worker earns 28 cents an hour. It would take a Haitian worker 16.8 years to earn Eisner's hourly income. It was at Disney's annual meeting, and about 10,000 shareholders crowded into the arena to rake Michael Eisner over the coals. They were upset that he had paid more than $100 million in a severance package to Hollywood super agent Michael Ovitz, who lasted only 14 scandal-racked months as second in command. Eisner was further attacked for his own $400 million multi-year pay package. That's $400 million multi-year pay package, as well as for stacking the board with friends and paid Disney consultants, for paying starvation wages to workers in overseas factories. As Michael Ovitz said to Mike Rosenfield in an interview, "You don't understand. It's not about money. It's about power and influence." That's right, it is. They're telling you, so let's do it right back to them. The shareholders went in and got something done. You are the shareholder in the future. You are the shareholder of the planet Earth. And you can turn this understanding around. Yes, it is about power and influence. So exercise it. Exercise it with your money. Absolutely refuse to pay these corporations that are flagrantly going to turn around tomorrow. If this is what their philosophy is with foreigners, do you think it's only a matter of time when they inch forward and get more control, more government support, that they're not going to do the same thing to you? So those are my reasons in a nutshell. So who are the real consumers? Well, Anita Roderick, who is the creator of The Body Shop, she says that the language of business is not a language of the soul or the language of humanity. It's a language of indifference. It's a language of separation, secrecy, and hierarchy. Joel Bakan, in his very fine book, The Corporation, says that Chris Hooper, ad director, voiceover artist for McDonald's, Coca-Cola, and many other corporations, says that his job is to create images that are trying to sell products to people that they don't really need, and that encourage very sophomoric behavior, irresponsible, hedonistic, egotistical, narcissistic behavior. Some have even described the Western culture as patently narcissistic. Anyone with an ounce of psychological knowledge or who's bothered to look into the work of the great psychologists of the world. At the turn of this century, they were already talking about this decline morally into gratuitousness and all sorts of narcissistic drives that are replacing the spiritual aspirations of all mankind. Now, Neil McKendrick and John Buer, in their Birth of a Consumer Society, says that the ferocious pursuit of getting and spending has a long history. The feverish pursuit of fashion is just as ancient. But in the past, the acquisitive part of society was a tiny one. Its indomitable pursuit of possessions satisfied more than personal greed and personal whim and extravagances. It served in important social and political functions too, such as the ability to mark the divinity of a king or underline the exclusive status of the nobility or the professional status of lawyers, doctors, and an educated elite. Richard Robbins in Global Problems and the Culture of Capitalism says that by the 1930s, the consumer was well entrenched in the United States, complete with a spiritual framework and an intellectual rationalization that glorified the continued consumption of commodities as personally fulfilling and economically desirable, and a moral imperative that would end poverty and justice. Since that time, the institutions of our society, particularly those of corporate America, have become increasingly more adept at hiding the negative consequences of our patterns of behavior. Consequences such as labor exploitation, environmental damage, poverty, and growing inequalities in the distribution of wealth. We know that from other shows in this series, like Weapons of Mass Deception Behind the New World Order, that the very Constitution itself was put before us in all sorts of flowery language and all the august terminology and the entire embellishment of these documents, and there's not a single human being, apart from the super rich, benefiting from it, 15 minutes later. The taxes are still being brought in, wars are still going on, most of the country's in poverty, child delinquency is rampant, addiction. What good are documents if they have no clout? Well, here they're saying the same thing again. Put before us was all of these ideals of the new commercial state, the new commercial way of things, the benefits of abundance. But who is actually benefiting? John Hoskins, in his book In the Beginning, says that America's corporate plant is the feudal system from the top down. It is ruled by policy, ever-changing policy, a lawless, cruel world as America is now discovering, a world in which political reliability is more important than talent and genius. Everything is whim, everything is negotiable. Workers scheme to get another's job. Anyone can be fired at age 55 for no reason. Maximum output is demanded at the lowest cost. People who work for corporate America develop the defense mechanism of never having an opinion on anything that might be controversial and therefore dangerous. The only thing they will express an opinion over is the weather, the sports, or an agreement with a TV announcer. The corporation demands a slave mentality, a feudal system. Life in the corporate wolf den reduces men to wage slaves, the lowest caste. The feudal system, now called corporation, does that to its victims. Richard L. Grossman and Ward Moorhouse, the directors of the program on corporations, law and democracy, write that by corporate decree, poverty is up, wages are down, and millions are literally working their way into poverty. Corporate leaders and their shills order Congress, state legislators, and local officials to fire teachers and public health workers. They close schools, libraries, hospitals, and parks, gut health and environmental laws, withhold legal aid and other services to the young people, the poor, the sick, and the elderly. And our politicians hop too. A New York Times headline sums it up. As city and state budgets are cut, millions in tax breaks go to the companies. Richard L. Grossman and Ward Moorhouse go on to say, people work hard to enact election and lobbying reforms which leave corporate claims to free speech unchallenged. permit corporate lobbyists to roam the halls of government and fill our elected officials' pockets with money. Citizen groups hire lawyers to sue regulatory agencies over and over again, but justice is continually mocked by court-sanctioned corporate claims to property rights. Appointed judges keep violating the expressed intentions of laws passed down by a century of citizen organizing. The people invest years of time and effort to get corporate leaders to sign codes of conduct which are purely voluntary, and to gain standing in national and international councils, only to find that corporations have written all the rules. It's an infernal trinity. The corporations creating not human beings, but consumers, with the result is slavery. And it works very easy once you start the process. And if the process dates back to earlier times and has been inching forward slowly, and we find ourselves not able to escape, especially without understanding how the game works. Joel Bakan in The Corporation says that democracy is necessarily hierarchical. It requires that the people, through the government they elect, have sovereignty over corporations, not equality with them. If corporations and governments are indeed partners, we should be worried about the state of our democracy, for it means that government has effectively abdicated its sovereignty over the corporation. Now, it should be politics and economy 101 to realize that the word elect there is part of the problem. Oh yes, we can elect in this so-called democracy, but the problem is you cannot select. You can only vote for the heckle or jekyll that they put in front of you, whose name you've probably never heard of before, and whose history is purely edited. You're not going to find out. The masses of the world who make the changes and vote, they can elect, but they cannot select. The selection aspect is sequestered from us. Over that, we have almost no power whatsoever. Bakan goes on to say that a century and a half after its birth, the modern business corporation, an artificial person made in the image of a human psychopath, now is seeking to remake real people in its image. In the show on divination and the goddess tradition, and in 2012, we talked about how the inner turmoil of an individual, the persistent avoidance of dealing with the inner climate, our inner psychic darkness and shadow, and the buildup of psychic toxicity and emotional frustration and so on, and the very act of repression, causes individual leaders. I put the emphasis in those programs on individual leaders who become the projection of all of this. These world tyrants and people's champions, that we in fact are responsible. And then of course on a domestic front, those who can no longer take this barrage of toxicity from within themselves tend to break the law and go out and become the murderers and the crooks and the villains, and we're finding even that on a white collar level now. But in this program I want to enlarge that a little bit to include this new kind of criminality that we're becoming aware of, which is the corporate structure. It works the same. It doesn't matter whether the projection of your own limitations and your own inner conflicts are projected on the individual domestically, a politician politically, or a corporation economically. These things are in business because we put them there, because we're not dealing with our inner council, our inner republic. Now, Joel Bakan says that the corporation remains, as it was at the time of its origins, as a mad business institution in the middle of the 19th century, and legally designated person, quote unquote, designed to valorize self-interest and invalidate moral concern. Most people would find its personality, quote unquote, abnormal, even psychopathic. In a human being, yet curiously we accept it in society's most powerful institutions. That's right. Legally speaking, he's absolutely right. The corporation is a person. In fact, you can even incorporate your own name. And the word corp, as a matter of interest, comes from the word dead. Corporation means that which is a dead thing. A dead thing that has no life, no morals, no standards, and belongs to nobody. It's on a law of itself, the law of the dead, seeking to drag the world down into the graveyard of history. He goes on to say that the human psychopaths are notorious for their ability to use charm as a mask to hide their dangerously self-obsessed personalities. For corporations, social responsibility may play the same role, though they can present themselves as compassionate and concerned about others when, in fact, they lack the ability to care about anyone or anything but themselves. Corporations have only one duty, he says, to promote their own and their owners' interests. They have no capacity, and their executives no authority, to act out of a genuine sense of responsibility to society, to avoid causing harm to people and the environment, or to work in advance of the public good in ways that are unrelated to their own self-interest. We are asked to believe that corporate persons, institutional psychopaths who lack any sense of moral conviction and who have the power and motivation to cause harm and devastation in the world, should be left to govern themselves? That's what we're asking. The very liberty that we would easily take from some raving lunatic, some villain who's been robbing and murdering and raping, we're perfectly happy to allow the corporations who do that on a vast scale to go about unmolested. Bakan says the corporation is deliberately designed to be a psychopath, purely self-interested, incapable of concern for others, amoral and without conscience. In a word, inhuman. And its goal, as Noam Chomsky states, is to ensure that the human being who it is interacting with, you and me, also become inhuman. You have to drive out of people's heads natural sentiments like care about others or sympathy or solidarity. The idea is to have individuals who are totally disassociated from one another and who don't care about anyone else, whose conception of themselves and their sense of values is, quote-unquote, just how many created once I can satisfy. That's it. That's the definition of narcissism. We're not talking about that you should not have in this world what it is that you require or what you're entitled to and what you work for. Absolutely you should, and the world can easily provide that in a very normal way. But how dare we ask for that when it means that another human being or a whole continent should starve and be in a state of impoverishment and human degradation? Most of the $500 million spent during the 1996 presidential election came from American corporations on Wall Street. As these giants become global, their campaign money increasingly comes from everywhere around the globe. Of course we do. We know about that swing door mentality now, that the members who've worked for many years for the vast corporations then make a step to go into the corridors of power, to get senior jobs in the political arena. We've never even heard of these people before. And then 4 years later or whatever, they tear it all up and go through the swing door back to the very corporations. But in the meantime, in the time that they've been in the political arena, they have boulderized the system, flagrantly shunted the law, and violated the rights of the masses, and through their government office, made it easier for this corporation, the corporations of the world, to gain their power. Bernard McGrave says that the number one enemy against ecological responsibility and environmental awareness is advertising. So again, if anyone should doubt the power of the ad and the power of advertising, realize it is one of the most important enemies against the step forward for humanity. We tend to think of it as so innocuous. Now, Jean Kilbourne, one of the modern activists, in her book Can't Buy Me Love, she says, in England, the legendary White Cliffs of Dover now serve as the backdrop for a laser-projected Adidas ad. American consumers have recently joined Europeans in being offered free phone calls if they will also listen to commercials. Conversations are interrupted by brief ads tailored to match the age and social profiles of the conversants. And beer companies have experimented with messages posted over urinals, such as, time for more Coors, or put the used bud here. Now, in other shows in this series, we've talked about that one of the main solutions is the use of the whole brain. In order to try and solve a problem with the same level of intelligence that created the problem is probably not going to work. And down on the lower rungs of the pyramid, trying to change this trade agreement and work to expose this particular individual and fight off all of these other types of acts of coercion and violations legally and criminally, that can still go on, but we need an overarching type of understanding of the various ways in which the mind works. We also have to understand, as this show will continue to demonstrate, that there are other forms of attack. There are more subtle weaponry being used on the periphery of our vision. And in order to understand what they are, we need what I refer to often as symbolic literacy. We're literally in a symbolic illiterate world. Yes, we learn how to read and we learn how to write and we learn how to manipulate numbers. This, of course, gets us ahead in a material context, in an intellectual context. But if you've been tracking what we've been talking about in this series, you'll realize that there's a whole other means of communication. There's the communication between you as a soul to your divine source. And that communication does not use language or words, which are phylogenetically very recent modification in the human context. And on even the most grassroots level, a little bit of pattern recognition, what Jordan Maxwell and others have called pattern recognition, and what I refer to as symbolic literacy, which Joseph Campbell and others have gone blue in the face trying to warn people of the consequences of what would happen if you're not able to understand that symbols, shapes, colors all have a meaning and they affect you. And we're surrounded in an ambiance of this. And a lot of it is pernicious, causing the most severe changes in human personality. We mentioned in other shows how important it was to the Judeo-Christian religious paradigm that symbolism be prevented. Exodus 20, in the very 10 Commandments, we read, "You shall not make of yourself, for yourself, a graven image." Graven images, of course, being pictures of God, images of God. But what was the ancient world covered in? What do we love when we go to Celtic Ireland or to Mexico and look at those pyramids that are all decorated? When we go to Egypt and look at the fascinating hieroglyphics there, and we all know there's an incredible mystery, an incredible meaning there. Looking at a landscape filled with temples, and going to New Zealand and looking at what the Maori, or in Australia the Aboriginals, the drawings, the whole of culture comes about to us not in a wordy or way involving words or books. It comes out of the art. That is the heart of culture. But of course, the Judeo-Christian time had to stunt that. They had to prevent this, because you can't work on the mind of a human being who's tied into his culture, who's listening to the language, the higher language of the universe. You're not going to be able to drag him down and control his actions and make him confused. Now, Leonard Shlain, who's a researcher in this very field, in his book The Alphabet and the Goddess, says that idol, the word idol, comes from Latin idolum, which comes from the Greek ideolon, meaning image. So the sin of idol worship is the sin of making visual images. And we're not just picking on Christianity here. The Islamic faith did it as well. They made a habit of going around the old temples of Egypt and chipping away and cutting off the faces and deforming and desecrating those holy sites. Leonard Shlain says that the second commandment forbids Israelites from conveying any iconic information. No illustrations, no colorful drawings, and no art. So far as we know, there had never before existed a culture that forbade representative art. Why should a prohibition against making images be the second most important rule for righteous living? According to the 10 Commandments, art, therefore, is more dangerous than murder. It's been the theme, the motive of this series to show you exactly what that last sentence really means. Why art or representation, or why using the whole brain, more specifically, why opening our right brain? Why that's so dangerous to the powers that be? It seems a strange thing to say, but yet it was. There it is. It had to do with the splitting of the mind into parts, into a higher and a lower self, into a rational and an irrational hemispheres. Because of course, if you can divide the self, if you can divide the person, if you can divide their thinking, so much easier will it be to control them in an external way and move your agenda forward. Matthew 6 talks about the alternative kind of life. It is therefore, if therefore thine eye be single, thy whole body shall be full of light. There it is, the religious tenet, the heart of all yoga, magic, mysticism, ritual, and theology. If thine eye, well, the eye, of course, goes straight to the brain. What he's really saying is if thy brain, if thy mind, if your ability to observe, as Arthur Conan Doyle in his Sherlock Holmes books said so many times, you know how to see, but you do not know how to observe. The Bible says, having ears, you hear not, having eyes, you see not. The art of observation. It's not the mechanics. Looking, anyone can do. But the art of observation is a whole different thing. So if thine eye be single, then you shall be full of light. Then you will have the clarity and the awareness. But that was not the agenda of the controlling power elites. Leonard Shlain says that when he's talking about the mental and behavioral schism, he says, I was struck by the thought that the demise of the goddess, the plunge in women's status, and the advent advent of harsh patriarchy and misogyny occurred around the time when people were learning to read and write. Perhaps there was something in the way people acquired this new skill that changed the brain's actual structure. If you go and pick up this book and read this man's incredible work, you'll find that has discovered this one important aspect, that the literal act of using words and language as opposed to these other means of communication not only caused enormous disturbance to the human mind, but created schisms in the gender. My God, is our world not already brought to the brink of destruction from that alone? The crimes in the gender wars that we've had? Well, they have a date of birth. They just don't happen to come about by accident. They have a particular date of birth. They got created. A particular infiltration of the human psyche brought this dysfunction into being. And we're not going to resolve it until we look back and find out, like a forensic scientist does, what was the original crime. Because again, crime has been committed, but there's also going to be cover-ups to that crime, and we're going to be chasing down all sorts of highways and byways, all well-meaning philosophies to try and patch it up and fix it. Leonard Slane says, literacy has promoted the subjugation of women by men throughout all but the very recent history of the West. Literacy. And we find that he's absolutely right in a historical context. The Dark Age, famous to historians understand there was a Dark Age that came after the Renaissance. But what was going on at the time? The printing press was created by Johannes Gutenberg in 1454, and William Caxton brought his press to England in 1476. Now, some scientists, like Leonard Slane and others, are discovering that the brain operates in much more multidimensional ways. And in fact, it's basically a hologram. It's a holarchy. It doesn't recognize hierarchy. The brain has deeper strata than just the frontal lobes, different ways of communicating. It turns out that there are 240,000 miles of neural threads in the human brain, enough to stretch from Earth to the moon. On every micrometer of these threads, there exists 250,000 units of information. But this data is recorded only as pictograms, as composite images, and not as words. Working in the world of tarot and astrology, the divination arts, this becomes apparent. And especially the tarot cards, this ancient canon or archive of knowledge that's been handed down to us as a great bequeathment, a philosophical treatise, the Book of Life. The tarot works with composite images. That's how it causes transformation. And we find that by using the tarot cards, great changes can occur in our whole thinking process and our relationship to ourselves and to the world, the power of the image. Now, Judeo-Christians are very much into the Word. In fact, they have as the center of their whole religion the Bible. And they'll tell you that, or they will admit that the Bible is based on the Hebrew Torah. The Hebrew Torah, the 5 books of the Torah. But what they will die before they will admit is that the Torah is actually based on the ancient Tarot, T-A-R-O. The Tarot predates this doctrines, the dogmas of the modern religions. In fact, the word Torah and the word Tarot are the same word. They both mean law or way. And in the program in this series, Divination in the Goddess Tradition, we take you back in time and show you where that word comes from and how old the Tarot is, and all of the brilliant things that can be achieved by a proper, cohesive, esoteric study and usage of the tarot deck. But just for now, realize that the 22 cards of the major arcana link directly to the 22 letters of the Hebrew alphabet. This has been thoroughly researched down through the generations. And the Bible is replete with iconic images itself, with symbols coming out of the occult world. We have just one example is St. Peter being crucified invertedly. The famous story of the disciple asking to be crucified upside down, but that's a very famous motif. You have a tarot card, number 12 is called the Hanged Man. We have Odin in the Scandinavian mythologies hanging upside down on what they call the winding tree, the windy tree, in order to learn what? The mystery of the runes. So here's a pagan god hanging upside down. We find the same motif in the Bible. A simple observation does tell us that we're surrounded by a constant barrage. They say there's no new frontiers to cross, no new frontiers to discover. But of course we do have the data space. And now children especially are spending more and more time on the computer, in virtual reality, and video games, and Dungeons and Dragons. But even if we didn't have that, we've got billboards on the sides of buses, We've got images being projected on the white cliffs of Dover. There's rumors that there's going to be advertisements beamed onto the moon and to the night sky. There's not a place that you can look, not on the bags that you're given in stores, to the t-shirts that you're wearing. It's everywhere. And what we have to understand is a lot of these symbols come out of the ancient world, as we're going to show a little bit later. They have powerful meaning. Many of them are actually taken from religion itself. Corporate logos, like this one, using the Sacred Heart of Jesus, because they know its power. They know its effect over the human mind. And we need to be symbol literate in order to be able to decode it and guard against it. Jeremy Campbell in Grammatical Man says, one important property of language is that while its symbols may be used to bring about physical results in the real world of substance, they need not be used for that purpose. Symbols can be decoupled from physical reality to a greater or lesser extent. Words are not deeds, though they often lead to deeds. Symbols can be manipulated to form new statements and expressions, which are only tentative, playful, figurative. Symbols are at liberty to be a little irresponsible and experimental. To enlarge upon what he's saying, we're going to see in a while that because symbols have this unique ambivalent quality, they're not as linear, they're more what we call connotative. Because they have this power, the individuals who use them subversively can say, hey, we didn't do anything. What are you talking about? We just created this Sacred Heart on this corporate logo. You know, we just created this apple with a bite out of it. You know, we're not doing anything. We just kind of think it's cool. And certainly the merchants will tell you that, because the merchants are not the guilty party here. The merchant who wants to make money at his motel, sure, he just wants a nice logo, you know, picks one and he wants it cut out of Perspex, and he's hoping that lots of people will come and stay in his motel. We're not implicating the merchants. We're implicating the individuals who know full well where these symbols come from and what they mean. We're going to look at this a bit later, but remember this statement about the power of symbols over words that Campbell is talking about. But it's an old problem. Alexis de Tocqueville, the great French historian and sociologist, when he visited America in 1835, he wrote, I fear that the productions of the democratic poets may often be surcharged with immense and incoherent imagery, with exaggerated descriptions and strange creations, and that the fantastic beings of their brain may sometimes make us regret the world of reality. Well, don't we regret the world of reality? Don't we spend hours and hours and hours now in front of televisions or gawking into newspapers and magazines? Reality is boring, it's not enough. We want hit TV programs and lots of action and mega budgeted, you know, action thrillers and dramas, because we have lost touch with the miracle and the mystery of life. De Tocqueville is noticing it hundreds of years ago, that it's on its way, it's coming down. It even goes before that. 300-400 years BC, Plato was talking about it. He says on the theme of writing, it will create forgetfulness in the learner's soul, because they will not use their memories. They will trust to the external written words and not remember for themselves. They will appear to be omniscient and will generally know nothing. They will be tiresome company, having the show of wisdom without the reality. Our dependency on words is, the next step is the dependency on written laws and regulations, of which America has 3 times more than anywhere else on the planet. Regulations and clauses within regulations and clauses. Some result, red tape, so much that it enslaves you, even in the most primitive thing that you want to try and get done in this world today. Erich Fromm, in his book The Anatomy of Human Destructiveness, says, since suggestibility is based on the powerlessness of the individual and on his awe of leaders, the social and political changes would lead to the development of independent, critical thinking. Now, we are touching upon solutions of how to prevent this from continuing, but let's not imagine that it's going to just stop of its own accord. There's an enormous effort to keep this Leviathan rolling. Companies spend over $200 billion a year on advertising. That's $13 billion for children. $250,000 to produce the average television ad, and an additional $250,000 to air one. Advertising executive who's quoted in Business Week in 1997 says, no one's really worrying about what that's advertising to children, is teaching impressionable youth, hey, I'm in the business of convincing people to buy things they don't need. A Disney marketing executive at a seminar is telling the up-and-coming parties, He says, kids love advertising. It's a gift. It's something they want. There is something to be said about being in there first, about branding children and owning them in that way. In boys' advertising, he said, antisocial behavior in pursuit of a product, that's a good thing. And of course, this fellow's children and his neighbor's kids, they must be perfect examples of that antisocial behavior, right? No, it's okay when it's your kids putting the bricks through the windows and drugs into their veins and putting the dollars into their pockets. Then it's perfectly all right. That's what he meant. And of course, it's my deep hope and desire that we can instruct the children of the world before they get that far, before they get to high school. If you show this video and the books and the videos that I'm mentioning in the course of this program to your children and to your neighbors' children, perhaps they can be suited up and armored up and filtered up so that when they go into that world, they can go in there constructively, using the sacred symbols of their culture, of your race, and the spiritual symbols of your religion, as opposed to being immediately attacked by all that the corporate world has to offer. I mean, it's your choice. If you do not educate your children in this regard, you will be the ones picking up the problems when they come back in through the door after being so infected. So it's prevention is the most important aspect here. Douglas Rushkoff, in his book Media Virus, says that we have come to expect hidden messages in our kids' TV. Joel Bakan says that children as tomorrow's consumers represent a huge market today and therefore are fair game for corporations. Says Lucy Hughes, or as another advertising executive put it, they aren't children so much as what we like to call evolving consumers. With the industry working to incite children to punish their parents for saying no and blaming their parents then later for saying yes, has more than a ring of hypocrisy about it. Bakan says that he refers to Steve Klein, who's a communications expert specializing in children's culture. Klein worries that as children's worlds become increasingly defined by profit-driven synergies among mega corporations, a kind of corporate enclosure of childhood is taking place, with children living more and more of their lives inside brand enclosures. Children now, says Klein, can no longer imagine that the world hasn't been totally reconstructed by the corporations, and that there are ways of being outside of that commercialized space. We are producing kids as consumers first, he says, and becoming less good at creating competent citizens, good, moral, and virtuous human beings. Susan Lin agrees with Klein, adding that with the hyper-commercialization of their worlds, we are teaching children all about the me first, and failing to instill in them fundamental skills of democratic citizenship, cooperation, living in society, and working and playing with other people. And again, I must bring up the psychological component here. The psychological dimension. First and foremost, what do you think it's doing to the inner equilibrium? Ben Bajikian in Media Monopoly says the Journal of the American Medical Association has said that children between the ages of 2 and 17 watch an annual average of 15,000 to 18,000 hours of television, compared with 12,000 hours spent a year in school. Children are also major targets for TV advertising, whose impact is greater than usual because there is an apparent lessening of influence by parents and others in the older generation. According to the Committee on Communications of the American Academy of Pediatrics, children under the age of 2 should not watch television at all because at that age brain development depends heavily on real human interactions. Nevertheless, $1 billion a year is spent on ads and commercials directed at children. That's right, you have a toddler, you put them in the toddler chair and you turn them around and there's the TV blaring away and you think that they're too young to grasp what's going on, that those images that are coming across there have no effect on children of that young impressionable age, then I must say there's some sort of disconnect going on in your mind. Now, Jean Kilbourne in her Can't Buy Me Love says that Saatchi & Saatchi has commissioned what the company calls psychocultural youth research, studies from cultural anthropologists and clinical psychologists. In a recent study, psychologists interviewed young people between the ages of 6 and 20 and then analyzed their dreams, drawings, and reactions to symbols. Meanwhile, the anthropologists spent over 500 hours watching children use the internet. And of course, they probably provide you with sweeties and free Coca-Colas while they're doing it. And these, Saatchi & Saatchi aren't the only group doing this. I mean, we have MTV doing it, and very soon anyone with any kind of budget are going to be moving in on the MOOCs. They're going to be moving in on the the kids and sweetening it up. And we all think it's really chic and cool and not really understand what's really going on, that these are the demons that are preying over the minds of the children and subverting them. These are the new Pied Pipers in town. They may play a merry tune on the surface, but we've got to realize they're not in the least bit interested in the moral uplift of people. And there we saw they're using the anthropological research, using clinical research. They've studied you thoroughly. They're studying your biology, your drives, your libido, your sexual needs, your behavior patterns, what class you're on, what your hatreds are, what your limbic drives are. I mean, right here we've got, Jean Kilbourne says in another area, she says, one new market research technique involves monitoring brainwave signals to measure how engaged viewers are with what they're watching. According to the president of the company doing this research, we are the only company in the industry reading people's thoughts and emotions. Someone's going to be a billionaire doing this. I think it will be us. And the movie Looker, whether I think it's Albert Finney or Peter Finch, the movie Looker goes into that they have devices now that even track how your retina moves when you're watching a model or watching some advertisement. And they're going to try and create advertisements around those retina points. She says not only are children influencing a lot of spending in the present, they are developing brand loyalty and the beginnings of addiction to consumption that will serve corporations well in the future. According to Mike Searless, president of Kids R Us, if you own this child at an early age, you can own this child for years to come. Well, no wonder Levi Strauss & Co. finds it worthwhile to send a direct mailing to 7 to 12-year-old girls to learn about them when they're starting to form brand opinions. Pity they're not sending them out the same in chain emails and letters to say about how they're feeling emotionally and what they can do about the problems that keep them up depressed all day long and all night long. Why kids are staring into space vacuously wondering what it's all about, and why it is that after 21 years of age they don't even have a vision that they're going to even be alive at that time. She says the July 1995 issue of Life magazine warns us of the dangers our children face, including drugs, and asks, how can we keep our children safe? ? Yes, but on the back of the cover is a Marlboro ad. Our children are far more likely to die from tobacco-related diseases than from any other cause, but cigarettes are not mentioned in that article. Of course they won't be mentioned, and that's what this program and this series is trying to show you, that be very skeptical of the normal fix-it mechanisms that come through your door, and be very wary about how you have limited energy in this life and you can't afford to back any useless schemes anymore and go nowhere campaigns against this. Be very certain, and you will be certain if you're fully aware of the level of the problem. Then you'll be able to know which group or which activist committee has a particular chance. Because if you're going to go at this thing, the soldier knows, the warrior knows to go for the heart. They say that an archer is measured by his aim and not his arrow. So, you can bring all the arrows you want, but if you don't know where to fire them, what good is it going to be? Now, Kanner and the Wright Institute of Psychology, from the Wright Institute of Psychology in Berkeley, he says, in my practice, I see kids becoming incredibly consumerist. The most stark example is when I ask them what they want to do when they grow up. They all say they want to make money. When they talk about their friends, they talk about the clothes they wear, the designer labels they wear, and not the person's human qualities. Well, that's to be expected. We can't blame the children for that. They're not the ones that are broken. We are. In my work with children and my study of the indigo children and the raising of the meta child, I think it's pernicious that we should ever ask any child, what are you going to do when you grow up? That alone worries me, that we should even be thinking that's completely normal to do that. But even if you go to that length, then look what we're being told. Look what look what we're creating is little adults, little automatons that are just following whatever's sold to them by the media. But that's all right. 17 magazine commercial says, innocence is sexier than you think. So we'll sell that too. We'll rape and molest that as well. And an ad for Virginia Slims cigarettes, sugar and spice and everything nice. Get real, says the ad. Yeah, get real. There's no more innocence in the world. We've made sure of that. Kilborn says that leading brewers have run commercials on MTV during time periods when half or more of the audience was below the legal drinking age. Both Budweiser and Miller, along with makers of distilled spirits, sponsor the extreme sports that especially appeal to young people, such as snowboarding, mountain biking, and inline skating, and sell sports paraphernalia with the brand logo through marketing campaigns like Budweiser, buy the beer, get the gear. In 1998, the Center for Media Education found that 82% of beer websites and 72% of distilled spirits sites use techniques that are particularly attractive to underage audiences, compared with only 10% of wine sites. And we've talked in other programs about how it is that the corporate apparatus, but also the world power dynamic, the world elite, understands that it's going to have to create and disseminate all sorts of addictive substances, be it caffeine or sugar or preservatives in the food, and certainly alcohol and cigarettes, because we are in a state of inner diremption individually, existentially. There's a conflict going on within the psyche, between the body and the spirit, between the emotions and the mind. And of course, they know how to expatiate that and exercise that in an external way, but there's also a need to suppress it as well. I mean, for instance, we wouldn't touch any of these things if we weren't in that state, right? If we were not already in the state of inner conflict, your hand wouldn't move to pick up those suppressants. We find that teenage girls spend $4 billion annually on cosmetics alone. Could that be related to the fact that they don't feel good the way that they're looking already, the way that they're, the body that they've been given, or the looks that they've been given? That's not satisfactory enough. So the cosmetics is a way to cover up the persona. Douglas Rushkoff says in Media Virus, children's television and MTV are in fact the easiest places to launch countercultural missiles. The more harmless or inane the forum, the more unsuspecting the audience. I've highlighted MTV there because another one of the techniques used is the manipulation of words. MTV is not a word, of course it's not even a syllable, it's what we call a phoneme, MTV. It actually says something though. If you repeat the words MTV to yourself very slowly and then build up like MTV, 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 and keep on repeating that slowly like a mantra, you will realize that it actually says empty TV, like an empty glass. So it's TV for the empty. One girl, after watching kids on TV, said that I know that I'd be terribly disappointed if the kids in that commercial turned out to be paid actors. They're just real kids off the street like us. They couldn't be actors, you know. And now we have this thing put before us of real TV, as if it's real. Of course it's not real, it's an electronic phenomenon. This program that you're watching now did not actually happen as you're watching it now. There's nothing real about it. What's real is what's in front of your eyes right now or out the window. You know, what's real to me is what I'm looking at right now. But this event is not real. It's a technological simulacra, an electronically created fallacy or a charade. You may be watching it, but it is not real. It has no actual substance in the way that we understand reality to really be. Now, the great Christian philosopher and writer Erasmus, many centuries ago, said that the main hope of a nation lies in the proper education of its youth. This is the point I've been trying to make. But the point I've also been trying to make is that we have people who think in exactly the opposite terms. For instance, John Kricfalusi, the creator of the Ren and Stimpy show, is happy to tell you, I think we are destroying the minds of America. And that has been one of my lifelong ambitions. Well, maybe it's my Irish, but I can tell you where I think people like that then need to belong. We can take them out to the Atlantic Ocean and drop them off if that's the kind of philosophy that they're happy to tell you. And from their ivory towers where they think they're untouchable, they have that kind of mentality. And the damage that they're doing is for all eyes to see. And we need to be able to do something about it. But you can't do something about it until you feel empowered, until you feel that you are able and motivated to think outside of your own narcissistic cocoon. Gene Kilborn says that the 1980, the Gwich'in tribe of Alaska got television, and therefore massive advertising for the first time. Satellite dishes, video games, and VCRs were not far behind. Before this, the Gwich'in tribe lived much the way that their ancestors had for a thousand generations. Within 10 years, though, the young members of the tribe were so drawn by television, they no longer had time to learn the ancient hunting methods, their parents' language, or their oral history. Legends told around campfires could not compete with Beverly Hills 90210, and beaded moccasins had given way to Nike sneakers, sled dogs to gas-powered ski mobiles, and tundra tea to Folgers instant coffee. A recent study, she says, found sharp rise in eating disorders among young women in Fiji soon after the introduction of television to the culture. Before television was available, there was little talk of dieting in Fiji. In 1995, television came to the island. Within 3 years, the number of teenagers at risk from eating disorders more than doubled. 74% of the teens in the study said they felt too big or too fat, and 62% said they had dieted in the past month. Now, the Center for Media and Public Affairs says that on average, studies show that profane language is used once every 6 minutes on network television shows, and every 2 minutes on premium cable, and every 3 minutes in major motion pictures. Daniel Goleman, in his monumental work, Emotional Intelligence, says that in 1990, compared to the previous 2 decades, the United States saw the highest juvenile arrest rate for violent crimes ever. Teen arrests for forcible rape had doubled, teen murder rates quadrupled, mostly due to an increase in shootings. During those same 2 decades, the suicide rate for teenagers tripled, as did the number of children under 14 who are murder victims. Yuri Bronfenbrenner, a Cornell University developmental psychologist, also talks about the consequences of all this. He says, what is at stake is nothing less than the next generation, particularly males, who in growing up are especially vulnerable to the disruptive forces as the devastating effects of divorce, poverty, and unemployment. The status of American children and families is as desperate as ever. We are depriving millions of children of their competence and moral character. Remember, I was talking a little bit ago about pattern recognition and symbolic literacy? Let's just study the last statement that the professor is saying here. The status of American families, children and families, is as desperate as ever. We are depriving millions of children of their competence and moral character. We are depriving. Not we are observing that it's happening. We are doing it. Is it a Freudian slip of the tongue? Is it a genuine observation? Or is it just the blatant truth? We, the human race, the adults of the world, and the corporations that we work for every day, we are doing it. It's not just happening. As of 2000, USA Today reports on its front page that 6.6 million adults, that's 3% of the adult population, are in prison or correction, quote unquote. That's right, they need to be corrected, but society, there's no problem with society. No other society has ever done so deadly a thing to its people and on such a scale. Gene Kilborn says that addiction is the #1 health problem in America today. Many people feel that addiction is also at the root of other problems, such as crime, poverty, divorce, child abuse, and other forms of violence. Others argue that it is these problems that lead to addiction. Daniel Goleman says that heroin and cocaine use among white youth climbed about 300% over the 2 decades before the 1990s. For African American youth, it jumped to a staggering 13 times the rate of 20 years before. The frequency of eating disorders in teenage girls has skyrocketed. While any of these problems in isolation raises no eyebrows, taken as a group, they are barometers of a sea change. A new kind of toxicity seeping into and poisoning the very experience of childhood, signifying sweeping deficits in emotional competences. So we might want to ask the question, who is it that would do that? Who is it that would be so interested in robbing children of their childhood? What kind of mind or what kind of sickness in the mind would cause such an event to occur? Whether you believe in secret societies and conspiracy theories is besides the point. What kind of sickness or diseased consciousness would even continue to do such a thing or find it normal to do such a thing? A Burger King ad says, "Stop crying and start eating." This is the level of emotional rapport that Burger King is operating on. Stop crying and start eating. A pork advertisement says, "We lead you into temptation, but deliver you from evil." Please note the religious connotation there. We've spoken many times about how the religious symbolism plays into this, and how after you've been raped of your inner spirit, the system, religious system, corporate system, governmental system, must give you back in surrogate, subliminally, in a second-hand way, what you're missing. Because to rob you completely of your, your components, your psychic and biological components, well, that's pathology. Then you're just a raving lunatic, and of course that doesn't work. The wheel won't get pushed, the money won't come in. The system needs a slave, but it needs a very dumbed-down slave. So they have to give you back what it is you're inwardly craving for. And if you can read, they're happy to tell you that's exactly what they're doing. A Haagen-Dazs advertisement says, maybe I'm a bit of a perfectionist, yet every time I have a Haagen-Dazs, I lose control. These advertisements are playing on the thanatos instinct within human beings. Jean Kilbourne says that in a society in which one of two marriages ends in a divorce, we are offered constancy through our products. About 80 million Americans are clinically obese, and nearly 3 out of 4 are overweight. Indeed, in a culture seemingly obsessed with thinness and fitness, Americans are fatter than ever and fatter than people in most other cultures. 8 million Americans suffer from an eating disorder, and as many as 10% of all college-age women are bulimic. Eating disorders are the third most common chronic illness among females. And in my work, I often mention that we are not here to blame the individual who is bulimic. That individual is doing absolutely the right thing. That individual is looking for comfort. You do not become addicted unless you are missing something inside and then looking for a substitute. The drive to smoke or the drive to eat sugar is looking for sweetness in life. They're looking for, companionship, or they're looking for another very important social context. You're looking for love, you're looking for well-being, you're looking for self-esteem. That's perfectly fine, so should you. But somebody has slipped in, some devilish Machiavellian entity has slipped in and said, it's over here. It's in this tube of toothpaste. It's in, these sandals, and it's in this bar of soap. Kilbourne says that the self-esteem of girls plummets as they reach adolescence, partly because they cannot possibly escape the message that their bodies are objects, and imperfect objects at that. Boys learn that masculinity requires a kind of ruthlessness, even brutality. Violence becomes inevitable. But that's okay. We've got a police force doubled and tripled in strength. They'll take care of it. We can build more prisons and jails and insane asylums. We have nothing to worry about. Dan Cook, the assistant professor of advertising and sociology at the University of Illinois, says that linking one's sense of self to the choices offered by the marketplace confuses personal autonomy with consumer behavior. That's right, the herd mentality. Speaking of dehumanization and desensitization, Erich Fromm, the great German sociologist and critic, says that one girl hospitalized in a state mental hospital had slashed her wrists and explained her act by saying that she wanted to see if she had any blood. One of the boys in the training school, for instance, threw rocks up on top of his garage and then let them roll down and would try to catch each rock on his head. His explanation was that this was the only way in which he could feel something. He reported that feeling the pain made him feel at least something. So today, tattooing, all kinds of fetishes, body piercing and drug taking and fighting in the streets and every other kind of thing that's going on is again born out of a natural need. We want to feel human, but we've become desensitized, we've become dehumanized, we've lost our center. So all of these vagrant and crazy subcultural things that you're seeing have an origin. They have an origin in the existential displacement and psychic impoverishment of the human race, starting with the children. Kilbourne says that our children are growing up in a toxic cultural environment, one made more toxic by advertising. No one can escape it, just as no one can escape air pollution or pesticides in our food. The world is fast becoming a global marketplace, controlled not by individual governments, but by transnational conglomerates interested only in profit. As we Americans export our economic system and our lifestyle, we also export the addictions, diseases, and psychological problems associated with it, our hazardous cultural environment. When we turn to the media in particular, we find that the work of Jordan Maxwell, the great historian and scholar, come in very handy because he wants to elaborate and tell us in his discoveries and work that this operation, that the media, the tools that they're using, these weapons in their arsenal are not something new, that this has been going on before historical eras. We find out, if we do a little homework, that the word media actually comes from a place. It comes from a people called the Medes. They existed in the Mediterranean area. That's where we get the word Mediterranean, mediation, meditation, and medication for. The Medes. The Medes are a group of people that lived not far from Persia. And specifically, the Medes were a cult of sorcerers, of witch doctors, of witches. And if you were a king or a potentate in those days and you wanted to have a rival, got rid of, or you wanted something else to happen and you couldn't use an official, overhanded way of doing that, open-handed way of doing that, you called on the Mede, you called on the Medes, and you let them take care of business, because they were the sorcerers and they understood the principles of magic, of how to get rid of your enemies for you. This is a subject you can study, and you'll find that there was a cult of people living in an area that were called on by all the powers of the world any time that any kind of sorcery needed to be done. And today, of course, we know we have the techno-shamans and the silicon sorcerers and the ivory tower witch doctors. But let us understand that they did not invent the techniques that they're using. And they're becoming more and more powerful. Right now we have 4, 5, 6 of the huge conglomerates that we've been hearing about. Rupert Murdoch's News Corporation, and Disney and Viacom and Bertelsmann and Time Warner. And of course, they own many other subsidiaries. Jordan Maxwell tells us that the word Hollywood, why of all the names in the wide world would we call Hollywood, Hollywood? There's a history behind that word. The word comes from the fact that the Druids of old, the Magi of old, always used to make their wands out of the wood of the holly tree. So they didn't just pick any wand. Now what is a wand? A wand is for putting spells on people. And Jordan Maxwell has said that the brain is like a computer. And what do you do to a computer? You program it. So programs are called programs. There's a whole act of programming going on here. And the Hollywooders, the ones who are actually putting the hex on you, the spell on you, are happy to tell you what they're doing. Now, the president of the Public Relations of America says that the stuff with which we work is the fabric of men's minds. So let there be no doubt about it, that there's a perverse form of magic going on here by people who have been doing it for thousands and thousands of years. Now, Gene Kilbourne says, some of the most talented and creative people in the world are dedicated to this work. Indeed, the most skillful propagandists of our time are not working for dictators. They're certainly not working exclusively for the Democratic Party or the Republican either. They're working for Foote, Conan, Belding, for Ogilvy and Mather, and for DDB Needham worldwide. Gene Kilbourne says that today, Time Warner, Sony, Viacom, Disney, Bertelsmann, and News Corporation together control most publishing, music, television, film, and theme park entertainment throughout the developed world. It is estimated that by the end of the millennia, these companies will own 90% of the world's information. Now, Sidney West, founder of the Fabian Society. Fabian Society goes on to become literally the Labour Party of England. And Sidney West was a member of secret societies, very powerful secret societies, subversive movements operating in England that are hiding behind the political parties of the world. He's happy to tell you, he says, to play those millions of minds, to watch them slowly respond to unseen stimulus, to guide their aspirations without their knowledge. All this, whether in high capacities or in humble, is a big and endless game of chess of ever extraordinary excitement. Now, when we come into the world, we don't come in a toxic or polluted way. We come in looking for truth, and we are of truth. We come in clear. We come in hoping that we're going to be able to be unmolested and have a clear and honest vision of the world, and that we will be told real things and be told truth by those we look up to and need in the early stages of life. But what we get is partial truth. We're conditioned. We see only what we're told to see. We're in a state of malnutrition of mind from the earliest stages. We come in pure, thinking, no, I'm not a number, I'm a free man. This is the inherent sovereign state of a human being. Freedom, the capacity to be free and live in a way that is according to one's own drives. An independent individual. We don't want to be pushed, stamped, indexed, filed, briefed, debriefed, or numbered. We want to think of our life as our own. But do we actually get that chance? We soon find that the reverse is true. One of the methodologies that is used by these silicon sorcerers is the same type of techniques that the old voodoo doctors used to use. In order to make a zombie, and actually to make one, you had to use a solution that was made from the concoction from the datura plant. There was a plant called the datura plant, and the voodoo doctor would make a concoction from that plant and then administer it to a healthy individual, and it would zombify that person. But you see, you had to continue to administer that concoction every morning, otherwise the person would regain sanity and regain consciousness. And we have exactly the same thing today, only it's called television and advertising, the new datura. We find that average person spends 6 hours a week shopping and only 40 minutes a week with their own children. As Vernon Howard so eloquently said, those who do not know what it means to be under psychic hypnosis are probably already under it. Now, Ursula Franklin, the professor emeritus of Toronto University, says that I picture the reality in which we live in terms of a military occupation. We're occupied the way the French and Norwegians were occupied by the Nazis during World War II, but this time by an army of marketeers. We have to reclaim our country from those who would occupy it on behalf of their global masters. Again, please note that language. On behalf of the global masters? That's right. The great English writer, J.K. Chesterton, says that journalism is a false picture of the world, thrown upon a lighted screen in a darkened room so that the real world is not seen and the unreal world is seen. We live under secret government, conducted by a secret process called publicity. Now, I write that nowhere in America is there a coherent medium for dealing with the psychology of the people, with repressed content and the pathology of the psyche. There are programs, newspapers, magazines, talk shows, and gossip of every description. There is interest and expenditure in sports shows, game shows, news shows, travel shows, medical and science shows, biographies, comedies, sitcoms, and other sensationalistic mass appeal shows dealing with rags to riches sagas, Hollywood superstar dramas, gutter press exposés of scandals, and so forth. Occasionally on PBS we find a self-help show occasionally, or those dealing with New Age philosophies and or religious thought. But the only public shows repeatedly viewed by the mass public, which even come close to dealing with psychological issues, repressed content, and inner existential quandaries caused by the inauthentic life, are what we might call true crime exposés, which are suggestively becoming more and more popular. What am I talking about? Well, it all goes back to Sigmund Freud and Carl Jung and the understanding of the nature of the human mind. We don't want to elaborate on the point, but a little Freud might help us to understand that as a child, when we come into this world, we of course are looking to our parents as the main authority figures in the world, those who are going to instruct us about how to make sense of this incredible theater of the external world with all its diversity and potentially threatening content. Freud said that we are, as children, caught in what is originally called the pleasure principle. Our thinking is of a very animistic state. And then as we grow, and it's different for each child, of course, we inherit what is called the reality principle, and that the parents, especially the father, although not always the father, it's usually the most masculine of the parents, is the one who introduces us to reality in a certain way. And by mimicking the parent and listening to their instruction and understanding that there's certain things we can do and certain things we can't do, we understand that there's a permissiveness that's allowed by the parents, and also there's a prohibitive quality of the parent. Well, all this taken together creates what is called our conscience, what Freud related to as the superego. Basically, our consciousness comes about. And we slowly move away from the pleasure principle in a hard way, meaning that we still want pleasure, we'll always want pleasure, but now we find that we just can't go out and rape and murder and do whatever we want to be gratified. We're going to have to find certain sublimated ways in which to attain what it is that our id, our unconscious, really wants. And of course, this transition is rather traumatic, and sometimes we can't make it. And Freud and Jung referred to that process as regression, when the strictures of reality and the impositions that reality, imposes upon us all through childhood can sometimes become too much. And so we can't handle it. We have to have what we want. So what we do is we regress psychically to a previous state within our own consciousness, a more animistic, a more basic, more primitive state. This is what happens with a lot of human beings. And in a radical way, if it happens, we can even become murderers and serial killers, and all sorts of criminal activities can start becoming the means by which we try to break through reality in other ways to get what we want. And of course, the less and less that society provides normal, healthy ways for us to get what we want, for us to expatiate our unconscious content, the more likely it is that we'll become perverse in these matters. Now, creativity and all that brings civilization comes into being by the restraints of the reality principle, which develops from the need to postpone immediate gratification. The ego censors and, if necessary, represses the forces of the id. That was just Freud's term for the unconscious mind. The general perversity of most mainstream programs in the media, which captivate the attention and imagination of millions, serves to encourage collective regression to the state of the pleasure principle, which is uncreative, uncivilized, and amoral. So I know that's a little heady, but it's very important to realize that there's a very important strategy. These people are well informed. Madison Avenue ad corporations have sometimes 50 or more paid psychologists on their staff who for every single ad will sit there in a lecture theater, and they have 50 on staff on call and many, many other ones associated with them to sit down and minute by minute, second by second, analyze an advertisement, its colors, its movement, its content, the phraseology, the memes, all of it in total, to say, no, change this, do it this way. Paid psychologists, fully cognizant about how the human behavior works, in order to sell us 2 seconds of an advertisement. And on the question of repression, Dr. D.W. Winnicott says, if society is in danger, it is not because of man's aggressiveness, but because of the repression of personal aggressiveness in individuals. And J.A.C. Brown says, during 1 week in 1954 in New York television, someone was injured or threatened with violence once in every 6 minutes of program time. In the tarot cards, those who are interested in the metaphysical connotation of this, Freud's pleasure principle and the reality principle are mentioned in cards 7 and 8, with card 7 being the more austere, prohibitive type of life in which we conform and suppress our needs, our basic needs, and card 8 being the fulfillment, the healthy and fulfillment of that, and the recognition that we have certain drives and the culture-building ways in which we can go about fulfilling those drives in a non-criminalistic way, which is the art of life. But those who are behind the advertising edifice, they're not interested in the art of life. They're interested in reducing us to the primitive level. I want, I want, I want. And we'll give you whatever you want. The basic animistic limbic personality. Capitalism, served fresh daily. Making associations for us that we would not normally associate. Seducing us by appealing to the lower instincts, the lower drives, and to the limbic realm, to confuse and deprive us of a natural and healthy sexuality, perhaps, which the great Dr. Wilhelm Reich, who came after Freud and who knew Freud, spent his whole life trying to show us how we are distanced and disconnected from our own body and are unable to actually feel biotic pleasure. We're forced by Christianity, especially women from childhood are brought up that way, to act and dress and behave in a certain way that really represses the natural instincts. And the cultural icons that are put in front of us that we model ourselves on are all incredibly unhealthy. But then, of course, if you're doing that, we're going to find unhealthy ways to fulfill it. So we have a pornographic culture which takes care of it. But always, even in the most elementary and basic of advertisements, we're always promised something. It's very important that they get our complicity because they're promising us something. We're empty and we want somebody else to rule our lives for us. We've turned off our own thinking. So if somebody says, hey, you'll be smarter, you'll be happier, you'll be sexier, that's it, that's all we need. And we're right in there. But of course, we're never told about the nightmare list that comes with that. You reach out your hand and play with the devil, and what are the results? To be disassociated, to be addicted, to be bipolar and manic depressive, suicidal no less, delinquent, utterly sociopathic and institutionalized, what the ancient people used to call possessed. If they came into our world today and saw the state we're in, they'd have no difficulty understanding that we're under the hex, that we're not in our own mind. Take just one area of the problem, obesity. Media incessantly report statistics about obesity and diet, but we almost never report about the reasons for this or other social crises which derive from alienation, addiction, and other psychological causes. That's right. From morning to night, magazines and news programs and news inserts and stories about obesity and the horrors of it, and it'll just present the problem and cut it right there. You will be lucky to get half a sentence on the causes, let alone a whole show or an entire analysis, which could do so much for the human race. Could do much to tell us, oh, so this is what causes it. Wow, I've got a handle on, this now. I can take real measures. The very word consumption, to be a consumer, comes from the word consumption, which originally meant to pillage and desecrate and destroy, and also to have tuberculosis. In ancient days, if you had tuberculosis, they said that you had consumption, meaning you couldn't breathe, you were literally being strangled. Today we call it affluenza. The population of one city in the US consumes more than a country of 100 million people. 1/4 of the human race consumes 3/4 of the world's resources. Since the 50s, Americans have consumed more resources than anyone on the planet previously. Each person uses over 20 tons of raw materials annually. There are 1 billion credit cards in circulation, but fewer than 1/3 are paid off in time. In 1996, more Americans declared bankruptcy than they graduated from college. Americans spend more on driving each year than we do on health, education, or food. Although we're only 5% of the world's population, we generate 50% of the world's vehicle mileage and use 40% of the oil produced in the world. As I've said before in other programs in this series, this type of predicament, this kind of barrage and toxicity is mounting every time, every year, and it's not going to go away. We have the death of the middle class on our hands. We've got corporate powers and government apparatus that realizes that the corporations have all their power now, and there's no need to even keep the illusion of the white market. There's no reason even to have a middle class that pushes the wheel, because that had a purpose. If you follow some of the other shows that we've done, you'll see that the creation of the middle class and the conquering of America and the whole industrial revolution had a purpose. It had a set agenda. But see, now we're in the days where that agenda has been met. The corporations have all the power they need. They don't require a facade anymore. They don't need to sweet talk us anymore. So what we're dealing with here now is the death of the middle class. The ladder is being pulled up and it's sink or swim. What we're talking about here is nothing less than the abolition of man. Carl Jung says that consciousness is a very recent acquisition of nature, and it is still in an experimental state. It is frail, menaced by specific dangers, and easily injured. As anthropologists have noted, one of the most common mental derangements that occur among primitive people is what they call the loss of a soul. Now, do you think those primitive people who are suffering like that have anything like the barrage against them that we now suffer? The assault upon our consciousness, on our libido, from childhood. The first symptoms that are out of control we start seeing at puberty, where we feel completely disorientated and out of sorts. We're talking about, we have people mentioning the generation gap. That alone is a problem. But nobody ever tells you who is Generation X, what really is the generation gap and how is it caused. And they have a tremendous knowledge. As we said in the foreword of this program, there's individuals who are highly skilled, the Michelangelos and Leonardos of our age, and they study the whole nature of the connection between the mind and the world. There's a very deep study, and linguists and anthropologists know what we're talking about. In a short program like this, we haven't the time or space to do a full work on this. We can merely give an overview of some of the major problems and leave it to your own motivation and intelligence to carry on. But as Baudrillard, the philosopher, said, there's a thing in itself, and there's a symbol of that thing. And it can be confusing when we lose track of which is real. Because remember, there's a mind that is perceiving. We understand from psychology that there's many levels to what we call the self. We have the outward persona behind which we hide. The persona is very important. It's the part of us that helps us interact with other people in the world and to just get what we want. Without a persona, we wouldn't be able to fit in. And persona is, in Greek, meant mask. But unfortunately, behind the persona also lies the real self. Because we're meeting somebody's representative when we meet them, we're not meeting the real self. Unfortunately, the downside of that is that we don't know who's behind that mask. And unless you have a very high intuition or highly developed psychological skills, you could be duped and fooled. The persona is a very important aspect of consciousness, but there's a downside because the person can hide their true face. Then we have the ego and all of its complexes and many deeper levels of the self. Now, the admen that I'm talking about and that Kilborn is referring to understand the dynamic interactions between the conscious and the unconscious mind. And perhaps they know even how to access these deeper strata of consciousness. We have to understand also that there's many levels of intelligence. Very slowly now, scholars are discovering that we don't just have mental intelligence. The body itself has its own form of intelligence, a cellular intelligence that keeps us alive. After all, you don't tell your own eyes to blink or your heart to beat, but it does it anyway, doesn't it? The operation of the body is a high form of intelligence. Then there's also emotional intelligence, what we call the intelligence of the heart. We always talk about the brain and the heart, but is there a brain in the heart? And a heart in the brain? Now, for generations of time, our forefathers always knew that words, symbols, colors, rhythms, light, movement, and mudras, and so on, talismans, have always been used for the spiritual uplift of mankind. One of the things that motivates me very strongly in this particular thesis, I may be talking at great length about the subversion aspects, but you see, coming from the spiritual background, a spiritual community, I'm very aware that these things were once in the keeping of the high magi, those who were dedicated to the uplift of civilization. Now we find the same tools in a different basket. You see, it's our job to take them back. Somebody has appropriated these techniques from the children of the light, and it's our duty to take them back. They were ours first of all. We allowed them to get robbed from us, and now we have to take them back. It's also important to realize, as an extension of what Freud and Jung and Reich have been saying, that we have a body, yes, and the body religiously is said to be disconnected or different from what we call the soul on a spiritual level. We have to understand, though, that there's a thing called the brain, and it's not the same as the mind. This might come as a shock to some people who think that brain and mind mean the same thing. No, it doesn't. The brain is that part of us which is the machine, the biological machine that helps us to work in the world, that paves our way, that gives us the intelligence to operate as human beings in the world. But the mind is something different, more rarefied. Basically, it is the soul. And you can program the brain, but you cannot program the mind. The mind is has a different quality and a great deal more depth. Brain is mechanical. Mind is spiritual. The human brain is divided into 3 basic categories based on the levels of phylogenetic development of the species. However, the mind is hierarchical and cannot be so divided or quantified. And it's a crucial mistake to think that they're the same thing. Now, Leonard W. Dube of Yale University, he talks about propaganda. He says that propaganda is a systematic attempt by an interested individual or individuals to control the attitudes of groups of individuals through the use of suggestion and consequently to control their actions. Okay, so that's just a basic dictionary definition. J.A.C. Brown says that it comes from the word propagare, which means the gardener's practice of pinning the fresh shoots of a plant into the earth in order to produce new plants, which will later take on a life of their own. So propaganda is the taking of something and the planting of it in a soil and the cultivating of that over time. A gradual process. Daniel Goleman in Emotional Intelligence says, research has shown that in the first few milliseconds of our perceiving something, we do not only unconsciously comprehend what it is, but we decide whether we like it or not. The cognitive unconscious presents our awareness with not just the identity of what we see, but an opinion about it. Our emotions have a mind of their own, one which can hold views quite independently of our rational mind. That's right, the body, the mind, and the heart have a separate intelligence, and these ad men know when and where to talk to each one. Sometimes they know this won't work when you talk to the intellectual form of intelligence. Let's relate more to the body intelligence with this advertisement. Or no, wait, let's go for the heart on this one. But believe it here that the experts know that the unconscious is completely aware of the minutiae of advertisements, and in milliseconds can receive the entire message that's being transmitted. Gene Kilborn says that only 8% of an ad's message is received by the conscious mind. The rest is worked and reworked deep within the recesses of the brain, where a product's positioning and repositioning takes shape. And of course, let's not forget the subliminal aspect of this, the stuff we don't see. Subliminal perception was mentioned as a possibility by Aristotle, and the philosopher Leibniz dealt at length with the possibility of minute perceptions that are little noticed, which are not sufficiently distinguished to be perceived or remembered, but which become known through certain consequences. Leibniz said, "It is a great source of error to believe that there is no perception in the soul besides those of which it is conscious." So from the earliest times, Leibniz was writing in the 17th century, in the 1600s, and he was completely aware that the things that you see, the conscious mind only perceives the most, the minutest part. The brain is, after all, known to be an exclusionary mechanism. What would happen if we were able to see all and hear all that was around us? So the ad men make use of that fact, and they want to bypass the normal drives and the normal sensor and communicate to our unconscious mind, which is about 99-point-something% of our waking consciousness. But it's behind the veil of ego consciousness. Yes, it's old techniques, but with new names. The techniques that are being used from the ivory towers today are known by different names, like telehypnosis and metacontrast, hemisync, synesthesia, and embedding. But they're old names, they're new names for very old mind-controlled techniques. And what's the consequence? What comes out of it all? Well, groupthink, subservience, endless dialectical divisions, fashionable allegiances, which of course change when the fashion changes, implanted associations, escapism, that's like fantasy into reality, inflated personas, and excessive eroticization. Let's just take one of those, the endless dialectics. Has anyone ever noticed that if you have Levi's, you have to have Jordache? If there's a Coke, there will be a Pepsi. There's always the rivalry going on, and that rivalry is found everywhere. But it's by design, East versus West, Russia via the USA. You can't have Letterman, but on the other channel is Leno. If you're going to have rockers, you've got to have mods. If you have gay, you have to have straight. We're living in a world of dualism. Dualism is a healthy thing, but when it's designed, put in front of us, so we're thinking in terms of allegiances. Our allegiances are being made for us. There's really no difference between the two cigarettes, Camel and Marlboro, but there's a big difference to you from a point of view of identification. Among some of the techniques frequently used by advertisers is the substitution of names. Instead of communists, we'll have slang names like Reds, Union bosses. We have the Huns in the First World War. Instead of saying Germans, you use the denigrating word Hun, or Yids for Jews. And instead of just drinking or consuming something, we're going to enjoy it. The advertisers are already telling us we're enjoying it before we've even enjoyed it. Another technique is selection, the deliberate selection of the points, the information and the content, which the corporate spin doctors and ad men prefer, and the avoidance or elimination of that which they do not. Then we have blatant all-out lying, concocting lies, posing as truths, and misrepresenting the words or true opinions of other people. Of course, we know we have repetition, mantra-like endless repetition of the meme, the slogan, the jingo, which ensure that it is insinuated by unthinking participators, keeping the world safe for democracy, the axis of evil, the one world or the new world order, repeated over and over again. Doesn't matter if we understand what they mean. That's not important. But we have to be able to have them instilled in our minds. Finally, the meaning will be coming later on. There's assertions that are involved, asserting things as true or actual without actual proof, without recourse to contradictory viewpoints or voices. People agree, for instance, that Zesta is the best. Okay, people agree. Have we been able to go out there and talk to them individually? No, we just accept it. Because the authority figure told us. Creation of the enemy. We saw in other programs in this series how that works on a political level. The great nemesis that makes everyone feel safe, grateful, and conformist. The enemy must be an ism. We reduce the enemy, i.e. a fascist, a communist, or as liberalism. It's some ism or some ology or some ist. Some cover-all statement. There's an appeal to authority which is so successful, such as my doctor says, the experts agree, which insinuates that all the work is done, we have the absolute truth. One that is good for ourselves and therefore good for everyone. And then of course allegiance, loyalty, identification. The best brand image is the self-image, which enables the customer to project himself into the product so that what he actually buys is a projection of his own traits. Then there's the reward mechanism, very important. We treat ourselves for hard work and self-admiration, a basic drive of all normal mammals and humans. And that is also manipulated. J.A.C. Brown says that most ad men would claim that there is a genuine science of advertising psychology, comparable, for example, with industrial psychology. The first textbooks on the subject to arrive in Britain was written by Professor Walter Dill Scott, director of the Psychological Laboratory at the Northwestern University in Chicago. This appeared in 1909. It was not until the late 1930s that advertising discovered Freud, and little came of this discovery until the late 40s and early 50s. Erich Fromm says that in the cybernetic age, the individual becomes increasingly subject to manipulation. His work, his consumption, and his leisure are manipulated by advertisers, by ideologies, by what B.F. Skinner, the behaviorist psychologist, calls positive reinforcements. The individual loses his active, responsible role in the social process. He becomes completely adjusted and learns that any behavior, act, thought, or feeling which does not fit into the general scheme puts him at a severe disadvantage. In fact, he is what he is supposed to be. What has happened in modern industrial society is that traditions and common values and genuine social personal ties with others have largely disappeared. The modern mass man is isolated and lonely even though he is part of a crowd. He has no convictions which he could share with others, only slogans and ideologies he gets from the communications media. Now, Erich Fromm says that Emil Durkheim, the great sociologist, called this phenomena anomie, and found that it was the main cause of suicide, which had been increasing with the growth of industrialization. He referred by anomie to the destruction of all traditional social bonds due to the fact that all truly collective organization had become secondary to the state and that all genuine social life had been annihilated. He believed that people living in the modern political state are a disorganized dust of individuals. Now, the idea of the ad man is to get us to objectify humans and personalize products. One of the ways that this is achieved is by creating allegiances and loyalties to various products. This is one of the main reasons why habits and addictions are hard to break. We may say it, but we don't really mean it when we say that a man is addicted to alcohol or to tobacco. What we really mean is that he's addicted to a particular brand of alcohol or tobacco. The man has transferred his loyalty to a brand, a loyalty that once should have been given to a human agency. And we do not like to be thought of as disloyal, do we? So the subliminally embedded message makes us believe that if we break an addiction, we are betraying a friend. Advertising corrupts relationships and then offers us products, says Jane Kilbourne, both as solace and as substitutes for the intimate human connection we all long for and need. Most of us know by now that advertising often turns people into objects. Women's bodies and men's bodies too these days are dismembered, packaged, and used to sell everything from chainsaws to chewing gum. And that's right, we don't want to break our allegiances because we are subliminally thinking that that's to betray a friend. But when you realize that's quite the reverse, then you can handle it, then you can do it. Because you're not breaking an allegiance to a friend, you're breaking an allegiance to a deadly enemy. That alone should make it easier. In an ad for Eastpak, the ad shows a guy on a date with a beautiful woman with his backpack on the back of his chair. The ad says, "Who says guys are afraid of commitment? He's had the same backpack for years." That's right, the woman's not important, but the backpack certainly is. "That truck saved my life," says another ad. And an ad says, "Touching is good. Only thing is, it's not for a human being, it's for some technical gadget that's being fawned over." In an ad for sneakers, the caption is, "When was the last time you felt this comfortable in a relationship? Not with a human, but with your sneakers." "At least we can be faithful to our watches," says a watch advertisement. Another Eastpak ad says, the meme says, "Comes with a lifetime guarantee not to rip, tear, break, or ask for a ring." "It's not a family car, it's family," says a car advertisement. And in 17 magazine, there's an ad that says, "It's more than a magazine, it's her life." A Toyota advertisement says, "Makes a better impression than your last date." So again, the whole idea is that humans are fallible, humans are stressful, your relationships with them are problematic, but don't worry, we're going to give you all that harmony, all that certainty, all that comfort and security from a product, from a car, from a metal object, or from a ring. "Ready for a new relationship?" says a Burger King advertisement. "Hang on to your spirit," is a Southern Comfort advertisement. "Diamonds, a girl's best friend." And an MTV ad says, "Buy this 24-year-old and get his friends absolutely free." Now, Lewis H. Laplin, in Money and Class in America, says that no matter how effusive and our rhetoric to the contrary, most Americans cannot bring themselves to trust the unaffiliated individual. We prefer to repose our confidence in institutions, a brand name or a corporation, a bank. It's the figure of Babbitt or Cyrus Vance, not Clint Eastwood, who represents a triumph of the American dream. The man who goes along to get along, who knows the right people and belongs to the right clubs, whose every opinion seconds the nomination of the chairman, who submits easily and with a winning smile to what de Tocqueville called the tyranny of the masses. How many times have you seen us applauding for a product as if it's a human being? You mentioned Coca-Cola and everybody claps. Some statistics are recited and we all stand up and applaud and genuflect over a product. Not even, what are we thinking? But we're all thinking, this doesn't affect me, I'm normal, right? Well, turns out that extroverts are the easiest people to hypnotize. Right, because those who've got an internal life. It's what I've been saying a lot in this series. Those who are endowed with an interior life, who are what the philosopher and psychologist Arno Gruen said was inner directed. They're actually the most difficult people to hypnotize. And yet in society, should we meet such an introverted person, oh, they're strange, they're weird, can't get a handle on them. And we, in this world, very much reinforce the extrovert drives. And yet we find that hypnotists know that these are the most suggestible of all creatures walking the planet. Doesn't mean that you shouldn't be extrovert. Extroversion is very important. But realize that there's limitations to each particular modality of thought. What we're talking about here is balance. And you can only come to balance when we realize what forces are impinging and imposing and preventing us from coming to that kind of equilibrium and that status. J.A.C. Brown says that because some neurosis makes people incompetent at work, we are liable to assume that those without a neurosis would be competent, whereas the truth is that only the incompetent neurotic who is seen by the psychiatrist, and since neurosis is socially defined, we ignore the great bulk of brilliant people who are successful precisely because they are neurotic. Kilborn says that it seems ridiculous to many people to give so much weight to advertising. Most people feel that advertising is fun, sexy, often silly, but certainly not anything to take seriously. Almost everyone holds the misguided belief that advertisements don't affect them, don't shape their attitudes, don't help define their dreams. What I hear more than anything else is, I don't pay attention to ads, I just tune them out. They have no effect on me. Of course, I hear this most often from young people wearing Budweiser caps. In truth, we are all influenced by advertising. There is no way to tune out this much information, especially when it is carefully designed to break through the tuning out process. And how right she is. But what I advocate is that you can tune it out, you can block it out, but you can only do that by creatively doing that. You can only do that by knowing it becoming fully conversant with the way that it works. Then you're really armored up. In Advertising Age magazine, we read, "A strange world it is, in which people spending millions on advertising must do their best to prove that advertising doesn't do very much." Well, Nazi Minister of Propaganda Joseph Goebbels would agree. He said, "This is the secret of propaganda. Those who are to be persuaded by it should be completely immersed in the ideas of the propaganda without ever noticing that they're being immersed in it." Ever heard the story of the frog that is boiled and doesn't know it because the heat is turned up so gradually? Incrementalism. Kilborn says that in the 1999 Super Bowl, a Victoria's Secret ad paraded bra and panty-clad models across a TV screens for more than 30 seconds. 1 million people turned away from the game to log on to the website promoted in the ad. Of course, it doesn't affect anybody. Advertisements say, "Pleasure to burn. If it feels good, just do it." The energy you crave. Again, always appealing to the death instinct in you, knowing that you're sorely repressed, screaming for vengeance, screaming for justice, screaming to have your way. The pleasure principle doesn't like to be inhibited. And we have to take orders from everyone around us. We have to live in cubes and boxes our whole life. We can hardly form a sentence without being interrupted by other people. How rare it is to even be able to fully, express what we think, and how rare it is to ever express what we feel. And you think the unconscious mind sits okay with all of that? Of course not. It's going to desperately find ways to exercise all of its frustrations in the way that the great psychologists have said it would. Today we hear about nothing but makeovers, 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 implying that we're not good enough as we are. We find that there's impotency medication advertised during James Bond marathons. Viagra and other sex potency drugs advertised near the period of Valentine's Day. On Sundays when we should be resting and decompressing, we got nothing but sports and war films to keep the energy up, the libido up. Never for a moment should we ever be given pause. And all night long, in the time when your unconscious mind is more dominant, you've got exercise machine infomercials, which are nothing but pornography and under a different name. Advertising, says Bernard McGrave, PhD, is designed to generate an inner sense of conflict with the self. Advertisements say, "I'm beginning to get on my nerves. My doctor diagnosed me with heartburn, but I also worry about the other medicine that I was taking, which is not compatible with what he prescribed." Those are typical of various advertising memes that you'll see on television. The whole cult of anxiety. Gene Kilborn says, "A cigarette provides a symbol of independence. A pair of designer jeans or sneakers convey status. The right perfume or beer resolves doubts about femininity or masculinity." And Joel Bakan, referring to the work of the great Freudian Melanie Klein, "The work of Klein with children seems to show that from an extremely early stage of development, two emotions arise which have the greatest possible relevance to our later responses to social stimuli and remain very persistent throughout life. These are anxiety and guilt, upon both of which propagandists constantly play." The media networks, the television, theater, really creates for us what might be described as a new arena. In the time of the Romans, for instance, when you wanted to help people process all their inner corruption, sadism, and violence, you just took them down to the local arena and watched them be torn apart by animals or hacked to pieces by in gladiatorial spectacles of gore and blood. We have very much the same thing going on through the television. We find that 70% of young adults have a television. 97% of homes have one. The average child watches over 3,000 ads per day. Now, by the age of 20, an average person views over 1 million commercials a year. A viewer witnesses 5 acts of violence per hour during prime time. And ads take up over 2/3 of newspaper space and 40% of the mail. Almost half the newspapers in the world are published in the United States and Canada. A person can spend 3 years of their life watching TV. Channel 1, these ads on Channel 1 cost approximately $200,000 for a captive audience of school kids. And that's right. We now don't turn to the human being to have a decent, healthy, realistic conversation. We want the talking heads to tell us all about it. And of course, they're happy to do that. But the way that we're given information through the media, the ubiquitous oracles of the media, the television, is always in this pseudo-democratic, egalitarian way. We'll have the pro and we'll have the con, just as we saw earlier on. We're never going to have an actual individual stand up and take courage and say, you know, here's what we believe. We're going to have this fake dualism. I'm right, you're right, they're right, he's right, she's right. And of course, we always have the illusion that there's a host who's an arbitrator, you know, who's the objective party. But of course, what their job is to do is to subtly steer your particular allegiance. And they do this in a variety of ways. You think it's all objective and you're just hearing the facts. Please realize that a lot of this is all doctored. And this I'm right, you're right, they're right philosophy, it nullifies absolute truth. We no longer want to listen to our own inner innate truth because we're bombarded with so much relative truth. And finally, when those two things start to come together, when we're just bombarded enough and the needle hits red, this dialectic continues, the critical mass is reached, and we have no opinions about anything. Finally, it's just like, let go, you know, pop, bang, and we can't make up our own mind anymore. We abdicate our intelligence, our reason. There's too many philosophies, there's too many nuances. My own truth doesn't matter. And again, who comes in to replace it? The television people's champions, who will be happy to replace your own natural intelligence. But the whole problem with that is that we're not being taught what, we're not being told how to think. It's all about what to think. And there's a big, big difference. If you say this is the letter A, okay, this is the letter A, and somebody tells you this is the letter Y, then we take it to be that's the letter Y. But we are never allowed to ask why is A, and why is Y. See, that's critical intelligence. So what to think and how to think are two very different things, and our culture is overwhelmingly orientated towards the what to think. We saw in the program Divination in the Goddess Tradition this conflict between the doing and the being. And through this advertisement barrage, we are being pushed into a verb. We're being pushed into this whole concept of the doing, overwhelmingly so. We're being focused on the lifestyle and not life. And into the what to think rather than the how. Now, a little earlier we mentioned the fact that, of course, nobody in the advertising business directly is going to admit to any of this. Those who work within the symbolic modes of communication will happily tell you that that rock video couldn't possibly arouse any such criminalistic or sexually deviant urges within you. And this particular advertisement is just a joke, it's just fun. You have a lot of intelligence, you can turn over, it has no effect. And we talked about how that's a complete and utter fallacy. But we want to also back that up. How exactly do they manipulate context and manipulate words to arrive at the result that they want? They're happy to tell us, hey, you're the guy making all the connections. Hey, if we put this bikini clad model over here and we put this phallic beer bottle dripping with ice and water over here, you know, there's nothing sexual about that. Your perverted mind, viewer, is the one making the association. It's really got nothing to do with us. Now, of course, that's a very obvious example I'm giving you, but there are many. I mean, you don't need to study Sergei Eisenstein and the complexities of editing and montage to understand that there are very, very subtle illusions that can be made and juxtapositions and false allegiances that can be created. And yes, they're right, we are creating it with our minds. But are they off the hook? Can they say, oh, it's all your mind, it's all your own sordid urges that are doing it? Take this word, which is not a word, just 4 letters, M-G-N-M. What does it mean? It doesn't mean anything until you look at the vowels. M-A and U. But you see, what actually happened there, when you looked at the original one, was that you already put those vowels in your mind. I put 4 letters in front of you, but you knew what it said, because your mind added the A and the U to magnum. So our mind adds the association. And this simple little demonstration, there are so many demonstrations of this, but this simple demonstration shows you how it's done by applied associations. And this is one of the ways that they cop out and say, hey, we've done nothing. It's all in your own head. Throughout the media, we find the perfect family. Of course, the perfect family is more or less based on a masculinistic, patriarchal model. In certain shows, we even see the total absence of the feminine principle altogether. But it's very important to realize that this so-called model family that's painted in perfect colors and perfect lucidity to us on the media is very far from perfect, something that is not really a true model of life. But it works. Lots of people, like an individual, will pick a certain archetype through a stereotype. We are not being introduced at all in this world to our archetypal family within. We're being given external stereotypes instead, and we confuse the two. And then now, as time passes, these family units are still there, but perhaps they're a little darker, a little bit more subversive. Because, of course, the mental toxicity is getting a lot worse in our world, and as it gets worse, we're going to need different kinds of models. So the family unit is becoming a little more sinister, a little bit more dark, in order to represent what's going on inside. Kilborn says that today we export a popular culture that promotes escapism, consumerism, violence, and greed. We end up in a world ruled by, in John Maynard Keynes' phrase, the values of the casino. On this deeper level, rampant commercialism undermines our physical and psychological health, our environment, and our civic life, and creates a toxic society. Advertising corrupts us and promotes a dissociative state that exploits trauma and can lead to addiction. To add insult to injury, it then co-opts our attempts at resistance and rebellion. That's right, it appeals to the death instinct also, and to these more unhealthy drives, because it understands that we're going to rebel. See, it's got the finger on the pulse. And remember, it's the prime perpetrator. So the perpetrator is very clever. It knows exactly what it's robbing and raping us of, and then gets ready for the moment of reaction. And then it's ready and waiting again with a new set of bromides and a new set of plausible avenues to experience. Doesn't matter as long as the cash goes into the right pockets. Nietzsche said of the human being, man is the creature who must constantly overcome himself in order to live fully. That's right, he can't just eat and sleep. He has to develop. He knows that there's a calling. He grows. He feels a sense of destiny. He feels passion to change things in his life. He has to overcome his own lower nature, all perfectly normal human traits. He wants to develop and get a deeper sense of life and not just be a controlled and narcissistic zombie. But unfortunately, the media know that. The power behind these corporations understand this and offer us a myriad surrogate and implausible and fake ways to do it, so that instead of going towards the truth, we go on a much windier and deviant road. Who's leading who? We say the blind lead the blind, but are those leading us really the blind? In a Room 2 ad, the ad goes, "What the bitch who's about to steal your man wears." So now the protagonist that's being spoken to in this ad must rush out and buy what the bitch who's about to steal her man is wearing so that she can compete. That's a really healthy remedy to the problem. But this whole build-up of venom and violence, there's so many programs today. I'm not speaking about individual programs in particular. I'm just talking about the milieu. Whether these programs have a certain local good, street level good, is a whole other debate. But the fact of their existence is a way to expatiate the phallic principle and also the drive for vengeance and justice that we're actually denied in the world. You see, in olden days, it wasn't quite the same way. In previous ages, you pretty much could take justice into your own hands. And whether that's right or wrong, again, is a very separate question. But the fact is, you could do it in previous days. In the modern age, you cannot. Now, if you turn something like that off in relatively recent historical times, that's going to matter to the human consciousness. That's going to build up a lot of inner repression. So how do you vacate it? You can't have everybody running amok. So you use the ubiquitous media oracle by putting on televisions that show constant violence and bloodshed and corpses and forensics and whatnot. It helps to exercise a lot of this repression. The fascination with death and corpses and crime. Astrologers are telling us that the planet Pluto, which rules the underworld and the underworld process and the dark side of the human consciousness, the underside of human nature, and some of the more limbic basic drives, is going to be soon coming into prominent position in the sky. Don't want to get into all the astrology in this program, but this planet Pluto is going to be dominant in the heavens in a very few years, which means that there's going to be more need for the processing of this darker content. Ergo, Madison Avenue and the Hollywood and the corporations know this. So that's why we're having more of these forensic programs and involving corpses and dead bodies and mortuaries and morgues. Pick up an astrology book and understand that the sign of Scorpio and the planet Pluto have a lot to do with that, the secrets of life and the secrets of death in a biological concept, investigating the secrets of power and sexuality and the hidden side of consciousness. So all of this is on the celestial clock. And so we have the question of justice, a perfectly normal human drive, but we have it in a repressed way. And of course America, as we know, is fixated with the concept of law and court dramas. From Perry Mason to Kramer versus Kramer to Kill a Mockingbird. Just think in your mind's eye how many cops and robbers and good cop, bad cop and courtroom dramas there are on television. There's thousands of them. The list is almost unlimited because there's this preoccupation with this particular facet of human nature, the concept of justice and courts and right and wrong. The idea being that if you're not getting justice in your own life, that's okay, you can watch it on TV. So now we've looked at what's being done. Now we need to go into greater depth to look at who's doing what to whom. We've spoken in other programs in this series about the occult history of the world and the occult history of America. Let's take a little moment to look at exactly how that plays in the context of this particular thesis. Talking of the establishment, Arthur S. Miller from George Washington University, the law professor there, he says that those who formally rule take their signals and commands not from the electorate as a body, but from a small group of men plus a few women. This group will be called the establishment. It exists even though that existence is stoutly denied. It is one of the secrets of the American social order. A second secret is the fact that the existence of the establishment, the ruling class, is not supposed to be discussed. On the American $1 bill, you see an old symbol, the pyramid, with 13 layers, with a detached pyramidon at the top, with an eye, the all-seeing eye. This symbol is the symbol of a super secret society coming out of Bavaria, Germany, called the Illuminati. It's just one of the many powerful secret societies operating in the world, but in an American context, it's very important because it infiltrated Freemasonry and is now dominant in the world. And many of the corporations and organizations that I'm talking about have take their orders from these secret societies. And we know this primarily through the study of symbolism. Now, the leader of the Illuminati in the 1700s was Adam Weishaupt. His picture is on the left. When he died, he passed the mantle on to Giuseppe Mazzini, the famous Italian revolutionary, who then passed it on to the American Albert Pike, who was very active in the Civil War in this country. He was the creator of the Ku Klux Klan also, and he was the bringer of Scottish Rite Freemasonry, that system, to America. The Illuminati was officially founded in May 1st, 1776, which is of course very close to America's official birthday of July 4th, 1776. The Illuminati have been involved in fomenting many wars and revolutions throughout the world. As Alois Hoffmann, the editor of the Journal de Vienna, said, "I shall never cease to repeat that the French Revolution has come from Masonry and that it was made by the writers and the Illuminati." And the Illuminati and these secret societies are very adept at the use of symbolism in order to communicate to their members and to the world. If you take that dollar bill, for instance, in the pyramid that I was just talking about, and you inscribe a six-pointed star around that pyramid, you'll find that the points of the triangle touch letters. And if you write those letters out, you'll find that it says Mason, M-A-S-O-N. And is that not what the Masons were? The builders of the pyramid, the Freemasons, the keepers of the guilds, and the mystery of temple building and city design and so on. So we might ask, what is a Masonic symbol, a symbol of the Freemasons, doing on the $1 bill of America? Well, if you go back to the 1700s and look at the original Illuminati documents that Adam Weishaupt, this is a known secret society that has a birthday, those documents have that exact same symbol on the front of them. Symbols are telling us something. But again, it's hidden in plain sight. On the same dollar bill, just as a case in point, we are inundated with symbolism. We have the Star of David above the eagle's head with 13 stars. We have 32 feathers in one wing and 33 feathers in another, representing the unison of the 32nd and 33rd degree of Freemasonry. The eagle holds olive branches, which of course is from the Semitic line of ancient times. And the arrows, that symbol of the eagle with the olive branches and the arrows actually comes from the Semitic tribe of Manasseh, or Manasseh. That's one of the 12 tribes of Israel. That's why there's a Star of David over its head. It also comes from the House of Rothschild from the 14th century in Frankfurt, Germany, the banking cartel, the power dynasty. Lord Rothschild, his eagle had 5 arrows originally for his 5 sons that would be sent into all the countries of the world to open banks there. And as history books prove, it was this dynasty that fomented the wars between the European powers, all funded by the same single family, the banking dynasty, the Rothschilds, who are operating in America through a variety of fronts. The occultist A.E. Waite, a member of the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn, said that beneath the broad tide of human history there flow the stealthy undercurrents of the secret societies, which frequently determine in the depths the changes that take place on the surface. Benjamin Disraeli, who spent his whole life uncovering secret societies and warning the world, he was the first Jewish Prime Minister of England. He said of this, the government of this country has not only to deal with governments, kings and ministers, but also with secret societies, elements which must be taken into account, which at the last moment can bring our plans to nothing, which have agents everywhere, who incite assassinations and can, if necessary, lead a massacre. And Albert Pike himself, talking about the means by which the control of the secret societies is exercised, in his letter to Giuseppe Mazzini in 1871, he says, "We shall unleash the nihilists and the atheists, and we shall provoke a formidable social cataclysm, which in all its horror will clearly show to the nations the effect of absolute atheism, origin of savagery, and the most bloody turmoil. Then, everywhere the citizenry, obliged to defend themselves against the world minority of revolutionaries, will exterminate those destroyers of civilization, and the multitude, disillusioned with Christianity, anxious for an ideal, will receive the true light through the universal manifestation of the pure doctrine of Lucifer." So these Luciferians are literally telling you that they are at the helm and that they have a policy, a concept, an order out of chaos. Under the pyramid of the Illuminati, it says the Novus Ordo Seclorum, the New World Order. And above it, it's presenting this. Here we present for you, by way of our machinations, a new world order. They have an operating manual, and it's known in their own terms as Ordo ab Chaos, order out of chaos, to create so much foment and upheaval in the world and chaos politically, socially, and economically, that then their agenda will move forward. And in this series, we've explored several of the ways in which this is done. Giuseppe Mazzini, in his own words, talks about the hierarchy. He says, "We form an association of brothers in all points of the globe, yet there is one unseen that can hardly be felt, yet it weighs on us. Whence comes it? Where is it? No one knows, or at least no one tells. This association is secret, even to us, the veterans of the secret societies." So here's the head of the Illuminati himself saying, hey, there's a power even above us. Well, of course there is. In all pyramidical structures, in all hierarchies, there's higher puppet masters. You think it goes for the secret societies? And then we doubt that the corporations operate in the same way? Albert Pike said again, emphasizing their beliefs In addition to the letter he wrote to Mazzini in 1871, another he wrote to the heads of his Palladian councils on July 14, 1889, happened to fall into the hands other than intended. It was written to explain the Luciferian dogma concerning worship of Satan and worship of Lucifer. In it, he said in part, "That which we say to the crowd is we worship God. The religion should be, by all us initiates of the higher degrees, maintained in the purity of the Lucifer doctrine. Yes, Lucifer is God." Now these are not some cult cranks or some little society, little nickel and dime society that is operating in some broken down house in the center of the city or in a suburb somewhere. This isn't some hocus pocus. These are the leaders of the most powerful secret societies in the world. If you're coming to this for the first time, please make use of the other programs in this series where we do a more thorough introduction and elaboration on these secret societies and how they impact the world of the modern times. Now, one of the men approached long ago by the Illuminati who exposed them was John Robertson. He wrote a book called Proofs of a Conspiracy, which dates from 1798. He was a professor in the university who was approached by agents of the Illuminati trying to get him to join. And soon he discovered who and what these people were all about. And he exposed them in this incredible book. And he quotes Weishaupt, who says, "The great strength of our order lies in its concealment. Let it never appear in any place in its own name, but always covered by another name and another occupation. None is fitter than the 3 lower degrees of Freemasonry. The public is accustomed to it, expects little from it, and therefore takes little notice of it." Just like Freemasonry, which it infiltrated, it has levels of initiation. And at each level, the individual is only given partial knowledge. He says, "These good folk swell our numbers and fill our money box. Set yourselves to work. These gentlemen must be made to nibble at the bait. But this sort of people must always be made to believe that the grade they have reached is the last." It's the same system that works in the schools and colleges of the world. Yes, you know something, but you're mostly in ignorance. 3/4 of everything in this world is shrouded in ignorance. Nobody is given to understand in completion because, first of all, we're not using our whole brain, and secondly, we've got a campaign that dumbs us down and keeps us sequestered. Remember, we're not being taught how to think. We're being taught what to think. Now, the Duke of Brunswick, the Grand Master of World Freemasonry in the 1700s, understood that a secret society of great power and also great techniques was infiltrating his order. And he stood up, like many original Freemasons in this country in America stood up and said, "We have to disband the whole of Freemasonry. I mean, this thing that's thousands of years old, we're going to have to disband it completely because it's been infected." Unfortunately, that did not happen. In his own words, the Duke of Brunswick says, "I have been convinced that we as an order have come under the power of some very evil occult order, profoundly versed in science, both occult and otherwise. Though not infallible, their methods being black magic, that is to say, electromagnetic power, hypnotism, and powerful suggestion. We are convinced that this order is being controlled by some sun order, after the nature of the Illuminati, if not by that order itself." So it's okay for the Duke of Brunswick, the head of Freemasonry, to tell you that there's secret societies operating in the world, that they're using black magic, and then for him to even underscore that and delineate and tell you, no, this is electromagnetic, hypnotic, suggestion, the very powers we've been talking about in this program. But if somebody on the street was to tell you this, you'd look at them as if they were a crank. That is part of the problem. That's part of the manipulation. Now, General J.F.C. Fuller, a war historian, he wrote, "The government of the Western nations, whether monarchical or republican, has passed into the invisible hands of a plutocracy, international in power and grasp. It was, I venture to suggest, this semi-occult power which pushed the mass of the American people into the cauldron of World War I." Woodrow Wilson, just before his death in his book, The New Freedom, had finally the guts to stand up and talk to them. He was a 33rd degree Freemason, but after a life of criminality and mass murder, he decided to expose it. He said, "Some of the biggest men in the United States in the field of commerce and manufacture are afraid of somebody or afraid of something. They know there's a power somewhere so organized, so subtle, so watchful, so interlocked, so complete, so pervasive that they'd better not speak above their breath when they speak in condemnation of it." As you can see from my work on these series of shows, we decided not to take his advice We are going to speak up above our breath about it because the whole of the human race needs to know about the machinations of these organizations and what they're up to. And George Washington, Freemason, who also understood what was happening, he said, "I have heard much of the nefarious and dangerous plan of the Illuminati. It was not my intention to doubt that the doctrines of the Illuminati and principles of Jacobinism," Jacobinism is a term in Europe for the Illuminati, "had not spread in the United States. On the contrary, no one was more truly satisfied of this fact than I am." Now, there are many books on this by fine writers like John Coleman and Fritz Springmeier and Stephen Knight. Many books and tomes. I urge you, if you will, to visit my own website, the links page there. We have all the resources you could possibly want, because I insist that you do not take what I'm saying at face value. Do not just believe what you're being told in this world. Do the research, do the homework, take hold of this, discover it, find out. All the sources are there provided for you in this series, and also you can contact me personally if you want a list of books or more information on this intriguing subject. One of the sources is no other than Professor Carroll Quigley, who is considered and was the guru of Bill Clinton, the man that Bill Clinton said affected him more than any other man. Well, Professor Carroll Quigley says there does exist and has existed for a generation an international Anglophile network which operates to some extent in the way the radical right believes the communists act. In fact, this network, which we may identify as the round table groups, has no aversion to cooperating with the communists or any other groups, and frequently does so. I know of the operations of this network because I have studied it for 20 years and was permitted for 2 years in the early 1960s to examine its papers and secret records. I have no aversion to it or most of its aims, and have for much of my life been close to it and many of its instruments. But since we're talking about symbolism here, we want to underscore that again. Here is the statue of George Washington in Washington, and the strange pose of the president sitting and stripped to the waist and in his arms in this strange position. Well, Freemasons and Knights Templar know exactly what that pose is all about. Their god Baphomet. This is an emblem of secret societies with a goat's head and the same pose. That's where that comes from. In tarot, if you take a tarot deck and lift the fourth card you'll find is called the Emperor. Card number 4 of the tarot is called the Emperor. It shows a stern countenance male figure, the Emperor, sitting in a great marble throne. Well, what do you see when you go to the Lincoln Memorial? Is the stern-countenanced male patriarch, the founding father, the Emperor of America, sitting in the great marble throne. These symbols come from somewhere. We saw that the Illuminati pyramid is the prime symbol of the secret societies here at the G7 summit, with the leaders of the world, Francis Mitterrand on the right, Bill Clinton in the middle, and Tony Blair, a bunch of other criminals. And they're sitting around a table, and of course you can see in the center the triangle and the striations of light coming out of it. That's a secret society symbol. And we know even that the round table groups are a very powerful secret society in England, formed by Cecil Rhodes. They're called the Round Table Group, and they control most of the American think tanks and foundations. Though they, on paper, appear to be of different parties, the idea is, and of course as they're happy to tell you by the symbolism that they use, they're one party. And that's why it is extremely important to realize that when we as normal human beings, caring about humanity and caring about what happens in our neighborhoods, want positive change to take place, and why it never really does, is because, you see, what's the point of going to a criminal syndicate and then saying, criminal A, we're going to vote for you, could you please undo what your syndicate and the rest of the members are doing, because we don't like criminal B anymore? So we run over here to John Kerry, and go, we'll vote for you. Oh, of course, we couldn't even manage that. But anyway, we'll vote for you if you can undo what this other criminal is doing in the world. But what's the point of that? They both belong to the same secret societies. They both have blood ties, direct blood ties to the same royal dynasties of Europe. So when nothing gets done, please understand there's a reason for that. And coming to this for the first time, just pay attention to the symbolism. The symbolism is very, very important. Here's another statue of George Washington in Washington, D.C., and the plinth. The sculptors have put the bust, and then they put the plinth, and under it says George Washington, and then it says Freemason and First President, and underneath you can see the Masonic compass and rule and the letter G. Freemason and First President, what it says. But of course, one would take exception to this. How come the word Freemason is coming before First President? This is a public statue. This is a public man. He was the President of the United States. But the allegiance hierarchy is being told to you. Now, that raises a question. If these individuals have allegiances behind the scenes, the secret societies, how can we trust a lot of their so-called allegiances and oaths of office? I mean, if I'm making a promise to you, but I've got my hands, my fingers crossed behind my back, how good is that promise? Maybe that would account for some of the strange historical quirks that have gone on, and how we seem to be going backwards instead of forwards. But again, they're happy to tell you, if only you know how to read. And what of these allegiances? Well, we find when we make a study of Freemasonry that they have oaths that preclude their oaths to other office. For instance, in the Duncan's ritual, the Royal Archmasons say, "I will aid and assist a companion Royal Archmason when engaged in any difficulty and espouse his cause, whether it be right or wrong. A companion Royal Archmason's secrets shall remain as secure and inviolable in my breast as in his own. Murder and treason not accepted." So does that not account for the fact that these people are some of the worst criminals in the world? Well, of course, if you're given carte blanche like that, aren't you more likely to even commit crimes when you know that there's nobody to bring you to justice? But the very fact that that should be said, that murder and treason not accepted, is horrendous, that we should have such organizations in our midst. The famous handshake, most people who've even made a brief study of Freemasonry know that the handshake is a very prominent means of identification. But what we're probably not aware of is how much the corporate world used that very same Masonic symbol. So watch out when you see an advertisement with a handshake. Just realize it may not be an accident, because the handshake and many other symbols come out of the secret societies that we may not first be aware of, like the letter G, for instance, in the G7 summit. Now, the Freemasons, to become a Freemason, you move through what is called the 3 degrees, or the third degree. That's why they say that you're given the 3rd degree when you're picked up by the police and taken downtown. And the idea also that most police stations are underground. The idea that you're taken below is an old theme from Egypt, where the forces of darkness take you below into the underworld for processing. But the 3rd degree is a term in Freemasonry. And we find that the number 3 is sacred to all Freemasons, and this is the reason why it has been incorporated into so many areas of religious and secular life. We saw that the triangle of the Freemasons, the Illuminati, is a 3. And the portal of the temple of Freemasons is the threshold. But we have 3 divisions of society: nobility, clergy, and the serfs, the servants in ancient society. Nobility, clergy, and the serfs made up the old medieval feudal divisions of society. Now we have the 3 divisions of the economic world: first, second, third world. Well, I didn't call it that. You didn't make up that term. Who would normally think of the world being divided into 3 sections of first, second, and third? Where do these terms come from? Who is the Trilateral Commission? We have 3 main political parties always put before us: Labour, Conservative, and Liberal, or Democrat, Republican, and Independent. We have 3 levels of the social classes: upper, middle, and lower. When's the last time you thought of yourself as a middle class person, or an upper class person, or a lower class person? These are sociological terms nobody invents. We would not normally think of ourselves in that way, but somebody has divided us into those categories and subcategories. In sports, we find that there's 3 levels of competence, distinguished by the bronze, silver, and gold. We have 3 presidential debates. We have 3 levels of matriculation: bachelor's, master's, professorship. 3 branches of government: executive, legislative, and judicial. 3 branches of the legislature: the upper house and the lower house. We have the armed forces, 3 levels in the beginning: the private, corporal, and sergeant, and the 3 stripes. In the courts, we have the minor, the state, and the federal. We have to realize that all cults, all organizations, all churches, all governments, and all royal families are distinguished by the symbols that they use. Now, Fascism is a political system, and there are symbols. The symbol of international fascism can be looked up in any dictionary or encyclopedia, is a bundle of rods. It's an old Roman symbol, a bundle of rods with a hatchet in the middle of it. And the axe blade is usually protruding from the bundle of rods. And that symbol is called the fasci, from which we get the word fascism, the political system. But worrisome, more worrisome than that, is why that very symbol of the fasci, the international symbol for world fascism, what's it doing on the United States Congress at the back? Of all the thousands of symbols that this so-called on paper democracy could use, we find the symbols of world fascism. We find that it's a very old story. The ancient Druids divided themselves into three classes: Ovates, Bards, and the High Druids. We find that the flags of the Commonwealths and the flags of the world are also striated into three often, because it's the Masonic three, and the symbols on them are Masonic, should anybody make a study of symbolism and heraldry. We find that organizations like Scientology use the double triangle, the serpentine S, and the black and white. They also use the checkerboard on their ties. And the two triangles represent the 33rd degree. The 33rd degree of Freemasonry. ABC Towers in Los Angeles is two triangles interlocking, making a Star of David. One of the most important symbols of the country of America is the eagle, the great eagle of America. But what we know is that in astrology, that relates to the constellation of Scorpio. Scorpio is known as the scorpion, but in ancient times, the biggest constellation in Scorpio, which is still there, you can see it on any planisphere, was the eagle. So that is why America, which was born in Cancer, the sign of Cancer, but it also likes to generate or associate itself with scorpionic energy, which rules power and money and big wealth. Aquila, the eagle. And in corporate logos, corporate imagery, we'll often see this motif not only of the wings of the eagle, but of the background of the night sky or the day sky being used to represent something subliminally to us. We find that the Pentagon, for instance, the center of the warfare and the military, was actually designed by secret society people. John Whiteside Parsons, who helped to design the Pentagon, was a high priest in the OTO. OTO is Ordo Templi Orientis, an ancient German secret society which descends from the Thule Society. And the OTO are the funders and the patrons of the Skull and Bones Society of Yale University. And it was a high-degreed member of the OTO that helped to design the occult design of the Pentagon. If you put the arms back onto a pentagon, you'll make a pentagram, a well-known symbol in magic. And of course we see the generals and the tanks and the hellish machines of war and the flags all showing the pentagram. In other shows in this series we've gone into that in greater depth. Franklin Delano Roosevelt was raised as a master mason in 1911 at the Holland Lodge No. 8 in New York. And in 1929 he became a 33rd degree Scottish Rite Mason at Albany Consistory. He would have been aware, as all high-ranking Scottish Rite Masons who had read Albert Pike's Moral and Dogmas, that the pentagonal shape or pentacle was associated by Pike with the Masonic blazing star, and in turn identified with the five-pointed star of ancient Egypt, Sirius. The groundbreaking ceremony for the Pentagon happened to be on September 11th, 1941. Those of you who have watched already the Weapons of Mass Deception, Behind the New World Order, and Atlantis, Alien Visitation, and Genetic Manipulation will know the impact of that and the concept of the laying of these monuments and stones and cityscapes. As David Oveson in his fine book, The Secret Architecture of Our Nation's Capital, has brought out, there's something going on here in the cities of the world. There's an occult agenda. He found 23 complete zodiacs in Washington, D.C. secreted into the architecture there, and over 1,000 zodiacal and other planetary symbols. So on paper, we're laughed at if we believe in astrology and anything metaphysical, and yet here we have the leaders of the land, the founding fathers, literally encoding into the design of their cities the most profound occult symbols. Now, Graham Hancock and Robert Bauval, in their book Talisman, like David Oveson, have brought out that the very timing was important. The laying of the stones was precisely timed to the constellations. and to the aspects and conjunctions of certain planets like Sirius and the Sun and Jupiter and Saturn. The very moment that the stones were laid of the Capitol building and the Washington Monument, the very dropping of these stones, the processions through the city streets by the Freemasons who were doing this, were all based on stellar and cosmological occurrences. And Washington, D.C. is not the only example. But the fact that it does have an obelisk from Egypt and a oval office, and how the buildings are aligned to the horizon, to compass points and celestial anomalies, is very important. And how this is not a new thing, but a very ancient thing, the building of these monuments and the power that they help to generate. David Oveson even shows us something amazing. He says that in Egypt, when you wanted to draw the symbol for the star Sirius, you used an obelisk, you used a 5-pointed star, and you used a little oval symbol. That was the hieroglyphic for the star Sirius, which is in Cancer. There's the symbol on the right of your screen. But what do we find in concrete, in the layout of Washington, D.C.? We find a pentagram in the form of the Pentagon. We find the obelisk, that's the Washington Monument, and lo and behold, we find the oval and the Oval Office. We even find that the shadow, just like something in Indiana Jones, the shadow of the phallic, masculine obelisk will follow and go up the river and almost touch the Oval Office. And in the Oval Office, we find a carpet that has oak leaf motifs on it. Oak leaves from the old Druids. One of the most beloved symbols of Freemasonry is the compass and rule and the letter G. But just be aware, you'll find that symbol in many other places in a Freemasonic lodge where it belongs. You'll find it, for instance, in imagery of banks and insurance agencies and corporations and on posters. You'll also see the symbol of the key, which relates to Vatican intelligence and Roman Catholic secret societies, not in any way connected to Roman Catholicism as a religion, by the way. It made a big difference. I have to, again, emphasize that. There's a big difference between Roman Catholicism as a religion and Vatican as a state within a state, ruled by a Swiss guard. The Masonic G and the compass is used in the Acura car company. That little symbol of theirs that appears to be an A is in fact not an A, it is a Masonic compass. And the word Acura is a very important word. You'll notice that over 70% of the products and 70% of the different brand names and logos that you'll see in this world don't mean anything in English. The names, the words, don't mean anything in English. I mean, you just have to open your fridge or take an educated drive down a boulevard or into the shopping mall and look at the products that you buy, and you'll find that a great deal of them don't have names that mean anything in English. Now, you'd think a merchant would want to communicate as easily as possible to his demographic, to the people who are going to buy his product. But yet, in fact, the designers have a different idea. And Acura is a word that's very ancient. It comes from the word for Mercury. The god Mercury was accuracy, the word when we're very accurate. Mercury was the god of accuracy and precision. Remember, he was the fastest god. We looked at the third degree and how important that was for Freemasons and how it impacts our modern world, the 3 levels. We also find that those levels are often called the red and the blue degrees. Those familiar with Freemasonry know that they have a thing called the blue degrees of Freemasonry. And that's why a certain color of blue is often used on many flags of the world, especially those of the mega political structures like NATO, United Nations, and the European Union, and so on. A certain color of blue also turns up in a great majority of corporate logos, and we need to pay attention to colors and how they're used. I'm not saying that every corporation in the world is using this or is connected to Freemasonry, but when we're dealing with symbolic literacy, we must be aware that some of them are. And we have to be able to decode some of the symbolism that they're using. For instance, the $sign that we used to relate to money, especially in America, is the old symbol for scourge or whip, that which keeps man under control. That symbol is very ancient, and it actually meant the scourge. And if you look up the word scourge in a dictionary, it'll mean the whip or the yoke, that which binds and controls the slave. But the symbol goes before that even. It's actually a symbol that relates to the goddess Isis, the goddess of the moon. And since a lot of coins were made from silver, and silver is related to the moon, and the goddess of the moon was Isis, so today we have the symbol for money being the old silver symbol coming out of Isis, the letters of her name compressed together, or when you collapse them together. Freemasons have what they call the floor of the house. We'll often hear that term being used in government also, the floor of the house. And it always is usually a checkerboard motif. On the right, you'll see the interior of a Grand Masonic Lodge, and there is the floor of the house. And the checkerboard motif is often found on the hats of the police of the world. Certainly it is the case in Britain, but I know that in America, some of the hats have the checkerboard motif. That's just to let you know who they're officiating for. And the very black and white of the cars, the police cars in America, the black and white, the coloring has a source. There's George Washington with his under the G for Freemasonry, standing on the checkerboard, and he's standing in a 90-degree angle. It's very important to understand that there are laws, as we said earlier on, for the Freemasons that they obey, and there's a different set of laws, outside the lodge. This was brought out in the Los Angeles Times in 2000 in a certain report which says first arrests of officers expected in rampant probe. Of course, we know about all the scandals down there, and the federal lawsuits are ongoing to the Los Angeles police, the violations that they've been up to. But if we actually read the article, it says that according to one source, district attorney's officials do not plan to give the three an opportunity to surrender themselves to authorities today. And the reason why they're not being allowed to surrender, they're going to be arrested, the source said. They're not part of the brotherhood. They're not part of any fraternity. They're going to be arrested like anybody else. Los Angeles Times, front page. That's right. You're not part of the brotherhood. You're going to be treated like anybody else. Of course, if you're part of the lodge, then papers go missing. We'll let the Keystone Cops loose. People will be tripping over each other. Nobody knows anything. You're free as a bird to go on and commit the next series of crimes. Okay? That's the way the game is played. So innocuously in Camel or in various games, video games, what have you, when you see the checkered floor, just pay attention. It's been used on us a lot. Here in the Beatles symbol for Abbey Road, the walking on the black and white squares is a patently Masonic symbol showing you who they work for and who created the Beatles. And also the very fact that they're dressed as if they're going to a funeral has been noted by certain critics. Lots of symbolism involved here. But even innocuous car advertisements, like this one for the Chevrolet. Here's another one for a bank. The only symbol they're using is the checkered floor. And that's where we get the term like square deal, or we'll treat you fair and square. It all came from the Masonic Lodge, that when you used to say that to a fellow Mason, in order to get their business, you'd say on the phone to them, so out of earshot or so that other people wouldn't realize it, you'll be treated fair and square here. Of course, later on it just got picked up in normal society and we use it today. But there's lots of terms like being on the square and being given the third degree and breaking the law. Here you see the Exxon symbol, but the Exxon symbol has the double X, and the double X is called the Cross of Lorraine, a unique system. It's the double cross of the Knights of Malta cross. It's more specifically called the Cross of Lorraine because many secret societies, especially the Priory de Zion and the Grand Orient French Freemasonic system, come out of the province of Lorraine in France. Lots of secret societies operate from there. It's one of the reasons why students of the assassination of Martin Luther King might pay attention to the fact that he was shot in what was called the Lorraine Motel. I mean, it's obvious that that was a conspiracy, but it goes even beyond that. There's symbolism being used to let you know who did it. They leave calling cards to these individuals if you know how to decode what's going on. If you don't, well, then you just chase after the local mafia boss and you chase after the local lone gunman, and basically nothing ever changes in our world. Now, what is an exon? Not only do they have the double cross of Lorraine, showing who they are, but what is an exon? That's another word that doesn't mean anything in English. An exon is like a page. There you see him on the right. He's a court-appointed page. He does the bidding of the royals. So Exxon Corporation, are they doing the bidding of the royals? Could they be connected to the British royal family and perhaps Dutch Royal Shell? That's right, Shell gas stations, their full name is Dutch Royal Shell, descending from the Queen of England through the House of Hanover and through the House of Orange. The Cross of Lorraine. The Cross of the Lorraine was also used in the French Second World War by the French as the underground symbol. Some people who've been involved in the Second World War will recognize that symbol because it was a symbol used by the French underground. And history would just love us to believe that the French underground just happened to pop into existence during the Second World War, and of course just vanished and fizzled fell off the back pages of history after the war. Well, that's not true. As Lady Queensborough and Nedster Webster and the other original turn-of-the-century researchers into secret societies proved, the French underground has always been around. They're not just a French underground, they're the underground. That these black market cabals and underground movements existed all over the world for all time. It just had happened that during the time when the Nazis were loose, the governments of the West could use the underground networks. But they've been around for a long period of time. Here on another corporate logo you see the term with a double X, the double cross. One of the other beloved symbols of the Freemasons, the most powerful of them, is the Knights of Malta cross. That's that black cross, and in the middle you see a symbol with a cross and a cross inside a crown. The cross and the crown. We even have cross and crown Lutheran churches out there. And this symbol of the cross and the crown will be found on churches, on hospitals, on many organizations and symbols. Here it is on the grave of Charles Taze Russell, who was none other than the founder of Jehovah's Witnesses, and he was also the founder of the Watchtower magazine. Watchtower is a symbol of the Knights of Columbus, or the Knights of Malta. Always use the symbol of the tower, just like a piece of, in chess you have the towers. Well, here's Charles Taze Russell buried under an Illuminati pyramid with the Roman wreath and the cross and the crown, literally telling you who the Jehovah's Witnesses really morphed out of and who funded the rise of that power. Most Jehovah's Witnesses in the world could never tell you that their leader was a member of powerful European secret societies. And who are the Russell Trust? Here on Cal State brochure for the opening of the school quarter, it's loaded with secret society symbols of Maltese crosses and crosses of Lorraine and Illuminati pyramids and keys and keyholes and whatnot, and globes. But of course, if you're not educated and symbol literate in these matters, it all just looks like nice design. Here's the Knights of Columbus symbol, and you see the fascist symbol in the middle there, just in case you think that they're hiding this. It's all in plain sight. It's a very ancient symbol. On the left you see from Sumeria, the Knights of Malta cross. On the right, from the Scottish Picts, you not only see the swastika, but the Knights of Malta cross and the serpent. Those who've read my book, Atlantis, Alien Visitation and Genetic Manipulation, or have seen that program in the series will know exactly where the tie-in is there with the serpent symbol to the cults and secret societies of the modern world and the governments of the modern world, and how that plays in. Interestingly, this Knights of Malta cross turns up on the fascist flag of the Nazi Party, and so it should, because they're only too happy to tell you who funded the Knights of the Nazi Party of Germany. Didn't Himmler always refer to the Nazis as a black lodge, as an order of knights, as a knightly brotherhood? The way they dressed and the way that they operated their army should show you that, using ancient symbols. But they're happy to use the oak leaves as well. There's the Knights of Malta cross. Where did that symbol come from? We think it's a Nazi symbol. It's not. Where did the skull and bones symbol come from? The skull and bones symbol is a very ancient symbol. It was used by the pirates of the British Empire. Long before the Nazis got hold of it, we have the pirates on the high seas going to conquer all of the worlds. We've got the eagle, the Roman eagle. Don't believe it? what's it doing on the top of the Queen of England's crown, the Knights of Malta cross? Because she is the head of the Order of the Knights of Malta. The Sovereign Military Order of Malta, their flag is red and white. It has a red background and a white cross. Exactly the same colors and motifs that you find on the national coat of arms of Switzerland. We find it on the red cross, so-called charity. And on St. George's Cross of England, the same colors are used. Basically came out of the group called the Knights of St. John Hospitallers. When the Freemasons and secret societies of France were purged by the Vatican powers, the Knights Templar sort of disappeared for a while and re-emerged as a group called the Knights of St. John Hospitallers, and they used these colors. Later it turned out to be, when they went to Malta, they re-emerged as the Knights of Malta. And the Red Cross is completely owned by them, as is Switzerland. All those bank accounts and the hidden banks, of course. And the headquarters of World Freemasonry is actually in Switzerland. It's in Zurich. And you can go there and you look over the door and you'll see in Latin the words Ordo ab Chaos, which means order out of chaos. Again, they're happy to tell you how their Leviathan moves forward, how they achieve their world goals. It's by creating so much foment and upheaval in the world and then bringing in the order that everybody's craving for. But of course, when there's war and upheaval, you also need to be monitoring what's going on. So all you do is you create the charities. You create the Greenpeaces and the Red Crosses of the world who can just go in and spy, do all your spying for you and everything else. Nobody in the wide world thinking that these charities have an ancestry, that they come from the 13th century, that they are funded by secret society money, that they purvey all manner of intoxicants and drugs. No, these histories are kept from us. We read that research into the current role of the Knights of Malta and its individual members is just beginning. The most serious problem is the dearth of documents available due to the extreme secrecy of the organization. Except for a few scattered references in various books, magazines, and newspapers, and a few romanticized stories about ancient glories of the order, the necessary amount of materials has not yet surfaced. We'll find those colors and those symbols and logos on many of the flags of the world. In fact, it is a case in point that any Commonwealth country, or in fact any country of the world, can't just legally create their own flag or coat of arms. Guess where they send to it? To the Charterhouse in London. One house in London designs all the flags and attributes all the colors and flags to the countries of the world. So much for sovereignty and independence. Yeah, you may be sovereign in name only to confuse the people of the country. Now, magistrates, chancellors, and Queen's Council also wear the symbols. In ancient days, you'd remember that when the death sentence was passed in court, the judge would put on a black cloth on his head, a square of black cloth. Because in order to pronounce death over you, he had to wear the black square. The judge would put that over his head. That's the Freemason symbol, the black square. The black and white squares. Now you're on the black square. You've gone into the crime, but the Freemasons are saying they're going to take your life from you. In America, it is now habit that when you get sworn in as a citizen of the country, it's done in a Masonic hall. Many, many times that happens where the swearing of allegiance, in fact, the very hand over the heart or the raising of the right hand, they're not Christian symbols. Open any Freemasonic book showing the rites and rituals of Freemasonry, like the Duncan's ritual, and you'll see that symbol and those symbols. They have nothing to do with Christianity. Xilinx Corporation, using the Knights of Malta cross, the red cross. Here's the Knights Templar cross on Alfa Romeo, the Italian company. But on the right, we see a very strange symbol of a dragon eating a man, eating a human being. From old Mexican codex, we see the same image. Who is the dragon that's devouring the human being? And more importantly, why does the president of Italy have the same image in his garden? The black serpent crowned, devouring a human being. We got some questions here. Now the serpent symbol is used a lot. The reptilian symbol is also used in corporate logos like Sobe, the drink. But Sobe is an Egyptian word. It actually is Sobek with a K at the end, but it was also pronounced Sobe. And Sobe was the reptilian crocodile god of ancient Egypt. One of the ancient orders of the world used to refer to the Knights of Malta cross as the Black Sun. So when you see that Knights of Malta cross, it was often shown with or it was even referred to as the Black Sun. Well, the Black Sun just happens to be the symbol of the Smithsonian Institute. And as people who've studied and researched the Nazi movement will tell you, they used to refer to their swastika also as the Black Sun. Here on Bracken House in London City, you see the Black Sun and the Zodiac. We can walk past these symbols every day in the architecture and never question for 1 minute what on earth they mean. Now, the Knights of Columbus symbol turns up on Arco Corporation. That little symbol that they use is the Knights of Malta symbol. And Arco is an old word, a very old word. Again, it doesn't mean anything in English. And conventionally it means, Atlantic Richfield Oil Company, what have you. But there's always double, triple layers, tertiary and secondary meanings to these logos and symbols that they put out in the public domain. The word Arco is Latin, and it comes from the word for a fallen angel. Look up in a Latin dictionary, Archon or Arco, and it will tell you that it means the fallen angels. And the symbol is the pyramid seen from above. If you look at the Arco symbol, you will see that it is the Giza pyramid with a missing capstone. As we said, the Freemasons, the Illuminati are very involved with pyramids. But taken in a two-dimensional format, it's the Knights of Malta cross. Another very important symbol in Freemasonry is the dove. You'll often see Christians using it, thinking that it is a symbol of the Holy Spirit. Actually, the Liberal Democrats in England also use it as the symbol of their party, and also Greenpeace, you'll remember, used the symbol of the dove. But we'll find that along with the Knights of Malta cross, the dove has a very ancient secret society connection. Here it is on the maces of the Queen of England. The connection is betrayed when you understand that the old word for dove in Latin countries was columb or Columbus or Columbine, the columb. So the District of Columbia, Columbia Pictures, Colombia and South America, where it just happens that all the drugs come from. Let's wonder who really owns Columbia. British Columbia, or the Columbia Shuttle, or even Columbine High School. These names mean something. They mean the doves. The dove is a secret society symbol. But it gets even more sinister than that. In Freemasonry, one of the characters in World Freemasonry was called Cagliostro. Giuseppe Balsamo, who was a secret society individual roaming Europe. But he invented for Freemasonry what was called the Egyptian Rite, Cagliostro's Egyptian Rite. This is a man who was very close to the family of Louis XVI and Marie Antoinette and what have you. But he was a top Freemason, and he invented an Egyptian rite. Within that rite, he had what was, they used, the high priests were not adults, they were young boys and young girls, young children that were involved in these Masonic rites. And they were known in that Masonic rite as the colombs, or the young doves. Now, is there a connection perhaps to the sacrifice that took place at Columbine High School in the sign of Aries, and the young doves being used as sacrificial slaves? Were they being marked for death like soldiers are marked for death? Because when you wear the oak leaves and the Knights of Malta cross, you may think, oh yes, very handsome, all of this decoration on the uniforms of the soldiers of the world, and then they're marched off to a particular location on the planet Earth to be slaughtered. This all has to do with being marked for death by these symbols. You find the oak leaves on the Russian lapels of the Russian army. You'll find them on the hats of the French. You'll find the oak leaves on the floor of the Oval Office, and you'll even find the little oak acorns on the hats of the cavalry that in America were fighting during the Civil War. Being marked for death and ritual death is something very important. August 31st, 1997, there was a ritual death. Lady Spencer from England was assassinated, murdered in Paris, a ritual center, right at the Palace de Alma, in a huge rite. Now, the truth of these ritual crimes was exposed by author Stephen Knight in his book, The Brotherhood, which he spoke of Freemasonry. He also says that the Jack the Ripper murders, we know that those took place 100 years to the day on August the 31st. And Stephen Knight has exposed that the Jack the Ripper murders were funded, called into being, orchestrated by the British royal family, and that there were ritual deaths of young Catholic women in a ritual death. And there's also a movie which is a little hard to find, but it is called Murder by Decree, which will tell you the whole story. Stephen Knight died 2 years after the writing of that book. One of the other secret societies operating very much in American context, it's called the Bohemian Club or the Bohemian Society. And their symbol is the owl. However, if we examine a dollar bill, we've already found it filled with secret society symbols, but up near the one on the right-hand corner, secreted there amongst the webs, is a little owl. So it's in all dollar bills. And that is the owl of the Bohemian Club or the Bohemian Society, a super elite steering committee, a steering group within the secret society apparatus. And all the presidents of America will attend the Bohemian Grove north of San Francisco during the summer solstice and do rituals there. There's a whole study of the Bohemian Society. And their symbol, the owl, is on the dollar bill. They say that they worship the owl because the owl, of course, can see things in the dark. But it goes back to the ancient Babylonian cult of Minerva. Minerva, the goddess Minerva, who was symbolized by the owl. One of their other most beloved symbols is the rose. Freemasons and Rosicrucians will use the rose, but of course that symbol comes from the Tudor dynasty. The Tudor dynasty, as we saw in Atlantis, Alien Visitation, the Tudor dynasty funded a lot of these secret societies from the 15th century onwards, and their symbol was the Tudor rose. That's why there's rose gardens in very close proximity to all of the houses of parliament or the government buildings. You'll find the rose garden in which the dignitaries and the officials will walk, and the rose bowl. Certain bands, like the Grateful Dead, make great use of the rose, and we haven't got time in this program to go into all the details about individual bands, but the secret society connections of this band have been well brought out, why it is that they use the skeleton and the skull of the Knights Templar and the red rose of the Bohemian Club and the Rosicrucians. Their members have also been seen at the Bohemian Grove, but Lancome and many other technical companies will use the symbol of the rose. It'll just be there innocuously, and people will wonder, what on earth is this rose doing on this corporate logo here? Viagra used the red rose because it's controlled by Pfizer, a very powerful company in the world. Here you see the flower coming out of the world, and all around it are the cosmetic companies of the world, all united, all joined. We spoke a little earlier on of the pirates and how the British royal family, the Tudor dynasty specifically, used the pirates to spread their tentacles and take their empire, their colonialization to all parts of the world. And the word pirates means the men of fire. And the symbol that the pirates used, of course, was the skull and bones, which later we find in America, because the pirates or pirates served the Tudor dynasty. They were headed by men like Sir Francis Drake and Edmund Spenser. The progeny of the pirates settled on the lands that they conquered and opened the great universities. That's the Ivy League universities, for the education of their sons and daughters. All right? Because once you've colonized a place and slaughtered everybody else, you want to maintain control, and you can't do that in just one lifetime. You have to set up an elite school system so that your own children will be the next generation of elites to rule. And of course, you must employ a fraternity structure to ensure that only the chosen will be exposed to the real occult history of the world. Because you don't want the common man, of course, finding out any of this. You want to keep them in line. Overworld and underworld figures, educated and funded to adroitly lead the rest of mankind down whatever roads become necessary. Sir Francis Drake was one of the pirates. So when they put these swashbuckling sagas and romantic versions of the pirates in front of you, just realize that these leaders of the pirates were royal dynasty ambassadors, were trained in the most advanced maritime universities of the world, and were moneyed. You know, you just don't happen to buy a ship and take it out under the high seas. Now the Ivy League universities, Yale for instance, what is a Yale? A Yale is an old hybrid creature. A chimera, a hybrid, a genetically hybridized animal. And the logo of Yale University's most powerful secret society is they have many secret societies there, and the most powerful one is called the Skull and Bones Lodge, the Brotherhood of Death, and it's known as Lodge 322. And it shows the old pirate symbol. That's where it comes from, because they're the descendants of the Tudor dynasties and the other House of Plantagenet and the other dynasties of Europe, coming out of Portugal and Spain and the world. And it's called Lodge 322. Here on a Nike corporation, if you look very carefully, Of course, this bizarre advertisement doesn't even have the Nike logo. It doesn't even have a symbol. The kids are able to discern. But if you look carefully at the flames on the left-hand side, you'll see the number 322 secreted into it, letting you know who's behind Nike. Here in Porto, Portugal, is the headquarters of the Bacardi company. They're out of South America, but one of their headquarters is in Portugal. And 15-foot high flames, you see the word Bacardi, and of course their symbol is the bat, the vampire bat dripping blood. And one would ask, why on earth would they use that symbol? When you realize that the Bacardi family and the Bronfman family and the Onassis family and a horde of other families that are behind the purveyance of alcohol and the purveyance of drugs and opium are again sanctioned and funded, all this information exists, by the royal dynasties and the royal houses. They were descendants of the old pirates and buccaneers who came and brought disease and genocide to the world so that later they could revel in their fortunes. And of course they're happy to tell you, if you know how to decode the corporate ads, the corporate logos, you'll see the connection of the pirates to alcohol and spirits and also to fashion. The fashion industry, using the skull and bones motif. Because these individuals were the traders, the Russell Trust, the Hudson Bay Company, the East India Company, which were fronted by the pirates, were sent into countries to rape and rend, to slaughter everybody there, and to then take the livestock, to go and hunt. So those trappers, again romantically put before us as these trappers making their way into the Yukon and up the Hudson River, these were just agents working for the Russell Trust. It's as simple as that, and the documentation is there to prove it. And of course, when you take animals, you take their skins, that becomes the fur trade. You take their meat, that becomes the furrier trade and the meat trade. But as a byproduct of certain animals comes the musk. So from that came a lot of the cosmetic corporations. By the time that the animals' bodies were taken into Europe, into the city center and processed, they realized that a handy byproduct of the death of these animals was the musk, which would be used in cosmetics for women. And that's one of the reasons why you see London, Paris, New York written on most cosmetics, because the families ruled from these places that they were colonizing. In Freemasonry, as we said, you have the third degree, but you also hear about a thing called the red and blue degrees. Well, that's why we have red light districts and blue movies. The very terms tell you who's controlling it. It's the Freemasonic degrees, are called the blue and the red degrees of Freemasonry. And you'll see those colors a little bit later. Roosevelt, President Roosevelt, was a member of an order called the Ancient Order of the Tiger, because within Freemasonry there's many subcategories and suborders. And on the left there you see what looks like just a normal corporate logo, until you realize that those striations, you see a globe with these striations on it, please understand that that is a claw mark. What you're actually seeing there, like the one below, is a very clear example when you know what you're looking at. It's a claw mark, it's a print mark of a bear or of a tiger, because these are secret society logos and slogans that are being used about the grip of the tiger encircling the world, that the secret societies have the whole world in their grasp through the corporate power that they operate. Here you see the symbol of on the right, the 3 sixes. A lot of Christian groups are aware of this, that the Trilateral Commission's symbol is the 3 sixes. At the bottom you see the Gateway symbol. Gateway Computers, there's 3 interlocking symbols. In fact, that one was so blatant they had to end up changing it. But the Federal Reserve Board also using the 3 sixes. We talked about Cecil Rhodes and his Round Table organization coming out of England, a think tank and a funder of major secret societies. One of the organizations that they immediately created was the Royal Institute of International Affairs, that then goes on to be the parent company or organization behind the American Council on Foreign Relations and Trilateral Commission. Now, the Council on Foreign Relations is the secret government of America, really. Of its 262 members, many are journalists and correspondents and communication executives. And this ties in with what the theme of this program is, that here we have the secret society connection to the media. For instance, Lawrence Tish, the CEO of CBS, John Welch, the CEO of NBC, Thomas Murphy, the CEO of ABC, George Gruen of Reader's Digest, CEO, Catherine Graham, Washington Post, Newsweek, Associated Press, Saul Linowitz, Time Magazine, Then Dan Rather, Bill Moyers, Tom Brokaw, David Brinkley, Barbara Walters, Diane Sawyer, Ted Koppel, Robert McNeil, Jim Lehrer of PBS, the public stations in America, David Gergen, and William F. Buckley of National Review. Those names may be unfamiliar to you if you live outside America, but every American knows those names. Now, of course, they'll appear to you in public on the theater, on the carnival stage of the television, and they'll be a Republican, and this one will be a Democrat, and they'll be at each other's throats, and they'll, be showing you that they all have these allegiances on the street level. But when we actually find, they're all shaking hands behind the scenes. They all belong to the same secret society. And that's who they're taking their orders from. Congressman John R. Rarick, who's on to the game, he says that the CFR, dedicated to one world government, financed by a number of the largest tax-exempt foundations and wielding such power and influence over our lives in the areas of finance, business, labor, military, education, and mass communication media, should be familiar to every American concerned with good government and with preserving and defending the U.S. Constitution and our free enterprise system. Yet, the nation's right-to-know machinery, the news media, usually so aggressive in exposures to inform our people, remain conspicuously silent when it comes to the CFR, its members, and their activity. Yes, but if there's some drag queen operating in a corner of the town, or some other petty fraud going on down at the local mechanics or at the local coffee shop, you can bet that the whole slew of cameras will be down there uncovering it. Now, Rear Admiral Chester Ward, who's a former member of the CFR for 16 years, and he should know, he said the most powerful clique in these elitist groups have one objective in common. They want to bring about the surrender of the sovereignty of the national independence of the United States. A secret clique of international members in the CFR comprises the Wall Street international bankers and their key agents. Primarily, they want a world banking monopoly from whatever power ends up in the control of global government. Katharine Graham, in her own words, speaking at the CIA headquarters in 1988, she says, "We live in a dirty and dangerous world. There are some things the general public does not need to know and shouldn't. I believe democracy flourishes when the government can take legitimate steps to keep its secrets, and when the press can decide whether to print what it knows." Well, wait a minute, how come we weren't in on all of this? We were thinking that democracy means the freedom and the right to know. Well, that was America, wasn't it, in the 50s and the 40s? What happened? Not only is this vile creature letting you know, misinterpreting the concept of democracy, but she fails to tell you that from the sequestering and from these people's complicity and from their silence, that the world becomes a dirty and a dangerous place. But as I've been telling you all along in this series, we're not inventing anything. We're not conspiracy freaks or conspiracy nuts. It's from the horse's mouth. I bring you the documentation of the people themselves. Here she's saying, democracy can be limited. The government has the right to tell the people what it pleases, and the people can do nothing about it. Their media does not serve them. David Rockefeller, with the same condescending tone in his address to the Trilateral Commission in 1991, talking about how the media is in his pocket, he says, "We are grateful to the Washington Post and New York Times, Time Magazine, and other great publications whose directors have attended our meetings and respected their promises of discretion for almost 40 years. It would have been impossible for us to develop our plan for the world if we had been subject to the bright lights of publicity during those years. But the world is now more sophisticated and prepared to march towards world government." Thank you, he's saying. We had to keep it secret because if the people smelled a rat, we'd have been ousted long ago. That's why we're secret, because it smells to high heaven. But thank you, you free democratic press, for covering it up, for hiding our criminality. Now we've got the world in our pocket. We have a one world order, and it's so close people can do nothing about it except part the Red Sea, move out of the way. Now you'll get your prizes. Now you'll get your awards. Now you can retire. So now that we know a little bit about who's doing what to whom, and if you're interested in that subject, please make use of the other programs in this series for a more thorough analysis. But we want to come full circle and again look at how they're doing it, what devices are being used. Jean Kilbourne, in her book Can't Buy Me Love, talks about the power of archetypes and how many advertising agents make use of those. She says the Jolly Green Giant, the Michelin Man, the Man from Glad, Aunt Jemima, Alka-Seltzer, the White Knight, these are all and their otherworldly kin are descendants of earlier gods. That's right. We may look at them as little cartoon characters and think it's humorous and funny, but those are stereotypical examples of very powerful, they embody powerful archetypes. As Walt Disney was aware of this in a positive way and used it for the uplift of mankind, you can also use archetypes like that for a very negative purpose. And when we turn to the concept of astrology and how it's being used, we find that it's an old story. In Genesis 1, we read about astrology. And God said, "Let there be lights in the firmament of the heavens to divide the day from the night, and let them be for signs and for seasons and for days and for years." So there again, in Christianity, the idea that the stars should be taken for signs. Of course, we know that the constellations up there are just a big mess. So it took some doing to associate certain symbols, like the lion for Leo. Very, very ancient symbols going back many, many millennia. And Friedrich Nietzsche warns us. He says that as long as you still experience the stars as something above your head, you lack the eye of knowledge. And how right he is, because we find stars on the cityscapes of the world, we find them on flags, we find it on heraldry, we find it on coins, on money, on corporate products, on cars, on military. Stars aren't just something above the head. They're very much here in the physical domain, and we need to interpret why they're being used and how. Now, if somebody comes along and says that astrological, astrotheological, Sabian motifs are being used by the advertisers, we'll get a laugh. It doesn't seem that obvious. We know that there's 12 signs of the zodiac. And when you say that those are the archive that's being used commonly, people will tend not to believe it, or they'll need convincing. But see, the advertisers are too clever for that. They're not going to keep using and beating it to death. They're not going to keep using the same 12 signs over and over again. They're a little bit more subtle than that. What we have to realize is that, yes, we have the zodiacal belt. The zodiac comes about because the sun moves on a certain path through the sky every day. And back of the sun's movement is a belt of about 17 degrees that's made up of the 12 signs of the zodiac. But in and around those famous signs of the zodiac, the 12 official signs, there are many other constellations. I mean, you only have to look up and see how many stars there are in the sky. So the 12 constellations are not the only ones that are up there and that were known from ancient times. And some of them are very, very important. And to the old magicians and old astronomers and astrologers, those who built the cities and the temples of the world, these other constellations were very important. We find that there were 88 constellations in all, not 12, near and around the ecliptic. So you have the zodiacal belt, as I was saying. You have the Earth and it's surrounded by the zodiacal belt. But in and around that belt are many other constellations, about 88 prominent ones. As I said, the Magi of old were very aware of the power of the zodiac and even designed their cities according to it. We heard about Washington, D.C. Here's the plan of Paris city center with the Champs-Élysées. And there you can see the 12 radiating spokes, 12 based on the zodiac. The whole of Paris is a Masonic layout. And we all know our own star signs. There you see the star signs on the left, and they all have symbols associated with them. And also on the right, you'll see a bunch of other symbols. Those symbols are the planetary rulers of the signs. So you know if you're in Aries, then your planetary ruler is Mars. America is born under Cancer, so it's ruled by the moon, and so on. On the right, you'll see the symbols of the planets. Now, advertisers are also very clever. They understand that the astrological signs are divided into 4 categories: fire signs, water signs, air signs, and earth signs. And of course, each of those are used for specific purposes. They're very specific to certain traits of the mind, and they need to be applied correctly. Fire signs are Aries, Leo, Sagittarius. The water signs are Cancer, Scorpio, and Pisces. Air signs are Libra, Aquarius, and Gemini. And the earth signs are Capricorn, Taurus, and Virgo. Now, fire signs will be used by an advertiser when the idea to convey has to do with energy, vitality, zeal, masculinity. Water signs will be used when it's more of a feminine approach, a more subtle approach involving comfort and home and caring and compassion and things like that. And air signs will be used when it's intellectual or it has to do with problem solving. There's lots of different modalities of how these are applied. It's a very interesting schemata. Earth signs are often used when you're trying to involve yourself in the economical world, or when you're talking about the earth, or you're talking about something very tangible. Air often has to do with communication, the communication skills. Air sign symbolism will be used. So there's more permutations than just your common sun sign. Again, I want to emphasize how many flags of the world, nation states, make use of the stars and the crescent moons. Here, the symbols of Soviet Russia turn out to be old Druidic symbols of the sickle and the Masonic gavel and the red star, the star of the Freemasons. Same thing with the California flag. Yes, it shows the bear and the star, but the bear is nothing more than Ursa Major, the bear up there, and the red star is the pole star. Astrology plays a part in movies, like The Magnificent Seven, which is literally based on the 7 planets. And each of the actors, that movie is scripted where even the characteristics, even the mannerisms, and even some of the statements of the characters in that movie, and this is just one small example, are based on the signs of the zodiac and the 7 planets. And if you know what you're watching, you'll be able to decode it, which of the actors represent which of the traits. And of course, they're composite. It's not just a simple matter of one character representing one trait. In movies, it's an art form. So an individual may be a composite of several archetypal characters or characteristics. One archetypal characteristic is the sky itself. Just observe how many corporations and corporate logos use the symbol of the sky in the background. That alone is of interest. Now, the sign of Aries, in the tarot cards, the 4th card, the Emperor, rules Aries. And let's see some of the corporate logos and correspondences to the sign of Aries. We looked at the statue of Lincoln, of course, in his great chair. But we also find in Star Trek the captain at the calm, the commander sitting in his royal chair. And around in that series, you have the great archetypal characters, the 7 main archetypal characters. And then if you compress it, you have the 4 main archetypal characters. And then you have the sign of the Emperor. In Bonanza and in High Chaparral and these other shows, you see the emphasis on mountains and landscape and the ownership of the land, the dominion of the land. This is an Aries motif. And the primal father. Of course, the primal father has no wife, no mother, and there's no women around. It's always the primal sons, the 4 sons. These are archetypes coming out of the ancient world, often having occult ties. Now, the symbol for Aries is the horns of Aries, of course. But that horns of Aries motif we see in the McDonald's symbol. Those golden arches are an occult symbol. It's probably the most powerful franchise, one of the most powerful corporations in the world, and certainly in an American context, and their symbol has been staring us in the face for years, is the horns of Aries, which is the first sign of the zodiac, and which is connected to drive and ambition and domination. Discover using the symbol of the sun. Because what is Aries? Aries is the time in where the sun moves from the spring over the horizon. It passes over and comes into the spring. So that's what disk over means. If you actually look at the Discover card, it actually says disk over, and the sun is in the middle. This is an astrological phenomena subliminally being used. The symbol for Mazda is the horns of Aries, stylized. The Hyatt Hotel using the gleam, the little gleam of the sun rising at the horizon. When you raise 2 fingers in the sign of peace, like you used to see the old Winston Churchill doing that, that originally was not the symbol of peace. That's the old Roman symbol for war. And of course, Aries is the god of war. Nissan, the logo for Nissan, also shows you the sun half above and half below the horizon. And what does Nissan mean? Nissan is the Hebrew word for the first month of the year. In their calendar, the first month of the year is called Nissan, and it refers to our Aries, when the sun is half below and half above the meridian of the ecliptic, ready to rise over the horizon. That's where that symbol comes from. And that's where that word comes from. On cosmetics, we'll often see the little Aries sign. And any logo or corporate design where you see the sun either sinking above or rising below the horizon, you're talking the sign of Aries. Like morning star. Who is the morning star? Well, it's the sun that rises in the morning. Mazda, The word Mazda is Ahura Mazda. It's a Persian word that represents the sun. The sun god is Ahura Mazda, the god of light. Here on Lancôme, they're using the symbol of Mars, the ruler of Aries, in their advertisement. It's the phallic symbol of Mars to sell you the product. Here in movies, you'll see the symbol of Mars. In fact, an alchemical version with the solar dot in the middle. As we said, Nike, here you see the flames. That's an Aries symbol because Aries also represents anything to do with fire and flames and volcanoes. And you'll often see advertisements of trucks, going up the sides of mountains, or somebody snowboarding, or some heroic individual free climbing up on El Capitan. Any logo or symbol that shows you mountainscapes or red rocks. Look how the car companies love those red rock canyon motifs. What are the red rocks? What is the red planet? Well, the red planet is Mars, and Mars rules the sign of Aries. But fire, conflagrations, anytime you see the symbol, realize that you're talking astrology. In fact, from the word Aries, we get the English word arise. So the arising of the sun, arise and shine. It meant that's exactly what the sun does on Aries, it arises. Here we have a Rise company, a PC company, aware that their word has other permutations. The symbol of Aries is the ram. Here the new Dodge company. Probably the merchants have no idea, but the designer of their logo is the red ram, the horns of Aries. And of course that horns of Aries can also be stylized to look like that check mark that you see on so many corporate logos and so many advertisements. That red check is also a little apostrophe to represent Aries. We turn to the next sign, Taurus, who in the tarot card it's represented by the Hierophant, or the Pope, the fifth card of the tarot deck. But Taurus, everyone knows who's a Taurus, is represented by the bull. But before it was the bull, it was actually the cow. And that's from very ancient times, you see the cow as being a sacred symbol. So when you see it on Merrill Lynch, with the sun rays coming from behind the bull, and didn't we say that Taurus represents finances and economy and earthy things, and profit and harvest? That's right, that's why a lot of corporate companies use the symbol of the bull. It's astrological. Gemini. Gemini is the twins. On the left you see a little platinum card, Visa card brochure. Look what you're actually looking at there. The sun and the twins. It's literally astrology. In astrological parlance you call that the sun in Gemini. Well, that's exactly what this designer has shown you, the sun in Gemini. Here you see the Saks Fifth Avenue using the twins, and Wrigley's company constantly use the twins, the twins, the twins, the twins. You'll see lots of advertisements picking up on that, where you'll see identical twins being used for some bizarre reason. Well, it's because it has to do with Gemini, and what Gemini and all of its meanings. We don't have time here to elaborate on every single star sign and all of its meanings, but your unconscious knows all about it. And if a designer uses this, it sells you something. Here we have the syzygy being used by Yves Saint Laurent, and the question of gender dichotomy, the male and the female, and the crossover of identity. That symbol on the right of the screen is the original symbol for Mercury. It's called the lemniscate, and it's found in a lot of corporate logos also. The symbols of Cancer, the mother sign, symbol of the moon. We find it on Cash & Company in California, Realtor Company. The interlocking 69 symbol. Safeway, we also see the 69 symbol of Cancer. And Cancer is the sign associated with mother and comfort and nutrition and security and protection. And of course we have Safeway. Come to our store and shop. We have the Cancer symbol, so that takes care of your unconscious mind. And we're also telling you this is the safe way to come, because Cancer symbolism, as any competent astrologer knows, has exactly to do with that, of nurturement and motherhood. The old symbol for Cancer was the white horse, the unicorn, and its Welcome Company are using the white horse. And they're also going to sell you peace of mind. Here's the new logo. At the bottom shows you the 69 and the 3 striations. But those 69 symbols at the bottom are the old symbol of Cancer. Of course, the symbol of the female is very Cancerian, and also on the left, the symbol of the vagina. Here's Chanel for men. Corsets for men. And you have the statement for men right in the center of the womb shape. And Chanel actually means channel. You can repronounce that word as channel. What is the channel? It's the female opening. And their particular blurb is, she loves him. She loves Chanel. It's a very powerful symbol of the interlocking circles. Here you have, again, the symbol of the female, ovary, the female opening, the vulva. And here the model, who is of course headless, that's pretty common. She's holding the product that she's trying to sell, or the company's trying to sell, at her womb position, which is again very important. And her arms making the symbol of the vesica. That camera company, their particular blurb is, are you digital yet? So just above the female breasts there of Cancer, they're asking you an important question. Are you a robot yet? And the white horse, or the unicorn, the ancient symbol of Cancer. You'll see that on royal heraldry. You'll see that on film corporation logos. You'll find it on Philip Morris Incorporation. The yin-yang symbol is also very close to the Cancer symbol. You find that on Pepsi and on Symantec Corporation. That symbol is Cancerian. But the yin-yang symbol also has a lot of power in itself out of the Far East. Here, Salem, the cigarette manufacturer, are also using it. Leo is, of course, the fire sign ruled by the sun. The 8th card of the tarot rules Leo. And Leo, the famous lion, we find that, of course, on MGM. And the sky as a background lets you know that what you're actually looking at there is nothing more than, or less than, an astrological sign. The symbol of the Sphinx in Egypt is what the tarot card that rules Leo, the 8th card, shows you. The lady and the lion is a reference to the Egyptian Sphinx. The symbol of the Leo is the sun. That's the ruler of the sign of Leo. And the symbol for target is the old ancient astrological symbol for the sun, a circle with a point in it. But we also find that on People magazine. We also find it on Texaco. Not only do they have the pentagram, but they have the symbol of the sun, the red sun. And on Lucent Technologies, the round circle. Shell, which is meant to look like a shell, is actually again the rising sun at the horizon with 8 striations. In the tarot card number 8, the 8th card is the sign of Leo. So here we see 8 rays of light. Because these designers understand that 8 is a reference to gold and to the sunlight. That's why the old medieval statement we have saying pieces of 8, especially in context of the pirates. Pieces of 8, pieces of gold, pieces of money. So shell is the rising sun. And in ancient times it was known in astrology that the scallop shell was in fact the symbol of the sun. That's why you'll even see little scallop shell motifs above doorways and above portals, because it was used in times of antiquity in the Renaissance as a symbol for the sun. So in Botticelli's Venus, where of course the female is the Venus, the goddess Venus, she's rising out of the scallop shell. Botticelli, a master symbolist, was merely showing you an astrological conjunction in the sky, not on earth and not in the sea. The sea represents the abyss of the night sky. Venus, the female, is the planet Venus, and the scallop shell is the symbol of the sun. Now that's an astrological conjunction. The conjunction of Venus and the sun, which is known to astrologers to be very beneficial and very pleasing. We also get the word sun, like in Royal Sun Alliance, or in Sun Microsystems, or in Sun Life, or Sun Oil Company. That's probably very important to bring out at this stage, that even though we're looking at the great corporate world and how they use astrological symbols, don't hesitate to use these yourself. The whole idea, remember, is taking the power back. So these symbols are important for you to use on your design and your art and on your literature. and on your business cards and so on. Once you understand the iconography and how it affects, if it's good enough for them, it's good enough for us. So we who want to do good work in the world need to also be aware of how colors and symbols and shapes and numbers operate. They're the tools we can use as well. So whenever you see the rising sun on a piece of ad copy, or like this one on the left or on the right with a perfect PC with the light beams pouring out of it, understand that there's a different level of communication happening here. In this advertisement for Media On, you'll notice how not only they're using the rising sun, but they're also using the term On, O-N. On is highlighted. On is the ancient Egyptian name for the sun and for light. And you'll often notice that in many corporate logos. We often say in language, get a move on, or get on with it, or turn the light on, because on was the Egyptian word for the light. On is also one, the birth of all numbers, 1, 2, 3. Well, they all come from one, and on or one meant light. So Pepsi 1 is really Pepsi on, or Pepsi light. That's a very powerful motif. Now on the right we see Wells Fargo's logo here, symbol, get freedom to grow. But of course we see what's known as the sun windows. These are Leo symbols. Every time you see the great window with the light, like here, the great window, the solar window, this is a reference to the old temples of old and the light of the sun. Here's another corporate logo using the same thing, the solar windows. And you'll often see these even in chat shows and television programs. In the background, they'll do set design with this symbolism. We also see the word light written on a lot of beers, not L-I-T-E, but literally L-I-G-H-T, implying that if you drink this alcohol, you're drinking pure light. Of course, that has a very powerful effect on the human unconscious. Here we have another example. We have the Aries Mountains, and we have the solar or Leo concept of the light, the sunlight. Drink Coors because it's bringing light into your body. Or Corona, which already means the light. Here's an advertisement for perfume, Lumiere, the recumbent model, and then the light of the sun. And many corporations use the symbol of the sun. Xerox, Shure, Sears. Sears is an anagram for the word Aries, by the way. Red Ken, which sounds like the Red King. The Red King, of course, is not just in chess, but the Red King of astrology is Aries, the Red King. Del Sol is the sun. Red Dog, Red Wolf, Red Bull. Sierra, spelt backwards, is Aries. It's an anagram. And Red Sand, different corporations using it even in their words. Xerox, which has two X's at each end, and Eros in the middle. So Eros is the god of love. In Shure advertisements, you'll often see the R made quite long or accentuated in some way, or light will suddenly gleam on the letter R in Shure, because Surya or Sure was the sun in Brahmin and India, cultures of India. Surya is the sun. And that company makes good use of that. The word doesn't mean much else in English. For the sign of Virgo, which is the famous hermit in the tarot, Virgo is the virgin, the beautiful female. And also they'll use a lot of womb symbols as well, like they have on the left here. And on the right, the model, Virgo Publishing Company. Volvo is the vulva, Scandinavian for the female generative complex, the vulva, the Volvo. And of course the selling point of that is Tsarion also, that it's the most protective shell. The idea of the safe family car. So it's not only the female Virgo, the vulva, but it's the Tsarion idea of protection and home and safety and family. Volvo logo is Mars and the sun. Here for Virgin Company, Richard Branson's Virgin, we see the same Virgo idea. Here on the right you see the Virgin with the night sky as her background. Here again the stars of the night sky. On the bottom for Evian water, which is again purity. And you see the Masonic compass and the idea of being connected to the heavens and the star. Sagittarius symbolism. 14th card, Temperance. And of course we know that Sagittarius is also symbolized more commonly by the famous archer and his bow and arrow. But in the constellation of Sagittarius, we also have Ophiuchus, the serpent bearer. So the great dragon. By the way, the constellation of Draco, which stretches all the way from Leo, goes down to Sagittarius. But even within Sagittarius, you have the dragon, or the great serpent of Ophiuchus, the 13th sign. So a lot of serpentine symbolism associated with Sagittarius. And we'll find that turning up in logos like this one, of Draco the dragon, or Ophiuchus, for the movie Dragonfly. Sagittarius is, of course, the horse. And here for Remy Martin, the alcohol, you see the bottle is designed to look like the sun, because Sagittarius is a fire sign. And on the archer, on the male model's arm, you see the archer, because Remy Martin's symbol is the archer, the centaur. And fire signs also represent the male. So this company is well aware of the male principle here. And anytime you see the symbol of the bowman or the archer, Cadillac, for instance, had an advertisement in which, before you even see the car, the actual ad opens with a person firing an arrow, and then the camera turns around and you see the arrow charging down a street. And of course the arrow then becomes the car. So the whole advertisement is centered around Sagittarian motifs. And Capricornian symbol. Capricorn is the cardinal earth sign of the zodiac. In the tarot, we see the goat-headed god representing Capricorn's traits. And the goat we also find is the originator of the word for God in Anglo-Saxon, Scandinavian language, Teutonic language. God, G-O-D, comes from gut, G-O-T-T. So when you see the goat, it was actually the primal symbol for God. Only thing is that the later Christians forgot to change the name. They could demonize all horned animals and could tell you that Satan was evil, but they just forgot a little anecdote. They forgot to change the name of God, because the word God actually means the goat. And Capricornian symbols or Saturnian symbols, like the Nike logo, is actually a tick. Yes, but it's the corner or edge of the ring of Saturn. Magellan are using that, and the car company Saturn, and also as Earthlink. And the black sun, Capricorn's Saturn was called the black sun, and Smithsonian are using the black sun. Nortel are using the ring of Saturn. These are astrological symbols. And of course the Roman version was Kronos, the great god Kronos, from which we get the word crown. We also get chronology and Krona, and there's a TV corporation called Kron, K-R-O-N. The woman's name Karen, for instance, or Coronet, all come from the word for Kronos. In fact, even if you see the strong K, that's at the beginning of a lot of radio stations, and also on K-Mart. K is a very Saturnian, Capricornian logo. We have also operating in the world a priesthood of Saturn. Saturn symbols are found in all sorts of areas of life. We know from the Heaven's Gate people that there was a lot of Capricornian symbolism used there, like the Nike logo, the fact that they were all castrated. Castration, you only have to read Greek mythology to know that Saturn castrated his father using the sickle, and those individuals had that happen to them in that cult. They also all dressed in black, which is the color of Capricorn. They wore the Nike symbols. Well, Nike, that tick, is in fact the corner of the edge of the ring of Saturn. Saturn is the black star, literally the black star. Here we have a beer company with that name. Here we have Capri, cigarette company. Capri is just short for Capricorn. Ford Corporation made a car called the Capri, the Ford Capri. We have the Mini. Mini is short for the word Gemini or Gemini, and that's a car that only could seat 2 people, like the twins, the Mini. Aquarius, card number 17 in the tarot, represents the Aquarius, and it's called the star. Now, Aquarius companies very much are Volkswagen. In fact, their logo is the undulating electronic or electrical wave of Aquarius. The Aquarians know that they have the little wave as their symbol. And if you take away the circle from the Volkswagen logo and think in your mind, take away the circle from it, you'll find that the VW is exactly that. It's a little part of that wave. And it's a device that advertisers use. You put a circle around something and you highlight a certain area. But the VW sign is, in fact, the symbol for Aquarius. And Aquarian traits are very much in the VW company. Freedom, excess, teen life, and the spirit of rebellion, which sold the VW Bug and the VW Bus. Viacom Corporation also used the Aquarian logo. And AAA. And that's a case in point. We're all a star sign. So learn how to use your own star signs and the colors and the gemstones and the numbers and the vibrations that are connected to your own star sign. Use those, learn to use it, as we're seeing small examples here. We don't have time to go through all the logos in the world. Pisces is ruled by the fish. Pisces, the 12th sign of the zodiac. But in tarot, it's the 18th card. It's called the moon. And it shows a bunch of symbols like the dog and the moon and the two towers. But Pisces represents traits that have anything to do with spirituality or meditation or higher states of consciousness, or at the very basic level, harmony and peace. So here, when you see anyone who's in a meditation pose, like in this advertisement, or anything to do with harmony and relaxation is being advertised to you, realize also that that comes from a particular star sign. And Pisces, of course, the water sign, the mutable water sign. So anytime you see lakes or ocean waves or pools of water, remember that you're dealing with the water signs of Cancer, Scorpio, and primarily Pisces. Now, an important phenomena in astrology are known as the ecliptic and the celestial equator that make a grand zodiacal cross in the sky. The ecliptic and celestial equator intersect at two hypothetical points. When the sun arrives annually at these cross points, we have the spring and autumnal equinoxes. When the sun moves 90 degrees, 3 months away from those points, we have the two solstices, the winter and the summer. So you can see that the intersection of these two circles in astrology or in astronomy make 4 points throughout the year. And these 4 points are very, very important in astrology. And have been known for thousands of years. But again, in corporations, we find these logos being used where we have the solar cross or the zodiacal cross or the concept of the 4 stars, the 4 positions of astrology. Now, of course, there's a hierarchy of symbols that these advertisers choose. We briefly looked at some of the clearly astrological ones relating to some of the more well-known signs. And that if they're related to fire, water, air, and earth, those also relate to specific areas of our life. And if you see Virgo, also rules the harvest. So wheat fields, they're often shown in cereal advertisements, where there's massive fields of open space. And then Sagittarius also is ruled by the old, aged centaur and the wise man. And you'll often see that, the grandfather sharing something with his young grandchildren, sitting on the porch in a rocking chair type of motif. Or you'll see Leo, where it's casinos and coins falling down all over the place, and the idea of wealth and luxury and masculinity and regality. So decoding these particular astrological patterns is very interesting in the advertising milieu. And advertisers are aware of this. It's a very competitive business. So a lot of their researchers take them into occult fields, into the realm of Sabianism and talismans. They know it's worked on our unconscious mind for thousands of years. They know that in our race memory, these things are very beloved. So why not bring them out and use it? It doesn't matter that it's just selling newspapers or, toothpaste or watches or something else that might, be only for our material needs. If you can use a very powerful spiritual motif, so much the better. Here we find that the pyramid is probably the most, with the sun, the pyramid is the most chosen and highly ranked corporate symbol. So many corporations, from Sprint to Citgo, to Casey Warner, to the design of buildings, use the symbol of the pyramid. You find it on the flags of the world. You find it on secret societies like MI5. We saw it on the American $1 bill, but you find it being used on life insurance companies and on banks and in all manner of areas. Here it is on Delta. Delta, of course, is an Egyptian concept of the Delta of Egypt and the letter Delta, the D. But they're using the symbol of the red and blue degrees of Freemasonry and the pyramid. Here, Access Hollywood has the pyramid with the capstone missing at the top, a very powerful Freemasonic symbol with a 5-pointed star of occultism. Here are an award, on the left is the American Business Awards. This is an award given to the most proficient and upwardly mobile businesses of the world. But guess what the actual symbol that they're given is? It's a pyramid, an Illuminati pyramid. On the right we see the same idea of the 3 striations in the pyramid, and then a man ascending a series of steps, just like you would on a pyramid, and going through a door that leads to the sun in the sky. Very powerful motif, spiritual motifs coming out of the ancient world. Here's Microsoft telling you to start here. Yes, and on the left you can see the pyramid ascending up, and that we're meant to start on the bottom and make our way up the pyramid. Here's another corporate design, especially in the technical world. You'll see much use of this pyramid. Because as we know from my work on Atlantis, alien visitation, there's an agenda behind the whole Silicon Revolution and the corporate world, and how the Illuminati and the Freemasons and the mystical secret societies of the world are covertly operating behind the technological world. And they can prove it to you using these powerful occult symbols from their own societies. The top of a pyramid is called the keystone or the cornerstone. Masons understand that term. Here's a beer with the name of Keystone. Here we have an absolute for vodka, the pyramid, the obelisk, and the oval. On the right you see the pyramid, the sun, and the serpentine river. Well, there's no river near the real pyramid, so what's this river all about? Well, it's a black pyramid, and we have the serpentine river. But don't be going calling up your merchants. It's like the right-wing Christian fanatics who realize, yes, there's something wrong with Procter & Gamble logo because it's occult, and they're probably right. But then the phones are ringing off the hook at Procter & Gamble main office. They're just merchants. They just want to sell whatever they want to sell. You're looking in the wrong direction. You've understood that there's something subliminal and possibly even satanic going on. That's right. But if you wave the placards under the wrong building, what do you think is going to happen? The individuals that are responsible for this are the occult literate people in Madison Avenue and other like institutions and businesses. Here, Bass Beer has the red pyramid, and Bass is an old Hebrew word, Abbas for father, or Egyptian Bast, the cat goddess. American Online not only using the pyramid, but 2 crescent moons, no less. Crescent moons were sacred to the cult of the moon, the lunar cult, but they're also using the striations of the sun to back it up. Draper Fishers are using the black pyramid and the globe of the sun. Pyramid Ales, the Sun Fest, using the pyramid. Camel Corporation are using the pyramid. Madonna is wearing the Illuminati pyramid on her background with Novus Ordo Chloro underneath it. Camel Corporation, that logo will often, in many of the billboards, you'll see a frond or a pool cue or some other interference near the word M. It'll cut the word M off so that the word M is actually divided into 2 words that look like, 2 letters that look like R and N. So instead of seeing camel, you'll be seeing carnal. It's often a device that they use. Time Warner used the eye, the old eye of Egypt. It's even made to look like the Egyptian Udjat or the sacred eye. Courtney Pine, in A Vision's Tale, is using the Illuminati pyramid with the eye at the top. Art Bell on radio, of all the symbols that could be used, it's the ocean and the pyramid with the sun at the top. Who runs kindercare, daycare for children, kindercare? We might indeed ask, Well, maybe we don't need to ask. Maybe we only look as far as the logo, the Illuminati pyramid, no less. An interesting tie-in there for those who are wondering about the missing children problem in our world and abducted children and all sorts of other crimes against children. Who's running the daycare centers? Here on the bank, which is actually called Kron or Kroon, the Swedish bank, you see the Illuminati column, the Masonic column, and the Illuminati eye with the light, because the banks are controlled by the secret societies. And there's so much Egyptian symbolism. Just the study of Egyptian symbolism in corporate media alone is a whole subject in itself. Far too complex to go into here. On star, for instance, is on the light, and star is obviously the star. So on star relates to the sun. We talked about the pyramid as being a prime symbol. Another one of the most important symbols, especially to Freemason, is what is known as the double cube. In lots of Freemasonic temples, you'll go in, you'll see a double cube. It's their altar, where there's one cube upon another cube. It's called the double ashlar, or the double cube. And we see this motif a lot, of the cube, both the single and the double cube in Freemasonry. In Gateway, they dropped the 3 6s and picked up the black and white cube. And we've already seen that black and white is the symbol of the Freemasons that the police use on their hats. In TriStar and Columbia Pictures, we also see the double cube. They put them side by side in 2 squares. Inktomi, the double cube. In Mercury Car Company, the logo on the right there has the 3 striations, but if you turn it to the side, you'll see that those are triple cube, the 3 degrees of Freemasonry. The chevron symbol, which looks like 2 chevrons, is in fact a double cube. A red cube on the bottom and a blue cube set on top. If you look at that in a 3-dimensional way, you'll see that it's the double cube of Freemasonry, and it's even blue and red, representing the red and blue degrees of Freemasonry. Now, Jordan Maxwell, who's studied this all his life, actually used to write letters off to these corporations and saying, "Dear such and such, I look at your logo and I find that this is a symbol from Freemasonry, or this is a symbol from the Grand Order of the Knights of Malta, or this is a Rosicrucian symbol. Do you have any comment?" And he had letters sent back saying, "Dear sir, thank you for your letter. Absolutely, you're right. These are secret society symbols. So try it yourself and you'll find out that this is hidden in plain sight, that the organizations are not secret in the sense that we don't know about them, but what they do behind closed doors, that's the problem." Often you'll see on the floor of beautiful buildings the double cube, one cube or one square and another square interlaced with it. Those are the forces of order and disorder. When you see the square that's like that, that's the sign for order in occultism. And when you see the one that's overlaced like that, that's the sign of disorder. So government buildings will often use that motif because they're keeping order and disorder very close to them. As we talked earlier on about the 3 degrees of Freemasonry and how 3 plays a big role in our society, well, so it is that you have private, corporal, and captain, or private, corporal, and sergeant. The 3 stripes are nothing but the double cube again. If you think in your mind of those as being 3-dimensional, you'll understand now who officiates behind the military. The double cube. Here, Dell Corporation are using the double cube. Dean Witter also use it. E on its side is a very important motif we're going to come to, but just at the top left there you can see that on its side is the double cube of Freemasonry overlooking the world. So that logo comes from somewhere, and that logo means something. Here you have Enoise.com, the double cube and the globe. Here you have Yves Saint Laurent and the double cube. Here you have Dodge Chrysler, the double cube, and it's red and blue. Another one of the most powerful and most widely used symbols, very sacred to Freemasons and secret societies, is what they call the red square or the red carpet. In the Vatican, St. Peter's chair sits on a red carpet. The Queen of England is always coronated and sits on the red carpet. We have the Kremlin and we have the red square. Over with the communists talking about the red square. And we have cutting the red tape or the red ribbon, walking on the red carpet. There's lots of terminology that we have in our society we never pay attention to because we're in a world of words and language. Well, the red square has been used by innumerable corporations. sometimes by accident, of course, just as a design, but when it's on corporations as powerful as Wells Fargo and Saturn and Union Bank of California, we better start asking some questions here. The Arco Corporation, Pacific Bell are using the symbol of the red square. Joe Camel also using it. McDonald's are using it. Baccarat are using it very clearly here. The red square. As I said, the potentates are using it, but the presidents are often even seen sitting on the red square. I've seen many debates, so-called, where it looks like even an independent individual who we would want to vote for, but then the camera will pull back and sure enough there they are sitting on the red square time and time again. Not a blue square or a black square or floorboards, but no, a red carpet, a red square. The E is an extremely important letter that's used in a variety of different ways in advertising. In the program that we did called Divination and the Goddess Tradition, and also in the one called Astrotheology, we paid attention to the letter E because it represents the fifth element. In Greek, the fifth letter was called epsilon, but the word epsilon refers to quintessence, or the fifth element, which is a magical idea of transcending the four and going to the five. It's the essence of life, the elixir, the attainable state. Five is very important to occult magicians. And that's why we see the letter E always in some way striated or highlighted or with light on it or twisted or contorted in some designer fashion, like we see with Dell and E-Force and Intel and E-Trade. The E will be separated to one side or kept on its own or in some other way highlighted. It's an occult methodology. Enron is the same idea, the capital E. And the red square. Of course, the pentagram itself, talking about fives, when you see the Macy's are using the pentagram, you see that Chrysler are using it, and many other corporations like Texaco. Please understand that this is an occult symbol from the ancient world that's being consciously used. Chanel number 5, not Chanel number 3.5 or 4 or 10, but Chanel number 5. And so many corporations and government agencies use the pentagram, like the US Pentagon, the Penthouse magazine are using it. Chrysler, the top of the Chrysler building, in fact their penthouse literally is a gigantic 5-shaped room. OnStar are using it, Star Alliance, Prodigy. Here in almost a magical pose stand the founders of Tsarion Corporation. They're all dressed in blue, Masonic blue, and what do you know? They're standing inside a pentagon. We happen to know that many of the Silicon Valley companies and so-called independent corporations are not independent at all. A great deal of them are run from the Pentagon. We know that the so-called founders, these rags to riches stories were given, are simply unsustainable. Investigative journalists have found out. And of course, it's a no-brainer to understand that those people who are meant to found their organizations, the Larry Ellisons of the world and the Bill Gates and Steve Jobs, these people only own 2.5, 2.3% of their companies. I think Bill Gates is obviously one of the largest, but the guy doesn't own more than 5% of his own company. Well, who does? Who pays for these companies to exist? And where does their money come from? And what's their agenda? Who are these venture capitalists that serve the royal dynasties and elites of Europe? Do you think it's time to find out about all of this? Well, we can, starting with the symbols that they're using. Intel, using the symbol of the serpent around their little logo. And they have a thing now called the Pentium drive. Well, you realize that the word Pentium doesn't necessarily mean anything in English until you realize that it's the serpent or the serpentium. But even the word Pentium means the fifth room or the place of the five. The place of the five, the fifth room. What are we referring to here? And here we have the logo with the door open, leading you in to that place. Find out what the words and logos and symbols mean, and a whole other interesting story will unfold. We talked a little bit earlier at the beginning of this program about my personal motivations and how it is important to me to find grassroots solutions to the issues that are befuddling us in the world, and also that I am not coming from any partisan slant at all. But one of the other most important reasons which has always irked me specifically and got me interested in this was not just my interest in the occult world. I mean, I had no idea that the work that I was doing in the metaphysical tradition and that the occult world, and then I had over here this kind of interest in subliminal art. I had no idea in the wide world that these two things were going to eventually come together. And that I would find that there's a whole world of occultism involved in the corporate world. It was kind of by chance that that happened to me, that these two worlds would become fused. But I paid a lot of attention to it. I was able to make that leap and think, yes, what I'm seeing is true, and it's not just a matter of skulls and ice cubes. There's something else going on here, a deeper level of, a deeper substratum of important symbols and iconography that's being used. But again, on a more human level, what happened was that I saw how animals, for instance, were being denigrated in advertising. And I found that reprehensible, that whole cult of using the animal symbolism. And also how children were being thought of as nothing but fashion accessories. I found personally extremely reprehensible, to say the least, the human network. I also found the denigration of the female to be reprehensible. Here is a perfect example of the headless woman. 7 meetings, 7 locations, 6 cabs. Fortunately, your evening is free. Here another lady or woman who's got a lot of head problems. And you find that the corporation is CTX, and the logo is down near her vaginal area. CTX is the Latin for cetus, or it's a phoneme. CTS, CTC, or CTX means actually something in the languages of the ancient world. Cetus is the vagina. The idea that the woman is in a supine, incapacitated position is often shown in advertisements as being something chic and stylish. That there's something limp and indefinite about femininity. We're being sold an idea of femininity that is very weak and passive and supine. Or we're just being sold the vamp, the pure and simple idea of the witch. Here we have the Salem Corporation, and of course to tie in, what a genius, the idea is that Salem relates to the Salem witch trials. So their corporations involve themselves here not only in headless women, but if you observe the hands on the right-hand side of the screen, you'll see that it's the talons, the predatory female, is being sold to us here. Then we have the whole question of gender, which itself opens the floodgates to all kinds of manipulation, and the ambivalence that human beings have on a deep subconscious level about the question of gender. We talked in the Divination and the Goddess presentation in that DVD about the whole idea of the beauty of androgyny, and how the goal of all religion, the goal of all magic, the goal of all theology and yoga and ritual originally had a purpose. Not the purpose that's being told to us from the pulpits today, of course, but the original idea was androgyny, a concept of bi-unity, bi-unification of the masculine and the feminine, the light and the dark, the up and the down. And so the quest for that can be subverted. Here we have Sex Fifth Avenue. They're relying very strongly on the idea of the hermaphrodite, the androgyne. It's a very powerful motif to the subconscious mind of the two beings becoming one. Of course, in our world, there's nothing but gender dichotomy, the splitting of gender. So you're either what society is doing is reinforcing every day the gender split, the gender dichotomy. But they're selling to us in surrogate at high expense the opposite, the illusion, the fallacy, that they will not educate us in officially, but they'll sell to us in some surrogate means. When you see the goddess figure, the female figure, surrounded by balloons, it's a very ancient motif, this, and it has a very deep impact on the human mind. The female represents the ovum, or the womb, and the ova are little round cups. The ovum are the wafers. And the balloons with their thread represent the sperm. That's why we used to let fireworks and balloons off into the night sky, because they literally represented the male energy going up to impregnate the night sky, the body of the night sky. So in this simple logo, where they even have, they're relying so much on the power of the logo that you can hardly see the writing. You can hardly see that it's Christian Dior, because again, they're scaling down the language, the letters, because that refers only to the conscious mind. But the image has been chosen selectively, very carefully, to represent the act of conception, and the female ova surrounded by lots and lots and lots of the sperm. Our unconscious picks up on that, finds it very, very alluring image. We looked earlier at Chanel and the idea of the shape of the vagina and the phallic bottles and the fact that the channel, and then the word for men is positioned in a way that indicates that this is for men. Here again, Chanel and another one show near the model her sexual organs. They have their logo, the double C. And double C, by the way, is 33. There's the 33rd degree again. C, as a letter, is 3 in numerology. And the limp, passive, demure female is a very important motif. Here again, for the camera, the model is making the symbol of the womb with her hands. She's also positioning the product near the womb area. Here we have the symbol for the yoni. The downward pointing triangle in a Star of David represents the female yoni, the female aspect. On the right we see the ovum and the phallic again, in Estee Lauder. The ovum and the phallic idea. Extremely entrancing to the mind. Here in Bacardi, they have the same idea, only the man is this time inside the ovum. The O for Bacardi, and the phallic bottle. Here's a corporation that even are calling themselves the ovum. Here for Washington apples, the idea of the forbidden fruit and the connection to the female. Here you have the apple, and of course it shows the female torso from behind. The whole concept of Eve. Don't just eat these apples, but we want to have connotations of temptation and evil and loss of paradise and heaven, all the things that come out of the religious connotation. Now, the farmer or the company that wanted to sell their apples in a million years couldn't have come up with an idea like that. But the advertiser to whom they went and paid lots of money, they could, because they have whole libraries at their disposal. And they've made a study of the human mind. They understand the difference between the sacred and profane. They know about the cleavance within the unconscious of the human being. Here's a watch company called the Christ. A spirit are telling you, I am spirit. The female motif again. And the 3, the E is not only highlighted, but the E is divided into 3 levels there, which might be a reference to Freemasonry. Here the male is shown with a halo. He's in heaven. We talked about the idea of the heavenly female, Nuth, in Divination of the Goddess, that was one of the most primordial of all images, is the idea of the sky goddess Nuth, that later became Isis, Sophia, and then finally becomes Mary, the Madonna. This symbol for Kenzo, literally showing the goddess with the lily of Mary, Mother Mary's lily, the Vesica Pisces from sacred geometry, the crescent moon, and the intersection of her womb area. What do we find in the tarot cards? Exactly the same idea. Somebody's been doing their homework here. We find the female, the empowered priestess with her crescent moon and her flowers. Exactly the same religious motif that you find in this corporate logo. Only one is selling you empowerment and enlightenment, and the other is selling you quite the opposite. And the idea of yoga being sold to us in regard to something temporal, something material. There's a crossover at work, a negative crossover. Here we have the sacred and profane idea of the religious poses and the religious iconography that's being denigrated. Here the female on the left is sitting in the yoga pose with her hands in prayer, but of course we know it's selling some jeans or something. On the right, the same idea. Look at the motif, the flagrant abuse of sacred symbolism. Here again, not only is the perspective contorted, but we have the religious symbol evoked here. The powerful male archetype, the phallic buildings in the background, but the perspective is twisted in more ways than one. Here the male figure, which is of course the anima, if you take it to the archetypal level, the animus, the male father, all father with the wings in the sky, angel's wings. Here again, you have two symbols of sacredness. The female model on the left is made to make the pose of the Egyptian symbol of enlightenment. And on the right, we have the Christian hands position, to sell jewelry. A couple more headless women for you there. These ones are also shown with the arms crossed across the breast. Of course, one of the secondary meanings of the hands in that position does represent death, or you'll see the mummies lying in a recumbent position like that in Egypt. It's not only a symbol of death, but you often see that. So here, when the female is shown in that form, it's also a morbid type of image of the death, that the female in a pose of death is acceptable. Another important point to notice is the design of certain franchises like Taco Bell and McDonald's, how often they are designed on the basis of churches, especially in the American context. You don't have the luxury of having the beautiful churches and cathedrals that you do in Europe, because then perhaps it would be more noticed. But here, when you go into these franchises, if you look very carefully, the design of the franchises, like Ringer Hut and these groups, have been designed based on temples and cathedrals and churches, scaled down, of course, and a little bit more subliminally. Taco Bell is based on the old Mexican idea of the chapel. But Pizza Hut and Taco Bell, Jack in the Box, KFC, Church's Chicken. We even have a franchise called Church's Chicken. I've even seen some where they have a literal portico where you go inside just like a church, and they have stained glass windows on the side, and they have this little sort of portico. You go in through one set of doors and then there's another set of doors. Why would you do that? Oh, well, because you see, we're all devoid and raped of spirituality. We're no longer getting sustenance from on high, but we can have our burgers and our fast food. That's going to give us our sustenance and our food. But it's a religious act. It's not going to work. It's not going to attract you unless your mind has been confused and contorted into relating two very dissimilar things together. That now your lower appetites and lower drives, that's where they're going to allow you in this world to get your sustenance from. And of course it works, because for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years, our forebears who went into churches knew all about the awe. They had the understanding of the power and the glory from on high, and these vast cathedrals and the power that our ancients felt that's still in our racial memory. And also there's a study of the positioning of these franchises in the streets, in the cityscapes. They're not just put anywhere. It happens that our squares in which we live, in America especially, there's a block system operating civically. Well, it's known that the square is the shape that encloses the least amount of area for the most amount of line, and the circle encloses the most amount of area for the least amount of line. That's why they're diametrically opposite. And the whole idea of the alchemists and the squaring of the circle, and that whole irrational concept of how you might do that, is a secret, an occult secret. But if we build our cities and our houses in squares and in blocks, then just the very act of walking, the very act of living in that type of escape is a wastage concept. It's wasting energy, and we don't know that consciously, but subconsciously our spirit finds it very, very inhibiting. Because in ancient days we used to live in matriarchies, and the idea was to have a village that was in a circular form. So when we are in the very act of living in the cities, we're feeling always a sense that we're burning off more energy, psychically and biologically and physically, than is needed. So what would happen? You're going to feel always unfulfilled. There'll be a subconscious feeling of unfulfillment just in the very act of living and driving and walking around these unsustainable city blocks. Well, they've got a plan for that. These franchises that are designed often like churches are positioned at certain places strategically. McDonald's especially have gone to great lengths to do this. They are known to always have their franchises after a traffic light, and usually on the right-hand side, so that you got plenty of time at a red light to sit there and feel all hungry, so that just after the light you'll be likely to pull in. And they've fought for this kind of positioning. Now you and your shop have no chance in the wide world of ever getting that kind of privilege, but these franchises will, because it's more than just selling burgers that's involved here. And so the positioning of these church-like buildings replicates the old idea of city design in which the church was placed there, and that's where you went for your spiritual sustenance. So today we feel voided in an energy way, and we go to these new churches, these new franchises. Cosmetic companies have even been employed by some of them to create scents of chicken and French fries that you can smell 2 blocks away. But isn't it interesting when you go inside, you don't smell anything? Well, Chanel Corporation are producing these scents artificially that they will be let loose, broadcast over the whole area to seduce you to come in there. And then people, good, ordinary, decent people are wondering why they've got obesity problems and eating disorders and they can't seem to stop it and break the addiction and are in complete, utter mania in their minds about feeling that they're weak and they're impotent and there's something wrong with them because they can't break the habit. My goodness, if you realize the barrage of subliminal attack that's going on, you won't be, these individuals, you won't be blaming yourself. Stop sitting at home, chewing your nails thinking there's something wrong with you, the days and nights and the horror that goes into all of that, thinking you're weak. No, find out the weapons that your enemy is using first before you go down that road and destroy yourself thinking that there's something wrong with you. There's somebody shooting in your direction. There's powers at work that are taking away your life force and want you to be in a miasma of confusion, what Durkheim called the anomie. But we find that it even gets worse than that. Jack in the Box, that's an American fast food corporation. That name has always interested me, why they would choose that, because it's patently Masonic. And it refers to the pillars of the Temple of Solomon, which are sacred to all Freemasons. But these pillars are called in the Bible Jachin and Boaz, which is where the term comes from. It also has sexual connotations because Jachin literally meant God makes him firm. That's what the word Jachin in Hebrew in the Bible means. Jachin, God makes him firm. And Boaz meant eagerness and strength. Boaz means eagerness and strength. And what do you think that means? Now, Jack is also short for ejaculation. Box is a euphemism for the female vagina and always has been, going back to the original box of the Ark of the Covenant. That is an actual fact. The word box has always been used as a symbol for the female opening. And Jack is obviously short for ejaculation. So just remember when you're eating there what the word means. This is also where J and B whiskey comes from, Jachin and Boaz, as well as black and white whiskey. A lot of the whiskey corporations, I know this coming out of Ireland, Bushmills and all of that culture of drinking booze. Some of the first things I ever started to study was Hennessy and Bushmills and the logos that were on bottles of distilled alcohol and whatnot. As slowly one gets involved in this, you start to see how this Masonic symbolism enters into it. And the black and the white, always the pillars of the Temple of Solomon were shown as black and white. Take out the second card of the tarot and look at the high priestess and you'll see that the pillars of the Temple of Solomon are black and white. And they're called Jachin and Boaz, J and B. The whiskey companies and distilleries are often Masonic controlled. Now we've been putting a lot of emphasis on symbolism, on the pyramid and the dove and the sun and the circle and the Malta cross and Masonic symbols as well. And we've touched a little bit about the power of astrology and how it's astrological motifs. But we also mustn't forget words themselves. Certain letters have a very powerful effect on the unconscious mind. The letter A, of course, because it represents beginnings and the first and the best. But the most important letter to be aware of, the one that has the deepest effect on the unconscious mind, is the letter S and the sound of S. Sound for sex and success and seduction. This S sound, for some reason, works wonders with the unconscious mind. But other letters too, like the letter Q. Here we have a company that knows this, Avon. Not only do they use the A and the V and the O and the N, these are powerful letters, but their company, their product is the S, triple S. That serpentine shape is very successful for selling things. The car company Sentra, another word that doesn't mean anything in English, because one of the devices that these advertisers use is to compact words together. It's what's called composite terms. Yes, the word Sentra doesn't mean anything in English, but it contains many words that do, like centaur, center, and centaur, and enter. Enter being, of course, a sexual motif, and scent, and serpent, and Ra. Centra, the center of Ra. Ra, of course, is the sun. So centra means the center of the sun. But it also says center and scent. It's a term that is connotative rather than denotative. A centron is a goat in Greek, by the way. Same thing with Lexus, a word that doesn't mean anything in English. And if you spell it backwards, it means, it spells succel. And there's that strong S sound again. But succel encompasses the word success, sex, cell, and lux. And lux is the word in Latin for light. So 4 words there are used. But then, of course, if you used succel, it was a little bit obvious. So the designer had the bright idea of turning it round. And it became Lexus. And their logo is the L, but it's also the corner of a pyramid. If you take the circle off of it, of course, and extend the lines, you'll find that it makes the Illuminati pyramid. Sprite goes with the same idea because the sprite is very close to the word spirit. So when you see all those wonderful beach advertisements where the kids are knocking back the sprite and the light is shining everywhere, the whole idea being communicated to you from a subliminal point of view is that they're drinking spirit. Look, they're drinking the life force. They're drinking pure light. Get out there and get some. And that serpentine shape we see on so many areas, in so many corporate logos. But guess where that comes from? Now, in an old out-of-print book called The Celestial Ship of the North, written by the occult scholar Valentia Stratton, says that the word SUS, like we see in Isuzu, for instance, this Japanese company Isuzu, the word SUS, or sun, because that's what it really meant, the sun behind the sun, was once anciently written SUS, or the other S would be facing like a mirror. Okay, that was actually written in occultism like that. The letter reversed is a symbol of the serpent force or super solar manifestation. The SUS denotes involution and evolution, the descent of the serpent force into matter and the return upward through evolution. The serpent solar disk is often seen on Egyptian monuments like an SOZ or SOS. Letters of the ancient alphabet were keys unlocking the originating causation in the manifestation of all things. The SS or ZZ, symbolically used, are interchangeable. Often the SS on sigils and talismans are suggestive of the serpentine evil influence that denotes a sign of black magic upon others. So I don't mean run out and hack the logo off your Isuzu. I don't mean do that at all. I'm talking about intellectual understanding of where these terms come from, so that your next drive down the main street is going to be an educated one, where you can understand that red is the color that stimulates men, and green and yellow stimulate women. That these logos represent something in the ancient languages of the ancient world. Just because we don't know about it and because we're not told about it doesn't mean that it's not the case. X as a letter is very, very powerful because, for one reason, it represents the female chromosome X. So anytime you see the X on anything, it feminizes it. So here you have the Tangri, gin or whatever it is, you have the phallic bottle, but it's in the X. That's a sexual connotation right there. Here you have the model and XOXO, the female chromosome, and the O is the ovum. So there's a very, very feminine image here of the ovum, symbol of the O, and the X of the X chromosome, and the female model, because there she is. There is the X chromosome. And you'll see that on movies, all sorts of designs out there. We understand that there's an ideogram and a phonogram. That's right. The ancient Egyptians would draw a little picture. That's an ideogram, a picture. But we don't know how to pronounce the letter. Then comes the phonogram, which is the sound of the word A. So you can draw the letter A. That's the ideogram. It's a picture of the letter A. But the sound, the phonogram, is A, that sound. We've been talking about that there's a liminal and subliminal usage of these things. There's what you see with your eye and what you're allowed to see, and then there's that part that's purposely kept in shadow, that's purposely kept in the darkness. Now, as part of this process, when it especially comes to words, we have 3 levels that we need to be aware of. We have the word, which is always recognizable by the conscious mind. If you say the word magnum, that's understandable. You understand what that word means. A word, as we know, is broken down into what we call syllables. That's the next level of contraction. Now, a syllable is usually not pronounceable but it certainly is recognizable. When you see a syllable, you can probably tell. You know, mag. Oh, I think mag might be part of magnum. But then you shrink it down even further in linguistics, and you have what is called the phoneme. And the phoneme is the most contracted form of a word. And usually by the time you've got to the phoneme, it is not possible to tell from what word or what term is being related to. Now, designers and advertisers make great use of these phonemes, and they're a whole study in themselves. You'll often see them, for instance, on cars. EV for evil, and XL for extra large and excellent, and LX for lux, and X, and XI, and XE. XXI and XE are Greek. The answer to that one comes from Greek. They're feminine. We talked about the X being feminine. That's right, because in Greek, the word she, when you said she, it was spelt XI, and the X was pronounced SH. Okay? So it's XE, she, or XE, or just the letter X. So every time you see this car, XI or XE, just realize it's feminizing the car, which of course will attract men. And we always talk about our boats and our ships and our yachts and our cars as she. XS, literally meaning excess, excessive. We always want to be in excess. GL for girl. NX is nix for night, for the dark. DL for deluxe and devil. DX is slang for the male phallic, the member. DK is the same. ST for status. RS is the royal sign. RS was the old symbol for the royals. And RX also the same, the Rosicrucians, or the RX is the old symbol for Rex, the king, Roy, the regent. And we have many triad terms. Our world is filled with triad letters like MTV and FOX and CBC and CNN. We talked about the three in Masonic and how important the triad is. And CETUS and CX and class, CLS for class, and STS for status, and so on. A whole study in itself. Think I'm making it up? They're happy to tell you themselves. Here's the Cadillac status, but the phoneme that they're using, as you can see at the bottom, is STS. But the car is called the Status, and the phoneme is STS for Cadillac. The use of phonemes is betrayed in this advertisement. Now, we have heard the term PC being flouted a lot. Maybe it's coincidence, but it just turns out that PC has a very sexual connotation and also comes out of the ancient world. P is the Latin for phallus. Okay, so P stands for phallus. And the C for cetus, which is the female vagina. PC literally represents the coming together of the male and the female. But that's where we also get city hall from. Hallus, or hallus, or the phallus, was the hall, the hallway. And the city, which was always usually designed in a circle, represented the womb of the mother. You're building the city as the earth mother, protecting all of her children, all of her little ova, all of her little beings, all encompassed in her arms of the city. And in the city is the standing stone, the phallic, the tower, the clock tower. This whole idea of the phallic and the circle. You see fountains with the, obelisk in the middle, or the water shooting out of it. All over the cities you'll see the same idea. But we never think what it actually means. Another device they use is simply turning things backwards. We have heard of Fila Corporation, of course. The Fila spelled backwards is Aleph. And that one will be recognized by anybody who studied occultism or anyone who studied the Hebrew language, because Aleph actually means something. Aleph, or Aleph, means life. It's the first letter of the Hebrew alphabet. They pronounce their letter A, Aleph. And it means breath, or life force, or living. So what do you think it means then when you take the word for life and you reverse it? What does it mean then? So the next time you see these kids wearing these Fila t-shirts walking around like they're living death, perhaps there's a connection, perhaps there's a reason. They're literally wearing the symbol of death right across their chest. Aleph also is Aliv. The company Aliv is Aliv. Aliv comes from the same word root as the Hebrew Aleph. We find that AIDS as a word has an ancient ancestry. It comes from Hades, or Hades. Hades was the original god of the underworld, the god of death and mortality. And he was originally known in Greek and Latin as Aides, A-I-D-E-S. But the Anglo-Saxons always have the H sound, so it became Hades or Hades. The ATM comes from Atma, the god of light, the soul. AZT, as we saw in Divination of the Goddess, refers to Azoth. Azoth was the mercurial elixir of life, that which restored you, and that's what was if you imbibed it, it was like the Holy Grail. It gave you the secret of life. How interesting that we should find AIDS patients being given AZT in order to bring them back to life. HIV, those letters should be instantly recognizable to anyone in the Hebrew tradition who studied occultism, because they're literally the letters of God. There are 3 of the 4 of the most sacred letters of the world you could possibly think of. The earliest name of God is IHVH, Yahovah. And then we find that HIV comes from that. VH1, also those letters come from the same idea of God. NEC, the corporation, NEC, that actually is from necro, or necrophiliac, which means death. There it is, the IHVH, read backwards. They read from right to left. In Hebrew, the sacred letters of God is IHV. ADM from Arthur Daniel Midland Corporation, but ADM was an old logo used many thousands of years ago to represent the seed of David, Adam, David, and Messiah. AT&T, that's right out of Egyptology. It comes from the Atet, the way they even shaped their E, their and, makes it look like an E. Well, the Atet was the boat that Horus, the Sun King, used to sail across the sky in. It was called the Atet boat, and from that boat he would communicate to all the dead souls. NFL, National Football League, is the code word or the phoneme of Nephilim, which actually means the fallen angels. Arco from Archon. CRX, like the Honda CRX, is a very old logo, just like that, CRX, from Christian Rosencrantz, who was the founder of the Rosicrucians, a secret order. And DVD, which you find on cigarettes, and all sorts of logos, you'll see the D, the V, the D, actually comes from David, the seed of David. And there it is, the Atet boat that Horus traveled the skies on. Evian is an anagram of the word naive, as is Nivea. And Evian is water, and Nivea is cream, the idea of innocence, water being connected to youth and innocence. So the words are anagrams. Avida Corporation. Vida is the Indian word for knowledge. Put an A on the front of it, just like our language in English, and it means the opposite of. So Avida means ignorance. Saint Stan's is a beer. If you say the word to yourself very quickly, Saint Stan, Saint Stan, Saint Stan, Saint Stan, repeat it over and over again, it actually turns out to be the word Satan. Advil, like the Cadillac DeVille, just means the devil. Advil, the devil. Taifuti. Typhon was one of the most ancient names for the satanic principle. And as we said, Alive comes from the Hebrew alive. They're literally telling you, you got a headache, you're sick, take this, it represents the life force. Here's Pepsi and their cans. If you put one can on top of the other, you'll find that it makes the term sex, S-E-X. If this picture is not clear enough for you to see it, just go into the local shop and do an experiment and you'll see how subliminally these people work. And the phallic and the DK, representing the slang for the male member. And this company's even putting one there for you to make the connection with the sunflower. We saw earlier on how common it is for the sun to be used to hypnotize and attract the unconscious mind. Calvin Klein is CK, that's sick. The sexual motifs are often shown very subliminally. Here you see a drawing for a corporate company, and the position of the hand, the model that's been painted is facing downwards towards the genitalia. Also notice his tie, the red tie, how it's subliminally like a little devil's head with 2 horns. Here we have Knob Creek, alcohol. The term knob, of course, and creek are the male and the female genitalia. And the little logo is, honey, your ex-wife is at the front door. She's holding a bottle of Knob Creek. Well, tell her I still love her. Now, this is really loaded. First of all, we've got infidelity. But here we also have the idea that because she's holding a bottle of alcohol, that this drunken husband of hers is now going to want to go back to her. So it's preposterous symbolism here, but of course this is the level that these individuals are on and would love us to be dragged to. Your ex-wife, what does that imply? Failed marriages. I love her because she's holding the bottle. I don't love you now because she's got what I want. She's bringing the right product to me, and my emotions are entirely involved in that. I don't love the person. That was why the marriage got divorced. But guess what? She comes back with a bottle of Knob Creek. We're in business. This kind of subliminal stuff is used here in Grand Mariner. Only this time there's taboo sexuality involved. Menage a trois. You see here that the couple on the right, the male and the female, are connected. They're together. And the third female on the left has come in. Her hands represent the praying mantis. But it's also a very supine and submissive position that she's in. It's also preposterous. Nobody in their wildest imagination would ever sit like that. But that's, we're in the realm of advertising here. We're in the world of insanity. So here we have the idea, and the female on the right. We also have the Gemini twinning idea. But the female on the right is inviting. The male is just doing the normal interaction bit, but the female on the right is sort of enticing. And we understand that there's a possibility of a partnership here. And you'll see there's something very strange is happening on the far right with the hand positions. You'll notice that on the far right there, the female has been told to make the vesica symbol, the female opening, to the phallic finger of her boyfriend. So there's a lot happening in these advertisements. And as the researchers and the thinkers were saying earlier on, as we saw in this program, that in a millisecond, you may just go like this and say, oh, look, it doesn't affect me. But in a millisecond, all of its erotic and perverse content is flooding into your mind. Your unconscious doesn't move in time. It doesn't require time. We know that from our dreams, that it takes a split second and we can live in age. So the permissiveness is very attractive, and so it should be. But then, if we want to be permissive, we should be able to do that on our own behalf. We shouldn't need Grand Mariner to tell us how to do it. And also, there's other subliminal motifs been spray painted and used in the design. Like in the middle of the shirt, we have some satanic, demonic faces and so on. Here, the symbol idea of you can't turn over too many rocks. And the rock being, of course, the representation of the testicles and the male genitalia. This one hardly needs any commentary at all. And it's coming from the FCUK company. That, of course, is an anagram, is very clearly what that represents. And if this sells people clothes, no more need to be said. Here's a candies.com where you see the phallic idea and the raping of the female. Here, not only you have headless women, but women with the surrogate phallic. The genitalia, the Coca-Cola becomes the surrogate phallic, because the idea being that all women have penis envy and whatnot. Now, the most interesting thing is that the word Coke has antiquity as well, by the way. C-O-K-E, or K-O-K-E, or K-U-K, which has also known to be the derogatory slang word for the male phallus. Right? C-O-C-K represents the male phallic. That's an old word coming out of Egypt. It meant the male genitalia. So Coke represented the old Egyptian word for the male genitalia. And it was spelled K-U-K as well as C-O-K. Perhaps that's why the Coca-Cola company called their product the real thing. And here in the designer ad, the very positioning of the can is very suggestive. One of the most important symbols that is used is the eye, because it also represents not only the eye but the female opening. On the right you have the Toyota symbol that encompasses the 3 circles or orbits of celestial motion. In astrotheology we talked about an essential, you couldn't even have astrology or astronomy without 3 principal orbital movements. That of the Earth on its own orbit, that of the Earth moving round the Sun, and then the wobble of the Earth, which makes the third spiral. And these 3 spirals that were shown in motifs on church windows and church doors. There's a very well-known symbol called the Triskelion, or the Triskalis. And Toyota are playing on that. They changed their logo from the hard T that it used to be, and somebody came up with the three circles. Now the three circles, if you notice them very clearly, one is very sharp, and one is a little bit more elliptical. The very sharp ellipse is known to be the ellipse of Mars. The planet Mars moves on a very, very sharp ellipse. Venus moves on a very graceful one. Venus has always been considered very graceful. So the two ellipses that they even have there also even represent the male and female gender, the coming together of the masculine and the feminine. Mercury was known as the god who traveled the fastest. That's why he was always shown with the winged feet. How did the ancients know that Mercury was the god of speed, that he should have the winged feet? And how would they know that Mercury is, in fact, the planet that is closest to the sun and has the fastest orbit? It also moves in 88 days around the sun. So 88 is how many keys you have on a piano. And we have an Oldsmobile 88. You think of all the numbers in the world, why are they calling it 88? Because they know what you don't know, that this car is under Mercury, like the Acura is under Mercury. The Oldsmobile 88, because it takes 88 days for the planet Mercury. And of course we have the Mercury News and the Mercury Herald, and the Mercury symbol is used an awful lot. They said that the planet Uranus was the most off its orbit. It lays pretty much on its side. So it was the most erratic, which is why Uranus and Aquarius became the star signs of eccentricity. But of course, how would the ancients know all of that? And the planet Saturn being very large and also moving on a bizarre orbit with these clouds of gas and the mysterious covering that it had. This also gives rise to some of the symbolism involved with the planets. The little symbol above the Toyota symbol there, and below the MasterCard logo, is the symbol for infinity, but that is a very well-known symbol in occultism. That is the symbol associated with the cloven hoof of the devil. It's a witch's symbol, and that symbol used to represent the mark of the footprint of the devil. So what's it doing on a car company? Above it we see the MasterCard logo, and the MasterCard logo shows also the Vesica Pisces, the coming together of two circles. But the levels of the Vesica in the middle, the striations, there are 13. There's 13 little levels in the middle there. 13 is an Illuminati number from the pyramid, having 13 levels. Back to words again, and we find that this word taste is used an awful lot. Tasting smoother, and the sexual connotation of tasting smoother, burning slower, lasting longer. These are sexual innuendos. But the word taste is also very important. Here we have it again. In the word, we have Kent. And Kent is a take on the word. There's the repositioning or the transposition of letters. Kent is the slang word for the female opening, C-U-N-T. But if you just change the terminology. And we have many words that imply the sexual. Coit, Kent, as we said. Salem, which is males, it's an anagram for the word male. Camel, which is often made to look like carnal. Marlboro we'll come to in a minute. Virginia Slims, the same idea there, that smoking the cigarette will make you a virgin and slim, some feet indeed. Jack in the Box we've already talked about. Coke being the male phallus. Coors is the Egyptian word for the testicles. Okay, that word comes from somewhere. I don't care if it's the name of the company, the name of the family, or what. Designers just don't use family names unless there's a need for that. And that word has an origin. Fax, which is to simulate, again, the slang word for copulation. Fox, the same thing. Etam, which is a female lingerie company, but that actually is an anagram for the word mate. In fact, it spells the word mate backwards. So, of course, the women who are buying the lingerie and walking home, on the bag it has the word Etam. But as you're walking past the window shopping, now you'll see the reflection of the word mate. So it's subliminally affecting you. Oil of Olay and Lays, I mean, it's pretty obvious what that all implies. Now this word taste. Taste is a transposition of the word testicles, the testes. This is how it's picked up in the subconscious mind, and that's how it's used. So when it says taste the difference, it's all a matter of taste. And we know that the idea of testicles is very much connected to libido and power and virility. In fact, that's where the word testament comes from. In the old days, the prophets would actually hold their testicles when they would say that they swear. Check into Hebrew philosophy and you'll know this, that the holding of the male testicles when you're swearing an oath. And the testament comes from the testicles. So when you read in corporate ads, it's all a matter of taste. Just realize what they're telling you there. Searching for that longer lasting taste. And logos like, corporate blurbs like, we'll have you in and out so fast that you can get on with the thing you call your life. Not only is that patently sexual, but it's patently condescending. This was actually an advertisement so that you can get on with that thing you call your life. Not that we call your life, but that you think you call your life. And then we have the very famous and well used logo, or excuse me, the blurb, come to the Marlboro country. Marlboro is a huge corporation, very powerful. Many people are against it. Many people are suspecting that it's degrading. But not too many people understand exactly why it is degrading. We read, come to the Marlboro country. All you got to do is realize that the word come represents the sexual act, and that country is a play on words, especially two words. If you drop the O, you'll see what they're really talking about. Come to the Marlboro cunt, try. So the next time you see the libidinous male on his horse with his lassoing in and corralling a bunch of cows, and the logo says, come over here to the Marlboro cunt try, perhaps you'll understand why this thing is so reprehensible. But it's very impactful to the male psyche, to the sick and distorted male psyche. The Volvo symbol, as we said, not only represents the Volvo, the vulva, the generative complex of the female, which all men, of course, want to be very much involved with, but the logo itself is Mars, the symbol of Mars astrologically, the symbol of the sun, and the symbol of Saturn. That Volvo logo across it that makes it look like the rings of Saturn. So this designer got 3 in 1. There it is, the symbol of Mars, just in case anybody, this is completely new to you. The symbol of Mars, the ruler of Aries. There it is again. In proximity to the female. At the phallic, you have the female, and then you have the Mars symbol of the phallic. There it is again. The idea of male virility, even on somebody that doesn't have any. Now, we find this term Pepsi or Peppa or Pepsid or Peppy jeans and Dr. Pepper and Sergeant Pepper used quite a lot in different corporations. Where does it come from? Well, Pepsa or Pepsi, literally almost without changing in the spelling at all, was the old Egyptian god of the night, of darkness, of evil, and of temptation. The mothers in those days used to scare their children by saying, if you don't do your homework or not be good, Peppa will get you. Because Pepsa was the absolute devil in Egyptian mythology. So just remember who Dr. Pepper and Sergeant Pepper really are. We have the 7-Up. Well, that's a reference to not only the 7 chakras in the spiritual context, but the 7-Up are the 7 stars of Ursa Major, which were sacred to all people in ancient world. We saw the California flag represents that in a cryptic way, and the idea of the 7-Up relating to the 7 lights of the northern sky. 7-11, that relates to the proportions of the pyramid at Giza. I don't want to elaborate upon this, it's extremely sacred, but the idea of the pyramid is based on the proportion 7 to 11. I mean, these stores are not open from 7 to 11, so what's the point? But this is well known to the Illuminati and the Freemasons to be a very, very sacred harmonic. Union 76, we'll come to that in a minute, but they're using the 76 there. And chevron, chèvre, and Chevrolet. First of all, chèvre is French for goat. So that's Capricornian symbolism, but it also might be satanic symbolism. And on represents the light. So chevron literally means the light in the goat, or the sun in Capricorn. It's astrological. Chevrolet is the relay, or the orbit around the goat. Again, astrological. Union 76 is, of course, a commemoration of 1776, when the sun was in Cancer and the Union of America was born. However, there's a Masonic undertone to this. If we take the number 76, we'll find that 7, just take 7. But think in terms now of the clock, because Masons are very fascinated with the idea of time and with clocks in general, and zodiacs. Well, 7 o'clock is 6:60, is it not? Another way of expressing 7 o'clock, right? 6:50, 6:55, 6:59, 6:60 is in fact 7 o'clock. And then you take the 6 of 76 and you have 666. So also Union 76 used the large orange ball in this, and it's rotating at the top of a pole. Well, I mean, it's pretty basic to understand what is the great orange ball that rotates up in the sky. It's the sun that was in Cancer in 1776 when the Union was born. It's all astrology, even though it's on a gas company. Many, many terms, especially on cars, refer to cosmological or stellar events. We saw the Mini is Gemini and Capricorn is Capri. We found out that there's cars called Zodiac. The Subaru also uses the stars. Chrysler used the 5-pointed star. Mercury is the planet Mercury. Geo represents the Earth. Saturn is obvious. Nissan representing the first month of the astrological year. Mazda meaning the exact same thing. Datsun, Acura. Orion is the constellation in Taurus. Escort, Ford Escort. In ancient days, the planets that moved against the background of the night sky were called the escorts. You had the sun and the moon, who were considered the royal luminaries. And then the planets that moved with them were called the escorts. It's an astrological term. And Astra, and Lumina, and Infinity. Pulsar. Or we have Aerostar, and Del Sol, and North Star, like the Cadillac North Star. And Corona, and Sunny, and Eclipse. We don't have time to analyze each one in great detail, but believe me, there's something going on here. If these car companies are thinking so much on the heavens and the stars, we have to realize there's a reason. And they understand about our racial memory. They've studied our phylogenetic reservoir and understand how impactful it is, because once upon a time we worshipped the stars. They were the gods of all mankind. We talked earlier about the meaning of Hollywood, but even touchstone is a term from alchemy. Disney Corporation are now called the Touchstone Corporation. A touchstone was an alchemical motif of the sacred philosopher's stone. Tri-star is literally 3 stars. Well, 3 stars is trickster. Coming out of Scandinavian mythology, the 3 pentagrams of the 3 stars is tri-star. And what do we see as the tri-star logo? Is the white horse, the white unicorn with the sun blazing on his back, rising out of the clouds, the Cancerian symbol. Now to conclude and to show you, give you another last example of just how sophisticated this kind of symbolic action is, we need to look back at Leo. We were looking earlier at the sign of Leo and a few of its connotations that might be used in advertising and in symbolism. And again, I emphasize that these are symbols that you can also use. This is a study that has a very proactive and positive side as well. We've been looking at more of the controversial aspects of it through this program because there's a pestilence in our midst, a poison, a veritable poison that we need to be rid of. But that doesn't mean that the use of symbols should stop or that there's inherently something inherently negative with symbolism. Now when we looked at Leo, we saw that the card in the tarot deck that represents Leo is the Strength card, number 8, and it shows a woman and a lion. And I made the point that the woman and the lion is of course a cryptic analog to the Sphinx, and the real Sphinx is in Egypt, 66 feet high. And why, we would ask, what is a Sphinx? And why would the Egyptians make that one of the symbols of their country? Well, the Egyptians were master astrologers. They were members of the stellar cult. And they had a different breakdown of the year than we do. Their year, for instance, the opening of the year, didn't begin in January 1st like ours, or not even on the December 21st, the winter solstice, like astrologers open their year. Their beginning of the year was in July 20th, between July 20th and July 25th, when the Nile waters were rising and fertility was coming to the land. But because the heavens have sort of moved during that period of time, July 5th wasn't in Cancer as it is now, it was actually in the sign of Virgo. And therefore, when the sun entered into the sign of Virgo, the Egyptian New Year began. And then the Egyptian priest would say, "Behold, the Son of God, the light of the world, is born of a virgin." And they would say that because it's known to astrologers. And you can check this out. Open any coffee table book on the subject of astrology, get on the web and look it up. And you'll find that the symbol of Virgo from time immemorial has been the young, youthful, virginal goddess or princess, the young woman, the virgin, Virgo. So when the sun would go in, the light would rise on the morning of Virgo, they would say the sun is born of a virgin, born again. And of course, if the birth of the year is in Virgo, then we have 12 months, 12 periods. And the sun will go full circle until it closes at the last sign, which of course is back almost full circle. And what is the sign before Virgo? If you look it up, you'll find that the sign before Virgo is Leo the lion. So to commemorate this phenomenon, this zodiacal phenomenon, and to also basically put up a neon sign to anyone who would come in later generations that we are astrologers, they built the Sphinx with the head of the woman and the body of a lion. And the gaze of the Sphinx used to actually look to the point on the horizon where the constellations of Leo and Virgo used to rise. So accurate were they. So we have this idea of the sun in Virgo. But today, we see the exact same thing being used in the corporate world. The famous symbol of Columbia Pictures is nothing less than the female virgin, the Virgo, and the sun behind her head. What you're seeing there, just in the same way as I mentioned earlier about Botticelli and his usage of the Venus and the shell, there's a certain kind of symbolic, subversive act of art going on before our eyes, and we don't know how to decode the symbolism. There you have an astrological symbol. And the tri-star symbol of the horse with the sun behind him, as I've just mentioned, represents the sign of Cancer, because in ages past, the sign of Cancer was not the crab. In fact, it got to be a crab because the original symbol was the scarabus beetle. Everyone knows the little beetle in Egypt that used to push the sun up, the ball of the sun. Well, that was the little beetle that pushed the sun up through the house of Cancer into Leo, its throne, so the sun could reach its home in Leo. So when you see the sun rising and the beetle pushing it, that's the sign of Cancer. But then the little beetle got transformed and degenerated. They corrupted the symbol and it became the crab. But contemporaneous to that, in more of the Anglo-Saxon countries, the sign of Cancer, the pale white moon, was symbolized by the pale white unicorn. That's also why you see in royal heraldry the ruddy lion and the pale white unicorn on either side of the heraldry to represent the royal houses of the sun and the moon.
However unpleasant it is to hear, we need to realistically bear in mind that there can be no question of positive social change, no question of either national or global healing, until human beings, particularly those in the Western world, become lucidly cognizant and profoundly educated concerning the forces which impede positive, moral, psychological, and social progress. Such development will remain chronically arrested until we become re-educated as to the significance and power of symbols, not only as transcendent and abstract qualities, or as mathematical ciphers, but as weapons in the hands of plutocratic elites with occult agendas, laboring to arrest the mental, emotional, and spiritual maturation of the underclasses, whom they deem incapable of self-regulation. The alarming existential chaos which the young presently endure, though mostly deplored and ignored, serves as a direct indictment to the existence of the symbolic subversion I've been mentioning. The young are, by definition, closer to the creative force than the average adult. They are also more influenced by the drives of the limbic brain, and therefore respond with greater zeal to the erotic and even perverse symbolic messages adroitly designed to bypass their moral conscience and rational filter, and which infest their life and mind space. The creation of these ad men, these Dr. Frankensteins, is not a happy or free man inhabiting a secure utopia, but an addicted victim suffering systemic impotency and malaise. He is as one under the witch doctor's hex, and as such, his once quiet and unmolested inner life is now a miasma of unfulfilled desires, surrogate pacifications, and misplaced allegiances. In losing a coherent sense of interior life, we have become a generation of decadent human beings who exist in order to have and not to be. Benefiting as they do from our ignorance as to the workings of social engineering, the leaders in office can hardly be expected to use their power and resources to effectively change the status quo. They are not inclined to demand or cause real change because they covet the view from teetering penthouses beyond the glass ceiling and the clamor of the audiences unaware of their own sovereign power to change the world around them. Fortunately, the times are changing and the masks are finally coming down, to the surprise of both protagonist and antagonist. It has already begun to dawn on a few that in their ardor for the thrill of climbing up high above others, and in their narcissistic zeal for reaching for the skies, they have, like Icarus, flown too close to the sun. So what a shock it will be for those who seek the prize of technical enlightenment and social utopia to realize that after all their sacrifice, they're doomed to fall back to earth with blazing wings. What cries will be heard from those whose vanity has propelled them so high above the world, when their exclusive realities come crashing gracelessly down. Already we're beginning to hear these cries, and as the new millennium advances, we're going to hear them more and more frequently, from the mouths of those finally recognizing that while they despotically ruled from their steely, cloud-crowned penthouses, they allowed their foundations to rot, weaken, and finally crumble away to nothing. We are approaching the days when many seemingly ancient myths are going to be reenacted. In fact, some of the greatest so-called myths are yet to occur. What a surprise it would be to find out that Lucifer's great fall from paradise was not an event of the past, but an event that is still to come.